format. Overnight, we found out that there is now going to be no 4th place and 7th place qualifying games. How it had worked because of the number of teams that were participating, basically in RMR A, we had a not a qualifier, I'm calling it a qualifier, but a seeding game, if you like, to see who went through straight to the elimination stage. Overnight, that's been changed. We're not doing that anymore. And so that will not be happening today or tomorrow. So
I do think we still have the 7th place decider game to determine who's the 7th team to make it to the major.
We're still doing the 7th.
We are, because we still have to determine who are the 7 teams that make the major. But as far as the top 4 teams that make the elimination stage, that's a little bit more up in the air.
Right. So it does mean that the results that we had yesterday might not necessarily be the case, right?
It doesn't. It just doesn't indicate whether or not they're going to be going immediately to the elimination stage or the opening stage.
They're still through, but we just don't know as to which stage as of yet. That's going to be game dependent.
That's fine though. I mean, I think this is how it should have been from the beginning. Unfortunately, C9 and FaZe had to play 1 extra BO3, but all in all, I think that this is, at the end of the day, we got the right rule in place.
Sure, and it also means as well we're going to get kind of an idea about the Valve ranking system, which is going to be ultimately the be-all and end-all moving forward. So.
Also, it's free content, so
yeah,
no complaining.
Oh yeah, lots of people had lots of fun posting about it last night.
I mean, I think it's an unfortunate situation. I think that this obviously should have been, done more clearly from the get-go to avoid this issue. So there has been a mishap there in that regard, and so I feel for the teams, the community, everyone out there for this, because this obviously isn't ideal. But there's not much we can do about it. The show must go on.
Indeed. It's like I say, Dustin, we keep moving forward. We always keep moving forward. And with that in mind, let's look backwards to yesterday's standings. You can see here, obviously, Big and 3D Max, the big stories of the day. They were able to go 3-0, incredible fashion. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, the teams that are going to be fighting for their tournament lives, you can see the 1 and 2s down there. Surprisingly, Eternal Fire, which is really shocking. Astralis were able to battle back against it was Bait, and Bait are out along with PWE. They are the 0-3 teams. Some quick reactions to yesterday's games. Did anything jump out for you?
What's on the tip of everybody's tongue is G2. That's just absurd. But I feel like for G2, we're gonna get a lot of content out of this team. This last dance for them, they know how to put on a show. That's for sure. But on the flip side, because we're never gonna talk about again, unfortunately. But I mean, I feel well. We got the highlights for G2, but I was gonna say Bait for me honestly is where I'm a little surprised they did that badly actually.
Yeah, we saw shades of what they can do in Finland, and for them to go out in the nature that they did was sad, I guess. But look, obviously talking about G2, we just couldn't have envisioned a world where G2 weren't going to go 3-0. We kind of felt it was going to be routine for them, and it was anything but.
Yeah, but props to 3D Max. I mean, they actually qualified to Major 3-0, and their path included beating Eternal Fire and G2 in the best of 3. That's pretty damn legit if you're Eternal Fire. So I want to give 3D Max rather. So I want to give them some huge credit. Lucky and Maka tore it up this RMR. So really big props to them. This is off the back of them having a couple of 3rd place finishes at ECL and the TWC. So definitely trending up at just the right time to be able to qualify through to the major. And this is a team that when I watch them play, I enjoy watching them play. They're very tactically sound. They have some really strong players in a lot of different roles, and I'll be curious to see how well they can do there in the major.
Yeah, and look, it's a really cool story. We heard there that they had basically, the contracts were up. They didn't know if they were in an org. They didn't know if they were going to be able to get to the major. Self-funded in some aspects, and then they were able to put it all together at the right time. I also saw Malek has been with the guys, and obviously he's like an old friend, a legend. I had no idea he was going to be involved with 3D Max. Just saw him in the background, there he is. And he's been just a wonderful servant of French Counter-Strike, so I'm super happy for the group.
3D Max right now are just a bright spot because they've been sort of toiling away in tier 1.5. They qualify for a lot of tournaments. They don't necessarily do that well at them. And for them, it's really the fact that all of their efforts are bearing fruit at this moment. You could see the elation on their faces and how much it means to the French scene. First time that a French-speaking lineup has qualified to the major since 2021 with Vitality, actually. And that was like a Shocks lineup. So yeah, at this point, so many teams choose to go international. It's nice to see that say, like, you know, even though Astralis and Eternal Fire aren't doing so well, that another one actually just kind of sprung up in their place.
Yeah. Big as well, the big story, if you like. 3-0, German Counter-Strike.
Hey.
You have to wonder what year it is.
Hey, it's back.
Yeah, I know, and obviously kind of just be a smug a-hole about it. Come on, do it to me. There it is.
I wouldn't call that
They did it! They did it! They did it! I said
can you do me a favor?
No, no, I know what you're gonna say.
No, Seb, can you do me a favor and show me what teams that Maui picked to go through from this stage?
Yeah,
with all this glorious big celebration. Did you put your chips on the line when it mattered?
I love big.
Did you put your chips on the line when it mattered?
And I love complexity. I never picked them either.
Guess who did? Me. So why don't you sit the fuck down, mate? You can't take credit for that. Look at that up top, dust big.
What's happening,
no
guys?
faith at all. Get out of here with this. I'm not going to let him go on where he tirades again, where he just glorifies himself as some savant when he literally didn't pick them to go through.
Oh my God. Bro, you know what they say? Broken clock, Rich. Broken clock.
Right. Look, listen.
Both. Look at this. Big and 3D Max gone through. You didn't pick either one. Oh, what is this?
Let's talk about.
Yeah, I did my part.
Let's talk about
well
bait.
Done, Dust.
Well done.
I appreciate it.
You wanted to talk about bait.
Yeah.
So let's do it. I wouldn't say it was the biggest disappointment. I thought it was going to be very tough for them. But they certainly are better than the 0-3 suggests. And I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss to explain why it went so wrong.
So watching Bait at their last couple events, they just don't have the best mentality in general. When I watch them play the best CS that they can play online, it's great. It's sick. It's like, it's kind of what everybody was saying about Passion UA. It's like, oh yeah, when you see them play well, it can look incredible. It's like very explosive. People know how to play off each other. Roles are well defined. But I've now seen them in multiple LAN situations where they just crumble and there's no composure whatsoever. At the ESL Challenger Kato event before this, they had the worst grand finals ever. I think they lost 13-5, 13-3. And for some reason, just some days, these kids just can't get it together. In an unfortunate way, I think they just need one veteran presence, because I think all the players are solid on the team for what they are, but you just need someone older there who's going to say, guys, shut up. We need to focus right now. Lock in. They need a lock-in guy. Right.
Well, we're going to get locked in. This is the schedule that we're going to be bringing you today, obviously without that fourth place. So it's just 3 best of 3s. You can see we're going to close out the day with G2 Esports versus Team Spirit. That last dance could get real dicey real quick in that one. Passion UA, they get a chance for their Cinderella story to continue against a very mortal Heroic, I would argue. And we are starting with Sashi versus Virtus.pro. Joy of joys, we get to talk about Virtus.pro. So let's start it. I'll come to you first, Maui, because I know you have lots of opinions about this team.
I mean, both of these teams are just incredibly likable for a variety. I'm just kidding. Okay, Virtus.pro. What have we been seeing from them lately? It has been a floundering, despite the fact that on paper, to me, and I still stand by this statement, a super team's definition is what comes together at the construction. When you have Hall of Fame and actually major winning players assembling to try to put together one of the strongest Eastern European lineups you possibly can, it's supposed to work. And so at this point, the question we have to ask ourselves is, why is it not? And when we point the finger at anybody on VP, it's that guy right there. Yeah. It's Jame, unfortunately. The strategies do not look like they're up to snuff. It feels like they're playing behind the meta at this point. And despite the fact that they have insane firepower in every single role, it's just not clicking for them, and they have been humbled.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, really the only thing that was going for them coming into this is that they actually had a decent finish at Rio. They beat a couple of decent teams while getting knocked out by Na'Vi. But prior to that, you have to go all the way back to the Esports World Cup, where they had a win over Vitality on the way to a top 4 finish, to talk about any sort of notable results that this VP team has been able to do this year. And you're absolutely right. On paper, when you have guys like Flit, Electronic, Jame, like, you should be a contender, and they're really not. The one thing I will say is they've had a good run so far this RMR. Flit and Electronic have been playing well, and while this team is one of those teams that are like still in the stone ages of always wanting to play default pretty much every round, which is indeed well behind the curve that you're mentioning, I have on some maps seen them willing to break from that so far. So maybe they're on the right track, but still,
We're gonna get the Veto coming in now. Any thoughts on that? What we might see?
No Nuke, no Dust 2. That's the perma bans for each team. And then after that, I think VP could go Mirage, they could go Ancient, and I think for Sashi, it'll either be Vertigo or Inferno.
Yeah, and I think that this veto actually works out pretty well for Sashi from the get-go, just because VP love leaning into a Dust 2 pick. So for Sashi's perma-ban to be D2, and by the way, Dust right on the money with the Ancient idea, and Inferno for Sashi, which is one of their highest win rate maps. They just beat Eternal Fire on it the other day, or yesterday actually. So overall, this is kind of going as expected. I'm just gonna just bring up that point though, that yeah, Sashi banned VP's favorite map, and that's something where it actually probably leads to a potential upset brewing here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting you say that. I mean, just I'll ask you about Sashi a little bit here, talking about their opponents. Obviously, an up-and-coming Danish lineup. How do you like the odds in this one?
They're not too bad considering VP are on the struggle bus, but Sashi is one of those teams that just don't have a lot of LAN experience coming into this tournament. They've done well in some online situations, like fifth, sixth in the last Challengers League, second at the last Alyssa Invitational Online tournament. So they've had a couple of things going for them. They did beat Eternal Fire on Inferno, which was a pretty big win for them, and that is their map pick in this series as well. So that leads me to believe they have some good signs. And look, I do think they have some good players. Like Lucky has been on point with the AWP in my opinion. Cabby, really solid entry fragger next to Iceberg, kind of their entry pack. And look, as despicable as their coach may be, and I'm not even going to glorify it with a Dame, because I don't think he should be involved in Counter-Strike anymore, he does have them, along with Iceberg, their IGL, running a very good tactical system. Like, they have great defaults, great execs. They are a well-rounded team tactically, and they have some good talent. So there's a shot here for them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, going back over to Virtus.pro, I mean, I just don't know what they're doing, like, in terms of play style. It just seems like the things you can guarantee every time they play a map is it's all the rounds, all the time. It's not going to be very exciting. I don't know. They're not a great team to watch, which I think, like, we used to say that about them, but they were winning.
Yeah, it's gotten to the,
and now they ain't.
It's gotten to the point where people have to ingest and in tongue-in-cheek just make up lore about Norbert practically at this point. Like, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to fan appreciation of this team. Everybody's like, I'm a Nor believer, or like, Norbert's the GOAT. And it's like, if the only way that we can really hype this team up is with fabled hyperbole at this point, it's just like, what are we doing here? Like, that's the point where we've gotten with this team. And unfortunately, this team has just never recovered from losing Overpass. Like, I also think that's something that was so core to James' identity as a caller, that now that it's switched to Dust 2, like, he tries to be a little bit more aggressive on that map, for example. I think on Ancient he will as well, but like, it's just like, I've seen them break apart in ways that should never happen because they just haven't adapted to CS2's swinging mechanics as much.
Yeah, I think with me, it's a situation with, VP, they're just going to play default, and it's going to be on electronic and flit just to go off. Like, that's the big thing, where Sashi's just deeper tactically. All right.
Well, look, I'll bring in our commentators as well to get their opinion. Jackie Vince, I pray for your souls. Virtus.pro Gaming. Look, you guys are so talented, you'll make it sound exciting. I've got no doubt about that.
Well, Rich, you should be really happy, because I think the tagline for Sashi is eat or be eaten. So that should be like your favourite team, bud.
I mean, I know you're referring to my weight and food here, but that has another connotation where I'm from, Jackie. So, I'm just saying.
Well, look, mate, it hopefully should be a pleasurable game all round, Rich. I think it's going to be a free mapper, mate.
Let's hope. Vince, what do you think about this one? You got a prediction?
I think Sashi going to take it, man. I've been really underwhelmed with VP. We were discussing this on the B stream the other day. Like, it feels like they're regressing, not progressing. And the Sashi team don't have much experience at LAN. I do agree with Dust's point, but I think we've seen more from them over the duration of the RMRs. Cabby and Iceberg in particular have been really impressive to me.
All right. Well, look, I'll tell you what, guys. I'll let you get ready. Dial in. Buckle up. It is going to be Virtus.pro versus Sashi on Ancient. Take it away, Jackie and Vince.
Cheers, Rich. Looking forward to this one. Obviously, one of these two teams is going to the Shanghai Major. They're then there, they're warming up, right? Obviously, like we've seen, and like they were talking about on the desk, online qualifiers, that's been the bread and butter for Sashi. But it's these events where it's felt like you've shown signs, but never been able to get over that final hurdle. Can they actually do it this time, Vince? And with the Major on the line?
It's a good question. I honestly think we're destined for all three maps on this one as well, because Sashi have played Inferno twice, won Inferno twice at the RMRs, and then on the other side of things, VP have played Ancient twice, won Ancient twice, both 13-10. So I think as we come into this, the perma bans kind of put us into this position, with Nuke being the perma alongside us too. And so, like, we're realistically going into territory where I think if VP can squeak a win here on Ancient, they got a chance at a fast track, but I do feel like Sashi can get this one done, and it would be an incredible result if they did.
It would be. It'd be a hell of a result for the Danish squad. So let's see what they've got going for us on the pistol round. CT side start here. First map is Ancient, and it's Lucky that cracks the top off of 2. Looking for a little bit more, but Jane clacks straight back. Cabby waiting behind the box to respond on the flip. And this round's looking good for the Danes to start things off with success.
Jane already having a real struggle on this round, that's for sure, alongside the rest of them. Electronic, who's been a beast on Ancient, is about to get shut down in the back from these Julies. Queez will not give him a second chance. And Jamin now going to be walking out into the open against so many CTs. First pick is pretty clean. Dropped down to 9 though, and he's... I thought for a second he was going to get flanked in from Queez, but he decides to go back into Donut. They are giving Jame the respect that he deserves. But realistically, he is just wasting time because there was no chance of him getting back into that. Sashi pick up the first round here on Ancient. And pretty comfortable in the process, landing some nice shots to kick things off.
No big round from Lucky, right? Like up top, elevated angle, hitting some nice hurty verties to kick off the game. 2 clean kills, set it up for Cabby on the swing out. And following that, it went business as usual. Now, one of the things you're going to be seeing throughout this game as well, if you haven't really followed Sashi's story, is this man on your screens. The energy behind him, the way he fires up the troops, but he also can slow it down at times, Vince. We've seen, right? If it gets a little bit out of hand, if there's too much adrenaline, Iceberg is the first to put the hands up, be like, right, boys, slow it down, slow it down. There's some good links between these teams. You see they rely on each other very nicely. Another key point coming into this one as well, with their CT side in play here, Vince, is their nade sets. We've been so impressed with their utility.
Yeah, I think that kind of harkens back to what Dus was talking about, like in terms of protocols and strategies and set plays. Like realistically, Sashi do feel like they're a lot more well versed than VP are.
100%.
And that's crazy considering that when VP like first started to come onto the scene, or Vanguard before, obviously with Jame and the rest of the troops, they were known as this super tactical based team with set plays and a very slow but dynamic kind of style of play. So the fact that they are now kind of like run out of that steam, quite surprising. Lucky with the triple spray, running out of ammunition and health. Decent bit of damage here considering it's not really an investment into the round on VP. 2 kills, not too shabby at all. And if Jane can put that P250 to use, that is going to hurt Sashi going forward into this next one. So they need to be careful. And if they play too passive here, they could afford him a bomb plant.
Oh. They just swing out. Mister gets him. You think maybe if he gets the P250 tap off, could have been room for a little bit more cash flow. But not the way it goes. So Sashi with the first 2. And VP finally have their buy. So Rifles on parade. Give them their dues as well. Like on this map, Vince, Electronic, he came alive, right? And that's what we were talking about in the sense where this team, it felt like the identity crisis kind of occurred after he joined the roster. We were hoping he would be this like bolt of energy. It felt like, you know, tons of talent, a player that should slot in. But their ideology changed. The way they were playing CS didn't really adapt with the times as well coming into CS2. But individually, the man can still crack heads. Problem is, in this round, you've got control of mid early. Fighting for lane as well. There's a trade back through the smoke onto Flit. So you're down to just a duo. Kind of funneled into the A site as well. Smoke and a flash for James. They could still set themselves up, but this is a real rough start.
No, it is. And going back to what we said before, like if Sashi were to pick up this map, VP's choice, it puts them in a prime position for that potential 2-0. Because I really feel like Inferno is going to go their way from what we've seen. And, you know, you're touching Electronic there as being like this surge of energy, this bolt of lightning to kind of make this Frankenstein's monster out of VP, and they just start tearing everyone limb from limb. On Ancient, he has been that guy. He's 1.6 rating so far off the maps they've played at this RMR on Ancient. He's been just balling out of control. 100 firepower on HLTV stats. Very few players have managed to reach that. So the thing is, though, it's quite a small sample size. It's just a couple of maps. And then there's always that question that's just lingering in the back of your head when it comes to VP and consistency. You see these big heights, but they don't really pull it in, round out. In terms of this one, though, Fame has cracked open a way through on the site. And with a smoke down on Donut, there is a possibility of a bomb plant now.
It's Shame and Fame in this one, and Fame, if Electronic is the player to look at for the tippity top for the team, it's Fame that feels like he's gone missing. Compared to his last 3 months at this event, it hasn't been the same caliber of damage. You get the wrap back through CT spawn. Let's see if this duo can still make this one work. Lucky leading the charge towards Temple side. Fame honed in with James supporting onto Donut. That's where Cabby's situated with the nade set. Running out though, looking to draw the attention, and it works for the backstab. So it's all on Fame. Time's tight on this one. If you could force them off the bomb, it's winnable. Good damage there. Instantly rips them to pieces. Doesn't matter that he doesn't get the third. They're going to jump on it, but no real time on that one. Cabby's going to get blown to bits, and VP take a round.
Sick. Sick round by Fame. That's more like it. I was about to say that as dizzying heights as Electronic has had so far in this tournament, especially on Ancient, Fame and Flit have been lagging behind a little bit.
Yeah.
Strangely, it's been Norbert that's been up there towards the top of the scoreboard, with Jame also popping off a couple of times. You know, I was talking about the firepower stats in 1.6. To put it in much simpler terms, on Ancient so far he's played 46 rounds with 48 kills and only 27 deaths with 110 ADR. Like, Electronic right now is having a great time on Ancient. Bit of a slow start, but maybe that is the moment that Fame awakens everyone else on VP.
We're coming into this round off the back of a steal in the second, with only 2 players being able to clutch it out. You've thrown the economy of Sashi straight into the meat grinder. Ooh, bit of a backstab there. We were talking about the bloodthirst for Electronic. He takes it a bit more literally. Taking down Flit. Shouldn't matter too much in the grand scheme of the rounds unless some shenanigans occurs. Cabby just posts up. He's going to play on the off angle in case they run back over and go for the mid-rotate. Timing on this as well. He can actually slow walk up. Lucky's getting all the info from the site. It's only the USP, and Electronic should be ready for it.
Oh, gets him finally. Fortunately, he didn't have something better than the USP. And now that P250, maybe he could crack a dome or two. James says no with his AK. 2-2 the score. It was obviously a full-on eco from Sashi being broken down. They hemorrhaged a couple of kills in those 2-0 start that they had, but they're able to bounce back now. It won't be ideal though. I mean, you're looking at MP9. They'd love to have Lucky on the AWP we saw yesterday on Inferno. On the T side, he struggled a little bit. On the CT side, when he was playing static quads, he was just lighting up the scoreboard. 4Ks all over the place. I think he went from like 5 or 6 kills in the first half to nearly 20 on the second. So a very capable CT side AWPer. And definitely one to watch out for when we do head to Inferno in the future.
These bin fights have gone so good for them up to this point, and it continues again here. Streak of success in the early clashes. And Sashi do play very proactive. They've got great protocols in terms of their utility, but it's the buddy system. That's where we've seen a lot of success. You know, we were praising their trading previously. Followed a lot of their games. We've been fortunate to cover their story kind of throughout this RMR, really, with the results they've gone through, the trials and tribulations. They've had some close results, but still, the position they're now in, with a major on the line, you want to see them really expand to that degree. And VP, feels like there is a bit of a curse at RMRs for this squad at times, Vince. Lingering over their heads. They set up Flit for the play into the bomb site. Gets a bit of info. Fame's able to pull off the backstab through Red Room in the meanwhile as well. So now you split the attention of the CTs. Bomb could still wrap back, but look at Mister's position. He's already pushed up aggressive.
Yeah, after getting the early bloodshed, he just goes straight forward. Queez in the meanwhile, though, making moves down on lane through Catwalk. And although Fame is in the CT spawn, he's so isolated and segregated from Jame, who has control over the bomb. 35 seconds left, takes the head, but also takes one straight on the chin from the A1S, down to 1 HP. Oh, Mister can't afford to let this one slip. And Jane gets caught with a nade out. Bomb spilled, fumbles in A main. And Fame needs to go huge one more time. 15 seconds, first kill is his. But the prospects of getting the bomb and darting towards the site with a post plant is incredibly low, and he knows it. So he'll hold on to the AK instead. Sashi pick up the rifle rounds.
Smash response back from VP. Drawing the attention of Cabby on the rotate, meant they could stab out through Red Room and open up the round. Getting the dink off down mid-side. Obviously, if Fame hits the shot there, could have been a different story. Would have put a bit more pressure on Mister inside of A main. Instead, the knock-on effect is VP forced to use their first tactical timeout here. Losing a rifle round, feeling a bit uncomfortable in the groove of the game. Obviously, only having the one weapon as well there in the hands of Fame with limited cash to work with. So throwing the pause, talk about it early. See where the adaptations need to be made.
London in deep conversation with the rest of the troops. You see him very animated. We saw this yesterday as well. Meanwhile, looks like VP are just big chilling. Coach having the sandals with the white socks.
He's got the socks and sandals.
Well, those are like flip-flops, really, aren't they? Like, more so than sandals.
Yeah, I guess so.
He's chilling, though. I respect it. Whatever's comfortable, man. Meanwhile, economy not too comfortable for VP. Squeaking out of Tech 9. Cabby once again gets aggressive. Headshot delivered first class, but Flit's able to get one before he's traded. So Sashi, hot off the back of the tactical timeout, just gets straight in the face of VP and get a ton of success off the back of it.
So these proactive openers continue to find success for Sashi. The mid-fight's been good for him this time with the crunch towards lane. It works out well. Obviously, with the limited cash VP had going into this one as well, it's a full investment. They pass the AK back. In the hands of Fame and Electronic. Lucky. He looked crisp in the pistol round. Here with a Kalashnikov waiting inside of Temple. He's getting all the audio cues. The rest of the squad starting to wrap round as well to assist. Kits to play with and tons of retake utility, but they want to double face and fight on this. First tag's there. Not as much damage as potentially they suspected. So it's a 1-for-1 trade off the back. Looking better for Sashi on the retake, and they've got the flash to go in.
So Quiz gets behind that flash. I think Fame was slightly affected by it, so it's allowing Mister to draw him out from the side. And Sashi looking good to recoup back onto the site now and take it. James can only save his Tech 9 and Kevlar. Not ideal, but he thinks it's a weapon down, and he gets it. Onto Catwalk with just a half a second left on the clock. So at least he comes out of the round with something, but they did fully invest into it. So in terms of their prospects of like bouncing back into this round with a bunch of rifles, it's not really possible or available for them. Off the back of a tactical timeout, and Sashi already off to a 4-2 lead, looking to extend that lead now and apply that pressure directly to VP.
With that pressure, turn them into diamonds or leave them flattened like a hydraulic press, Vince.
Those videos are great, by the way. Have you seen them?
Yeah. Yeah. Just VP players spewing out of the hydraulic press. I mean, they try and get a bit of mid-control on this one. Sashi, reading the cash, they don't need to go necessarily as aggressive, so they're playing closer towards their chest. As the two-player swing, first headshot goes down onto Electronic. James looks for the trade. So you force out one player towards Donut. But again, Sashi do what they do best. They take map control down towards ramp, even though you're out on the bomb site, unless Norbert gets visual contact, which luckily he spotted them. This could have been them walking into the abattoir. Iceberg is suspicious, knows there was a timing for the walk through cave side, and it's flipped with the tech. Oh, they're all bypassing each other, Vince. The timings on this is so bizarre.
It's just so awkward, isn't it? And Fame has got one, but this may come down to Flick catching the rotational elements in, and Iceberg. Oh, he had an idea that someone might be around the corner, but wasn't capable of withstanding that position. And with his life being deemed forfeit, VP win the round out with an A1S and 4 Tech 9s. Off the back of just cultivating chaos through on cave. So, I mean, that's the problem. It's obviously a great read from VP. Like, listen, Sashi loves to go for these lane pushes, these ramp hits. So Flit just waltzes out, having the time of his life, looking around the back of the site, and the freest of kills, the freest of rounds in the end.
It almost felt like he had missed his timing as well, but Iceberg walks back in, heads towards CT side, paranoid about where he could be, just as he was walking back. And like you say, he went into this with effectively nothing really to play with. They were able to trade out for the fight towards Donut side and then just work their way in. Yeah, that's the frustration of the reality setting in on that one.
Because he knew.
Yeah.
He knew something was off about that round.
Just didn't quite know where he had tucked himself into. So Flip with a tech makes it uncomfortable. Instantly into a timeout here as well. Again, opportunity to discuss, because that is a bit of a rough one for them. Could have been a different story if you converted the round. They were looking like they were starting to find their wings on their CT side. Problem is now we're talking about cash for VP. Shoes on the other foot. Sashi. The one saved weapons. You've still got the Kalashnikov. 2 HEs as well with double flash. What's the game plan here for Cabby and Iceberg?
I've got to try and activate Mister as much as they can with that AK. Try and take a page out of the book of VP from that last round. Get the one rifle in play as early as possible. He's going to try and swing outside of Donut. The 2 HEs tossed in, anticipating maybe a fast hit on middle, but not forthcoming. Instead, it will be making moves through on the A main side. At least that AK is in close proximity to swing back out again once these nades start to fall. Set play now in. Norbert throwing the smokes. He's had a bit of a rough start as well, 0-6. If the leads can draw away some fire, that's where Mister can get involved. And the double spray is good. Looking to try and keep control of the site for as long as possible. A third kill on top of it. And VP, with a taste of their own medicine, have to back off. Flit and Norbert, last players, and another HE tossed in for good measure. Softening up Flit.
Huge damage done from Mister in the round. You can see they're cancelling a push immediately as well. Just getting ripped to shreds by that AK. Still 50 seconds left on the clock, and you've got space to play with now for the CTs. They've been able to get their hands on one of the other weapons. So you can situate it round towards the B bomb site. They're actually pushing in through cave as well, so they can get a read here. Lucky on the USP can go out as the bait. Trade off the back of him. Timing's good for the peak on Iceberg, and it's just Flit. Trapped at mid. Already, pendulum starting to swing in this matchup. There no easy rounds for either side. His position now compromised, but they'll be able to just recover the weapons. Flit. He can back off, look for the save.
Yeah, this save gun, he can afford to... James can maybe drop across a rifle. They can maybe squeak out a buy. But I mean, that's 2 rounds in a row now where the team with one rifle and effectively upgraded pistols has embarrassed the opposition. And this is going to mean the world to Sashi because they know that their Inferno is rock solid. They can get set up nicely on the CT side. I mean, they are in such a strong spot. Great round for Mister, though. Spray on point. You probably argue that VP didn't really do that much on the execute. Just your standard smokes. Didn't really Molotov the key angles off. Didn't flash. No smoke to Donut. Almost inviting that kind of pressure.
Straight back to basics for Sashi, but it's a good call on the mid-window jump across. Cabby's able to flank through the back, fight upside a lane. Oh, Norbert with the timing there as well. So close to being caught with the quick switch. Instead, it results in this. 3 players down once again. So VP, back to basics towards the A site. Trying to go for the contact walk up on main. Incendiary's good to buy a bit of time.
Oh, lucky in the same spot that Mister was sat in last time, but this time he's got a lot more in terms of backup. Queez in Temple is waiting to be activated. Want that swing. Lucky with the first. Can just stay alive. Knowing that the strength in numbers, but the timing is slightly off. Electronics able to get up close with the AK. Plucks out and deletes the Donut presence. But Iceberg's on the long con. The swing around, line up, and they spray straight down with the A1S. Sashi will pick up a 6th. And VP continue to struggle on these executes.
Counter-terrorists win. Yeah, lane control was fought for instantly outside of the B site. And going in towards A. Just got overwhelmed, blown to bits there on the close angle once again. Felt like deja vu for him on the push. And all of these rounds are worth their weight in gold for Sashi. Like we were touching on coming into this, obviously both of the wins for the respective teams. 2 for VP on this map. Over the course of their RMR run. So they wanted to put this one to bed. It's why we thought it would be a full free mapper with both teams taking their respective map picks. They go for it again this time. You've read it right. They were expecting a faster B with the low cash available. But no one home. Welcome map was down. James can get the plant in. Paranoid about the swing out through the CT smoke. Cabby just tucks himself in towards Donut as well. Trying to get the pre-fire off. Sees a bit of skim through the gap in the smoke. Mister. Almost 2. But Fame with the tech shoots straight back. So they've got the post plant. Lesser weapons. Sashi again for the free player. Wrap back through CT side as well.
Well, they'll know that there's Tech 9s and P250s, therefore there shouldn't be that much utility at this point. So they're going to need to try and oust back onto the site and dethorn all these Ts. Expelled, Donut for the time being. Time is starting to dwindle away. Any kills here would be huge for Jane, but it won't be happening. And with the kit in hand, Sashi will pick up a 7th. It was a good read from VP. They called Sashi's bluff. They get something out of the round, but they still find themselves up against it. However, we did just see the stats come up on the screen, and really what it's saying is this half, Sashi should have a pretty significant lead because the next half is going to be difficult for them. VP do their best work on CT side, and sometimes Sashi struggle. So getting a nice buffer of rounds here is very important for the Danes.
You think about the sustainability of the rounds they've been able to win as well, right? It was the timing on the walk-up with one rifle in towards the B bomb site. The other round was the clutch out from Fame, the 1 versus 3 post plant. Just finding an opportunity to actually convert these rounds cleanly. Mister back on the elevated angle. A little bit more reserved this time outside of the initial utility that's thrown in. Not going for the info plays. They're waiting for the walk-up. Bit of a one-and-done angle. Finds the first. If you can drop the smoke in, you're buying a ton of time here. And again, it makes them feel so uncomfortable on this. How many times have we seen them getting these opening duels with no room for a trade?
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to trade out and run and gun that one, but because there's so many angles, like running out, you're on Xbox, Temple, potential of that secondary box on the right side up on the platform. Plat might even be double stacked. You've seen that before. Players on the site, players donut. So it's such a horrible spot to get killed from, and that's why we're seeing more teams actually Molotov the platform on these kind of peaks. Draw away the play, similar to like top of hut on Nuke, if you think of it that way. Get rid of those pesky vertical angles. Makes it so much easier for you to like either lurk out or at least explode out. But the freest of kills for Mister, 10 kills to his name alongside Cabby. 2 of them are doing a great job. And our VP, once again, struggling, having to push with sub 30 seconds on the clock.
Incinerating the backline to make it uncomfortable for the plant. Norbert could be key to the round if he could find the frag, but it's Lucky that's living lavishly. Here's the trades we were looking for, though. VP still in this one. But Mister's able to swing 13 seconds on the clock. The 1v2 for Electronic. And the angle favors Mister again. Hat trick for him in the round. Another one converted. You found your footing on the bomb site, but no room to take it home. So an 8th now. Looking to close this one down 9-3.
And whereas the next half might be rough, if Sashi can pick up a 9th, man, I mean, that is one step already ahead in this map of just taking it outright.
And they're good on the pistols, Vince.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, very high win percentage on the pistols. Another player I kind of totally missed there in terms of his impact is Lucky, and I don't remember seeing him with the AWP. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's just been rifles the whole time.
It's been a pistol, SMG, A1S. And it's crazy because obviously we've seen his impact with the AWP over the course of this event as well, right? You think about that matchup versus Eternal Fire. It's very quiet until he suddenly came alive towards the tail end of the game, was racking up the kills, huge impact on Inferno. Norbert gets the walkout. He's able to just go in and find that pickup. So Quee's down. This time around it is an opening duel going the way of VP. Doubling up towards cave side, looking a little bit uncomfortable on this one. VP have been able to get in to this bomb site multiple times. It's been about closing it. That's where the problems have been there. But you're afforded a little bit more utility this time around. So Stereo smokes up on either side. You get the molly on the bomb site, flash in for Flit to take space through cave. Meanwhile, the mid, distraction, works with Electronic. And the last 3 players thrown into an uncomfortable retake. If they were looking for a 9th, it's not going to come easily. You need a huge round from this duo. They've both been popping off, and now they're playing together on the swing out. They're winning the duels. Low HP for Electronic. He's got to wrap the whole way back to fight towards ramp side. Buy him time late in the round. And Lucky's finding the kills. All on him now. 1v2. Oh, that's a beautiful shot down towards the ramp. Fame looking to force him off. It'll be another clutch for him. Swings off the bomb to take the encounter. But Fame does grab that one.
I think that kind of encapsulates all the VP struggles that we've seen so far. Like, you had a vast advantage into that round. Yes, you had players on pistols and kind of awkward buys, so that's fair enough. But like, you're still struggling to claw and kind of edge your way into taking a round that probably should have been yours for all intents and purposes. I've got a question mark Queez, though, in that position on the cubby. Like, he doesn't have any backup. Typically, if you're going to play that cubby angle, you're going to have someone cave watching you back from platform, so you can focus on the lower side towards the double doors. It's the freest of kills. You just see the Tech-9 run up, put it to the side of his head, and blow his head off. There's a free rifle upgrade. That's a really strange read. I don't know if there's a lack of comms. You said it was a bit awkward, and they both backed out of cave, like almost tripping over one another. So I can only assume that they weren't on the same page. The issue is, those kind of mistakes cost you rounds, and against teams like VP, that could be the difference going into the second half now.
And there's been a bunch of those throughout their run at the RMR. Obviously, a lot of the rounds they've been converting, or when they do have these heroic moments, you see players popping off, which bodes well, because obviously the individuals are looking relatively good right now. It's only Queez that's kind of quiet, which in its own right is a worry, because he's had some show-stopping rounds, right? We've been singing his praises. He's a bit of a rifling lunatic. Blessing to that is, though, Vince, I think moving into his T side, it should be a bit better for him. He can set the pace of the game. I'd favour him there. I feel like he is damn good when he's got an AK. If he can take fights towards you, you've got to bypass the pistol first. We're into this one. Second half pistol going live. 3 players set up, holding for the mid walkout. Electronic, Fame, and Jame in position.
And you highlighted it. They're very good in pistols. 55% win rate on Ancient. On both CT and T side, and that's why explosive all together. Fame now has to try and hold on, and he does so in style with 2. It may not be good enough, though, because they've already taken the site and made it theirs, pillaged onto the A side of the map. And now Flit and Norbert, who've both had a bit of a rocky start, have to try and close the gap. Now, they do have a smoke and a kit in the hands of Flit, but Norbert stuck by himself on Donut, and he's fell down to Mister, who goes huge one more time. 16 frags, and 3 of them in this pistol. Oh, Flit has such a difficult task ahead of him. At least the timer on the clock isn't that bad for the defuse, so he can throw in the smoke and try and draw out some of these Ts. They're going to start to peek. Needs to get some clean headshots right here, right now. Won't be forthcoming. Going to have to try and get on the site, and Iceberg will deny. Lovely round from Sashi once again.
So I was saying you've got to watch out for him on those pistols. And as much as the stats make you believe the VP could have a nice CT half, so there's no rounds left to play with, it might be too late to get started. There's been a couple of instances, though, where it's gotten a bit uncomfortable in the anti-ecos, where we've seen Sashi win a pistol round, then it starts to go wrong for them. So I'd hope you avoid that here, as this would be a great map win for them, right? One map closer to the major, but it's also then you going into a map you're comfortable on. It's your home turf. You're able to really deal some damage. Show us what you're made of. Off angle here for Fame on the walk up. I mean, if they don't clear him, he's not only getting info as they both walk around, but thankfully, flick back over. Mac 10 will spot him.
Molotov to the Iceberg position. Going to force him away. Up on the Xbox, but Iceberg also gets tagged in the process down to 9. Trade through middle is always going to go the way of Mister with the AK up against the USP. And they also have Cabby that's just making a slow movement out on the B side, clearing all these angles and relaying that information to their teammates. They're going to smoke red, and James gets dragged through the smoke. But smoke red, and they can cross over onto the B side of the map where Cabby has already made inroads towards the CT spawn. Maybe they can get a pick on Iceberg, but it's only the Mac 10. It's the expendable weapon regardless. This is a 10th round to the Danes. A commanding lead. And Cabby going to pad those stats a little bit more with Queez. Clean sweep. Can keep that into a bonus round come the next.
Yeah, they had insurance policies on that one on the walk back towards mid, playing off each other. Of course, those are the easy ones. You take the pistol, going up against the lesser weapons, just the USPs there in the preceding round. Now it's up to VP to course correct. Show us what they're made of. It would be 6 rounds back-to-back to tie this one up. A1S is across the board, utilities there as well, so minor concessions made. No kit for the late retake could be problematic, so maybe they want to try and take this one a bit more headstrong. Fights towards mid once again. It's a 1-for-1, but quick response out. They're barreling into the bomb site. An angle that we haven't seen, though, is where Flit's been lurking. As a flick back over Vin. Somehow this is a 2v2, minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. And you can bail on this. They don't need to commit. Still got a smoke and a Molotov for Queez.
I think Jay may have heard them run back outside of A main, though, but they're just being careful. He's allowing Norbert now to rotate back over onto B, making sure it wasn't a fake. But yeah, like you mentioned, like so much time still on the clock. They can start to play the mind games. As long as they stick together, they should be good for a 1-for-1 trade into a plant, and that's where Sashi have been so good so far, like their individual skill. And we're discussing how, like, tactically, they're probably superior to VP. When it comes down to the individuals, that's where you're expecting the electronics, the fames, the flits to really stand tall. Well, that's just not been the case in this map so far. It's been all Sashi.
Oh, Norbert. Felt like he was going to get overwhelmed on the peak there. Lucky's been really crisp. Norbert almost doubling his frags inside of that round as well, bringing himself up to 5 total. Important one to close down. So they are able to weather the storm, at least there. Still money to reinvest. Sashi with the Kalashnikovs once again, utility to play with. You got Fame on that MP9. He could be a bit more aggressive with it, play a close angle, see if he wants to get himself control of A main early. Sashi, they love fighting for mid on T and CT, but this time around, Mr. just tucks in towards the elbow. Flashes himself back through. Everyone else grouping up as well. They've gone contact through A main. Ooh, timing on the swing for that one, just as the flash comes over.
There's no follow-up peek, so Mr. can just walk away. They don't have too much in terms of collective utility belt. Only 2 smokes and a couple of flashes of the Molotov. Looking to go for that platform peak is where Mr. really thrived. And we'll see if AIM can survive in this spot. He's had a solid performance after a pretty slow start. The Shadow is going to betray Queez here. Easy pickings, and he's able to actually dial it back as well and survive on full HP. Nades tossed in to just remedy and soothe the retreat. An Iceberg stuck behind that smoke. Are they going to push through it? No, they're hiding inside it. I thought they were going to push into Donut. That would have been madness from VP.
They both play inside of the smoke. With Norbert on the wrap out towards Red Room. He wins the duel as well. Iceberg, great adjustment shot. The second's a rough one, but he still is able to fight his way through it. Takes the batteries out of Electronic and looks to power down VP in the round as it's only Flit and Jame left. 23 seconds on the clock. Some impactful kills here. Could still save it for them. Give them a 6th. Maiden to the back. It's a fake tap on the bomb initially. Cabby dodging the damage from the HE. You're biding your time for the backstab. James the key piece. He can win the duel on Cabby. Triggered discipline for that one. No nades though. All about the rule jewels on this. You can't smoke it off. You've got to run in. Caught with the peak on the reload. Jay, low on health. Lucky knows he's in a round winning position here. Just tucks back in, throws out the flash. He's just got to slow it down, Vince.
Exactly. Play the time, play the bomb. James going to stick onto it. He does have a kick, comes off, tries to bait Lucky, but shoulder peeks in, and there's no way forward now for James. He will go down, whether it Lucky or whether it be the bomb. His fate was inevitable. Lucky also sent packing out of the round, but with a smile on his face and an 11th round in his back pocket. Great round from Iceberg, man. 2 huge kills.
Yeah, big recovery, right? He looked scary. They were kind of trapped in. You're thinking they've got 2 players set up inside of Donut. You had the flank round the back from Norbert, who won that fight instantly. Even looked like there might have been a window. The late flank from Jane. But it doesn't pay off in the end. So it's 11 rounds now, taking a tactical pause as well to work with, knowing they're in a real power play position, trying to figure out the bar in terms of the reinvestment with how close these rounds have been time and time again.
Oh. Man, Electronic is 0-7 in opening duels. I cannot remember the last time I've seen that stat for him individually, ever.
Especially here as well, like where we were literally saying, he was kind of like, he was the beast on Ancient, right? They couldn't stop him. Anyone we were playing against, he was the key man. He's finding 4K, he's finding entries. So the fact that he's been so quiet, he's not getting those opening duels, paints the picture of why this is going as dominantly as it is.
Iceberg may go down, but Mr. is in position one more time. Just backs away a little bit, funnels into his teammates. They can smoke out and try and isolate these players. Electronic gets aggressive, but he's also punished as a result. The HP bars dwindling on the T's, but they are able to get two, and Cabby, he's wrapped around the back, and Norbert has no idea. VP are entirely clueless about this position.
It could go both ways, though. If Norbert tucks in, plays on the off angle, they've got to wrap back through spawn. He's calling for them to come to B. Clears out towards the doors as well, but didn't fully extend in. He might not know about the angle that's in play. And with such low health, oh, this could go wrong so quickly. He'd have control of the bomb, be in a great position to close it out. He sees the skin. You can full commit to the swing there with the SMG. Lucky. Does deliver the payload. Hits the head. Cabby knows he's got to be a bit more forward thinking now on the round.
It's good damage from Norbert, though. Molotov goes in. It's almost baiting that Cabby's not up close as well. It's unlikely you throw that Molotov if you have a player up close. I think that's going to bait VP into a false sense of security here. And the spray comes in from Cabby. There's the one, but the low Lucky is finished off. And Flit on 8 will save the day for VP. Or just delay the inevitable.
A round of small details there. But what matters most is the individual as Flit shows up with a 2K. It felt like it was Kirk, I'm right there with you, thinking that one was just going to be closed down with the Galil on the close angle. Although Sashi get that bomb plant, obviously the cash flow just isn't great for them. And VP keep the 1 AK alive. That will stay in the hands of Flit. Everyone else reinvests around it. 2 A1Ss, FAMAS, MP9. And all the nades they need for a good defense on this CT side. We're going back to basics at mid here. They set up for it, going contact, flash over the top, run on in. James playing anti, looking down towards the lane, so it's easy for them to line it up. So no shenanigans here, they get through it, make a bit of money on Electronic as well. So the recovery's starting. It's the key rounds though, it's the buys. That's where we've seen Sashi being able to convert a lot of these rounds. So round 19, an important one here. Jame on the AWP for the first time, though. This is the first time we've seen an AWP entire game, Vince.
You might be spot on with that one, yeah. We were discussing how we didn't see it on the first half for Lucky. I don't remember seeing it for Jame either on the T half, so you may very well be right. I think it also goes to show how scrappy and back and forth the economies have been, like tethered and torn. That last round, it real feels good for VP. Building that confidence, building the bank, but they got to do something with it. And Mr. once again, entries for days, up to 8 or 9 at this point. Sure, he's tagged, but Jame in an off angle needs to hit the shot and back away. And even with that kill, it may not end up mattering unless they can hold on. And Norbert putting them into that position to maybe fend off the onslaught.
They had done the hard part, fighting out mid. But a rough duel versus the FAMAS of Norbert sends them back into an equal situation. This could still favor Sashi late round. Running the clock down somewhat as well, and there's still 2 more smokes in play for the CTs. One of them is the pocket of Jame, though, and he's playing aggressive inside of the donut, looking for the mid-cross in case they try and sneak up through Red Room, go for the wrap round the back, or the late rotate off on towards the A site. Instead, it's the walk on in. Tons of nades on Quiz. Flit in the cubby, back up from Norbert. He's watching for the cave run out.
That's a good setup, isn't it? They have at least cordoned off and isolated the 2 CTs from one another. Flit gets baited in from Norbert, who lays down the hammer. 1-4 trade back onto the site. Lucky on 20 kills up against Jame. A battle of the AWPers, but an assault rifle facing the sniper. And although Jame has an incendiary and a smoke, there is currently no kit for him to use. There's one dropped around the site, I think. he's not sure as to where Lucky's backed off to. And Lucky watching the narrowest of angles on the entry. It's going to be an awkward one for Jane. You assume that he's going to peek this one, but it's whether he's scared about cave presence being a possibility. Molly tossed in and gives himself up to the side. And Lucky will oblige, pushing him off his Mortal Coil and getting Sashi 5 map points on VP's choice of Ancient.
Huge round. Plays an angle for the headshot. Knows it was the AWP that was left last alive. Sets himself up. It looked a bit messy on the run out here as well. You're thinking Norbert and Flip playing off each other nicely to bait the attention. It was a good crossfire. But Lucky gets it over the finish line. Iceberg absolutely erupting there, isn't he?
The Berserker rallying cry.
Oh, mate, they popped the bloodlust. Third tactical pause going to be used. Fair enough. I mean, you're 1 round away from closing this. Energy's at an all-time high as well. And the investment there, coming back to haunt him a little bit. I believe there's an AWP dropped. Saw Jane pick it up, but where's that bad boy gone? Limited nades as well. It's actually just winning these openers so consistently, man.
It's Mister, isn't it? 7 opening picks. Meanwhile, on the entirety of VP, you have 5 opening picks in 19 rounds coming into the 20th. That is just simply not good enough.
You might be able to bait him in here. You fire off the shots with the 5-7, hoping that Jane can find impact with the AWP, but the Molotov just isolates him. He's sent off to the burn sword instantly, and you can't recover the weapon. Oh, it's out of hand's reach. Still a duo inside the donut. But again, another first pick. A 1-for-1 trade. Electronic, he wants to go for the run, grab the AWP, the smash and grab, but it's more smash from the side as Sashi is there cracking in the heads. And Norbert's the only one left. Clutch or bust. This is a 13th round for Sashi. They'll pack it up. Move on to Inferno. And he's walking right in. Tap's good from Lucky, straight to the face. Iceberg keeps it calm. They know they're 1 away from the major. Don't celebrate too early.
Yes, still work to do, but so far so good for Sashi. Able to overcome Virtus.pro on the first map here, and I got to say, you know, for Virtus.pro, the problems continue essentially. You alluded to it at the start of the broadcast, Maui. This is a team, it was meant to be on paper super exciting. You know, when Electronic joined, everyone was like, oh my God, this is a statement of intent. They're going to dominate moving forward. It just hasn't panned out like that. I mean, for me, probably in all of Tier 1 Counter-Strike, they're the most disappointing team to watch right now.
Soulless. That's how I would describe them.
Yep.
They are just the most soulless team when I watch them play. When I see VP in the server, they frequently will try by starting with a default. It almost never seems to work in the games that I witness. And then they just try to go for these XX at a spawn. And it's just like the same thing every single time. And people are like, oh yeah, they changed. They run execs now. But it's like, that's because their defaulting is just so bad. So for Sashi, I want to give them credit though. Didn't talk about them as much as I maybe wanted to in the pregame, but in terms of the actual ideas they have out of spawn, the CT disruption, the amount of crunches they went for lane and middle, I got to give them some plaudits because they actually have some really well outlined utility. They know what they want to do in terms of taking space away from their opponents. And for a team of VP stature and caliber and the players that are on the team, you would think they had the answers, but they did not.
No, I mean, it was like an impenetrable defense when it came to Sashi, and it was really because of multiple fronts. I mean, you had Mr. locking down the A-bomb site anytime he was tested. You had Lucky with a rifle most of the time, taking care of business.
Been a good tournament for players called Lucky as it happens, actually.
Yeah, indeed, very much. And then, you know, it was one of those things where like they almost had a 10-2 half on the CT side. They had 2 mishaps on an anti-eco. One time with Flip just catching a crazy timing on the B-bomb site. One just kind of a rough round, to be honest. But still, this is such a solid defense. When you switch sides, you know, they're just such a well-balanced team. It's not going to take them long to figure out a solution to close out this game, and that's indeed what happened rather quickly.
I mean, I think that's the thing that's really surprised me is, you know, you think about previous iterations of Virtus.pro under the leadership and tutelage of Jane, you would think of them as slow, methodical, tactical. They're counting the pennies. They're monitoring the economy. And realistically, that's like almost like no longer their identity. I mean, it just feels very disjointed.
Another word that I would used to describe them back in the day is procedural. But now it doesn't even feel like they have all the processes necessary in order to exert control over the map in the way that they want to. It always feels like they're getting caught out by early aggressions. It feels like these other teams that have adapted to CS2, which is make things a little bit messy, make things a little bit scrappy. I feel like VP just try to play this squeaky clean style, but they're so far behind from the get-go that it's almost like they never can even recover into some of the rounds.
I can't agree with you more, Maui. I mean, I think this is like, VP was like one of the last bastions that held on to just defaulting only. Like, they were one of the last teams to finally kind of give up on that play style, try to implement some changings of pace, some more execute-heavy stuff, as you've kind of alluded to. The problem is, though, is that they have now become worse at defaulting. They're less sharp. Their timings are worse. Like, their trading efficiency has tanked. And they're not as good at execing as other teams are. So it's like they have tried to make the move, but it came too slow, and they haven't really been able to figure out how to make either one work.
Yeah, and look, I mean, to contrast that, Sashi, I mean, you know, say what you want about them. I mean, this has been by the numbers Counter-Strike. I mean, it's absolutely spot on in every situation, playing the percentages. I still wouldn't describe it as necessarily exciting. It's just like ruthlessly efficient.
I'll be the bad guy here.
Okay.
I'll be the bad guy here. I mean, you know, Sashi got one guy behind them, he who must not be named, apparently. No, they got Hunden behind him, okay? Hunden has been, he's notorious for his ability to take people from the Danish scene, make them look greater than the sum of their parts with well-executed ideas, strategies, and in many ways, Hunden was the keystone foundational piece of what Heroic became, which was the team in Tier 1 Counter-Strike with the highest floor. The players on Sashi are good. They're all right. Like, but I'm not also even going to try to sell you on the fact that, like, Lucky, Cabby, Iceberg, yes, these guys have looked good in this system. They didn't look good for 2 years. Like, they were not good until Hunden got there. It's kind of like what Barry did to Saw. You know, these Danish coaches just come in, say, hey, we need to make things more efficient here. And it's actually just like Danish infrastructure. All of a sudden, you can bike everywhere in the city, and it's like there's no questions asked. I mean, I'm trying. It's a bit of a stretch metaphor, but you get what I mean. It's just,
no, I get it.
They really are just about making things look efficient, and they're about making it so that they have a very defined style.
I mean, that's ultimately the tragedy of it all, because, you know, it's like if you were to go back in time and talk about the coach, he is someone who literally was headhunted for his ability to put together teams, disparate parts, unheard of players, incredible scouting, get them into a system that used to make them work. And this is why he was so highly prized. And it's like, here we are now, and it's kind of like, if you were to ask the average CS fan, it's kind of almost like a little bit distasteful. People would want to root against him. And it's like, you know, I'm all for second chances. I'm all for redemption arcs. Gone through a few myself down the years in a 2-decade-long esports career. But I mean, ultimately, it's hard to root for them, even though they're doing all the right things that you talked about. Over to you, Dust. We turn our attention to Inferno.
Right.
Obviously, Sashi's pick here. So the theory is they would close it out 2-0. What are the victory conditions here?
Yeah, I think for them, I mean, we've already seen them win this map twice in this tournament, including against Eternal Fire, one of the better Inferno teams in the world. And their online has been really strong on Inferno. Meanwhile, VP not so much. And I think it's one of those situations where these teams are capable of playing Inferno in similar ways, where, you know, you're going to have your grounded default, but then you're going to mix in those fast B pops, those fast mid pops, and just kind of vary it up to try to keep your opponent guessing. Sashi just does it better. I mean, that's really the biggest thing. Like, they're more efficient. They're just overall more fine-tuned, in my opinion. And what it's really going to come down to is this. It's like Flit has to come online. He is responsible for entering for a lot of the strats that this team runs. He's that B control guy. He's also a B defender. He's going to be going head-to-head against Mister, who had a fantastic game just now on Ancient. That's going to be a very key matchup across the board. And I think it's also going to determine, like, who has more impact on mid. Is it going to be Cabby or is it going to be Electronic? And so far, Cabby has looked the hotter player of this tournament. So I think those are the very key matchups that are going to be the win conditions for each team.
Yeah, I like that you bring up Cabby. I watched his demo against Eternal Fire this morning, and I just want to say the way he's rotating around, he's generally an A rifler both on T and CT side. And when he was just rotating against Major and everything that he was trying to concoct in those rounds, every time he rotated into a position, even if he just got there, he peaks with such great great intent right now, and I think this little streak of good individual form from Cabby can elevate this team to actually qualify right here against VP, and he would probably be my man to watch in this game because he moves so much across the map, so much of it is on his live reads, but even when he gets to those positions, he just takes such strong duels. He pulls off little donk slides, just good jiggles. He makes his opponents feel really uncomfortable in the micro.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, guys. We are going to a break. After that break, we're going to find out what circle of hell Virtus.pro are in because it's Sashi's Inferno.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
All Virtus, no pro on map 1. It was the Danes, the Sashi squad, showing up with a huge map victory. Electronic felt absent on the server, Vince, and off the back of that, we saw VP going one map down on their home turf. We move into the second now. It's Inferno. Sashi taking 2 legit wins on this map over the course of the RMR. They lose their opening game, and we saw the quality of CS they were playing to win those.
Oh, they looked really good. And that's 2 legit wins against Astralis, albeit, yes, the whole device situation and Bro coming back in, but then beating Eternal Fire 13-7 yesterday. We got a chance to cast that game, and it was clinical. They were leaps and bounds ahead of Eternal Fire, especially on their CT side. Eternal Fire got like 1 round on their CT side. Even though they were getting consistent picks from Xantares, they were locking down banana control, but that clutch factor was always going the way of Sashi.
It really was, and it felt like that longer the game went on. Lucky, obviously, the man that has had a major pedigree previously, right? Attending back at PGL Stockholm 2021 with Astralis, he was showing up massively. The only key round there was Woxic got a 4K to shut him down. Outside of that, it was all Sashi the whole way through. So 2 good ticks in the Inferno column, and because they won Ancient, they've set us up to actually close it here. And obviously the difference is this time around, it's not another game. It's not another stepping stone. It's you securing all 5 of these players attending the Shanghai Perfect World Major. It would be huge for Sashi. They've been the kings of grinding online Counter-Strike, finding their way through these online qualifiers, but at the LAN events, they always fall at the final hurdle. Here though, Vince, it means so much more for all 5 of them and the organization that would get its debut into the Valve Majors.
Yeah, I mean, this would just be astronomical for Sashi and these players as well. And they've been on the periphery for quite some time, going back to the Copenhagen RMRs, obviously, the qualifications that we casted a bunch of them in.
Yeah.
They've been a team that caught our eye very early on as being that potential next big Danish team. And they're on the brink of getting a huge victory here and securing that spot. Now, yesterday when they played on the T side, it was Cabby. He was a man possessed, 112 ADR, tons of kills and damage. We'll see if he can emulate that one more time. Electronic gets smoked off on the brackets. They're looking to try and wrap around here. Somehow he goes down, but Norbert gets 3 kills in quick succession. And although Queez comes out of the balcony and takes one of his own, Norbert may have just saved this round.
Blockbuster pistol from him. Has he read this one right? He's walking up for the next fight, hits the headshot. This could be the ace for Norbert to kick off the pistol round. 4 already in the pocket. And he's got the smoke. He can focus on the defuse here. You're back towards pit side in the 1v2. With it being covered, he's just going to outright defuse it. Takes the round, won't give a damn that he doesn't get the ace. As they confirm that one. Great play from Norbert when they came running in through the smoke towards the mini pit. Lovely connections. And heads up call from the CTs on the response, Vince. The first round going the way of VP. And obviously we've been discussing the quality of those pistol rounds for Sashi. This time it's all Norbert.
Oh yeah, just a ridiculous opening 3 and then finalizes with the 4. And as you say, once the smoke goes down and the defuse starts to come in, the bomb's not planted for that position. He can't just spam it in his safe spot. He has to go out into the open. And when you consider that Norbert started Ancient 0-6, by the way, he had a horrible map overall. Yeah. That's one hell of a way to make your entrance here on Inferno. Now with the post plan, Sashi coming with some weapons, Flip pushing down, Banana aggressively, the flash is on point, Mister gets both!
How on earth has he gotten away with both of the kills? Mister's blind, but still fragging. The Daredevil on the server. And this really is turning into a bit of a Hell's Kitchen. You've got to turn up the temperature, try and slow them down. It's James that's got the incendiary. He's looking for the jiggle. As soon as he catches contact, dash that in, just stay alive. SMG to put to use. In reality, though, I mean, holding on to the weapons they've got over towards the A side, that's the best call. For James, he's hoping someone comes barreling through the smoke, looking to seize the initiative. Now has the posture off, so it's a free player save. Instant reset. Oh, keeping these 3 weapons alive, it is like the only blessing they have. If they lost these, especially with the knock-on effect to the economy, it'd be head in hands early. How did he get both at Banana?
And there's like 2 or 3 flashes tossed in. I think one of them was a CT flash that just went horribly wrong. I mean, he was a man possessed on Ancient. The amount of entries.
Oh, yeah.
Like an 80% entry success rate. Tons of kills. Like, obviously, got himself prepared for this match, and he's feeling it right now. But yeah, that is a huge fumble if you're VP. They wanted to get aggressive down Banana and take control and command of the position. Cabby goes down to Norbert from the back, but they're just fine with that outcome. It was worth the gamble of taking a weapon or two away from VP. And when you look at the stats for VP on Inferno, it is pretty bleak, but they've only played it 3 times. And to be fair to them as well, it may be a bit of a false narrative in the sense that they did lose to Na'Vi, fair enough, one of the best teams on the planet, of course, and Furia. But they lost 13-4 and 13-6 and never really had a chance in the game. That is maybe where the pause for thought comes in. And on top of that, we know Sashi are very good. 80% win rate after 10 maps played.
The T side of Inferno, it goes back to one of our original talking points, which is how good they are with their utility. The offensive lineups that they utilize going in for the fast B hits, they were able to find themselves so much banana control in the game versus Eternal Fire. Always getting the damage in. This time it's not as clean as they would have liked. They take a bit of chip damage onto Cabby and Lucky. They've still got nades, smokes most importantly. 3 players grouped up, playing close towards the balcony side with Jame in position on Arch, so it really is only Flit. Best case scenario for him as the execute comes over, he tries to slow it down with the smoke. But again, finding no impact here, it probably will be another round where you're just cycling it out.
Yeah, this would have to be basically a raid boss round for Flit. He's got nearly a second. It looked like that spray may transfer into the head of Mr. But he gets his 5th of the round, and it will be Sashi dialing in the digits for a second. Somewhat surprised that James is even getting up close here, but he wants to toss in a grenade and try and finish off one of the stragglers. They have already, of course, called this round as a save, though. You can see the bulk of the CTs are back on A. Allows them to come back into the next round. Of course, they did fully invest into this one. But yes, Sashi off to a 2-1 lead. And what's also a little bit scary here is we know Cabby is very good on the T side of Inferno. But again, it's Mr. that has started so very well. There's a lot of threats on this Sashi team.
And they love conditioning teams to always be so paranoid about the early B starts as well. They'll fight for banana control, they'll always barrel in, they'll try and give as good as they get to look to make you believe it's going to be those consistent gravitations towards the B site. Late round, it tends to be the arch wraps where they fall back and try and hit out towards A. So if it ever gets tight on time, we'll see if Sashi adapt. Pause going to be called in here. I mean, fair enough, obviously. Coming into it, Norbert, big round on the pistol, right? You're thinking, oh, here we go. VP waking up, trying to find their groove on their CT start. Instant reset round. Losing a couple now. Piece it together. Come back in with a game plan. Do you prefer the standing or sitting coach method?
Standing, 100%.
Yeah?
Yeah. I feel like I would respond more to that because it has a certain level of energy to it. And I don't know. I feel like it's... I feel like if I was a player in this position, I would want an IGL that was more sort of like a leader of men alongside tactics and those kinds of things.
So you're basing it off height? Like, he might be bad at calls, but he's 7 foot?
Not yeah. Not necessarily height. I mean, if that was the case, Taz would probably be the best coach in the world, right?
Yeah, fair play.
He's
fair
a large
play.
man. I think it's that energy that's behind it. It makes you want to believe and follow somebody.
Yeah, the passion,
you
the
know,
sort
like
of
the
way
passion,
you inspire players.
You saw that from Ash with Gamer Legion, like animated, stood up, like constantly trying to rally the troops and everything. So yeah, for me, I think standing is the way to go.
Ash has got the best coach animations, hand down. Like the way he sort of throws out the nade sets with his hands, where he's like, look, you got to go for the flashes. So animated, so fun to watch.
Death's pretty good for that as well. We saw from
True.
He was dancing at times as well.
Mate, UK coaches. That's what we got. We make up for it. We make up for it. And this is one of these rounds as well we were touching on. Like, if they're not going for the B hits, it's always these wraps round arch side. This is what they love playing for. They've got a bit messy at times versus Eternal Fire, but they've been besting VP at every turn in the head-to-head. Ooh, you talk about heads. None left. Headless Flit. An electronic inside of the smoke. It's all getting a bit awkward on the run out. I mean, they find 2 picks straight back. Again, you've got map control to play with here, though. Both players on the bomb site, they might not know about Cabby. Trigger discipline's good for one. He's going to see if he can line up for the second first. Flicks back across, but James readjusted. And suddenly it's just Mr. left in the 1 versus 1. 25 seconds on the clock. B-lines it. A marathon straight towards the B bomb site. James left the clutch. Has a HE, though.
He does. There's going to be a smoke for the cross at least. So James may be unsure as to where he's actually planting. Instead, James is going to blow open, but he's behind the fountain. Diligent from Mr. We saw them exploit archers so many times against Eternal Fire, but end on the B site. James, in the meanwhile, in the periphery of the smoke comes through and survives with 7 HP. Mr. so nearly the hero again that Sashi desperately needed, but James clutches out with a 3K.
Oddly, that round really is giving me flashbacks of some of the rounds we were seeing versus Eternal Fire on their wraps on Archduke. This is kind of what was happening to him, right? It gets a bit disjointed, especially this. I thought this was kind of the round-winning play, actually, with a tuck-in towards Mini Pit. And Mr., as much as he was racking up huge rounds on Ancient, God, that one's really got to him as well. Frustrated in the clutch. You know how close you are. That's got to be the crazy thing for all of these players, right? It's only Lucky that's attended a major before on this team. For everyone else, you're so close to the dream. Everything you fight for, every reason you wake up, you get those deathmatch hours in, you grind Counter-Strike. It's on the tip of your tongue, just don't give it up.
They know how close they were to taking the 3-1, but more importantly, shredding the money for VP. Ton of grenades, smokes, being exploited by Mr. Aggressive once again, getting the opening pick. This man has been undeniable. VP desperately tried to tame him, but he refuses, man. He is on a different level today.
He's playing to the pedigree of the position he's in. Beautiful rounds to see. Passion on his face as well when he's playing this. Wonderful human element of it. Down to a minute here. It is going to be the B execute. Smokes, Molotov, and the flash over the top. Prime, James, scoped up, looking for the run out. He's always good for one on these, but he's getting a bit paranoid about the hit. Tries to readjust the angle. You've got support of Electronic. There's the first face. Connects onto one. Smokes down, but Mr. gets through it. Tucks in towards the pit. But James, quick flick. Another kill. 1 by 1, mauling them. No room for trades. Such individual fights, and all down to one man with 24 seconds. Vastly outgunned on the site.
He's using that smoke as a bit of a reprieve, but once that clears, he's going to get shut down in the back. Surprised he's still alive. HE over onto Shadow, decent damage, but Fame more than healthy enough to withstand it. You know, as much as we were saying that Sashi are a level above when it comes to like these set plays and utility usage, that was a pristine round for pop flashes and counter flashes on VP. They tossed in 3 or 4, consistently blinding the bulk of the aggression on Sashi. Mr. was fully blinded for like 5-6 seconds, and there was no possibility for the avenging kills to come in because they were just being forced back from all the utility. Really good hold overall for VP. That's much more like what we expect to see from them.
Mr. running straight back through the smoke. Oh, taps with a Tech 9. Softens up Flip. That cannot kill him. The rest of the squad gravitating towards brackets. 2 Deagles in play in the hands of Cabby and Lucky. Lucky trying to find his first frag of the game here. They bait the crosshair on the jump out towards Library side. Iceberg running up close, making it awkward for the AWPer, but the backstab contingent is there. And they're just looking to try and make this one a bit more costly. See if they can strip weapons from them and potentially squeeze out a bomb plant. Electronic on the balcony, good for the defense on Cabby though, and opportunities are getting slimmer and slimmer the longer this one goes on.
The only pause for concern on the side of Sashi, even though it is still pretty early on into the game, is it is very top heavy with Mr. I mean, the rest of his team combined have 3 kills so far, and the ADR is incredibly low. You can see there 1, 14, 19. Lucky's not going to be faring much better, and then 155. One of these players is not like the others. And while it is early days, and they can certainly turn that one around, especially with rifles coming in, If that continues to be the case for another couple of rounds, that's where VP can start to really make some serious headway between themselves and Sashi. Cabby yet to get really into this game. Iceberg, another solid T-side player. Again, we're expecting to see Lucky pop off when it's the CT side, not so much on the T half. But Mr. can't do all this alone.
And that's the thing with Lucky. He is far more willing to play that sort of hybrid rifler into the AWP role when he's comfortable on his CT sides. We saw it in Ancient where he really didn't even want the scope once. He had opportunities to pick it up off the floor, just overlooked it. They wolfpack a lot on this map. Those early B openers, late A finishes on the R trap. And that's where we were singing their praises due to the trades. But obviously, if the squad's starting to cool off a little bit, or potentially just feeling overwhelmed at the angles they're fighting from, it's not painting the prettiest picture for them. But for VP, situation you're in, if you want to go to the Major today, you've got to lock this one down. Take it to a third map. That's the only timeline they have to close this. Slower default this time around from Sashi. Oh, 2 players up inside of the apartments. They're Jamie and Electronics supporting each other. Walk into this slow, you're going to be a dead man.
Wouldn't anticipate the double peak. Electronic in the meanwhile, though, an important trade goes the way of one of the star players on VP, who was very much a dull presence on Ancient. Good to see that he is arriving now, though. That could be another win condition coming through. Another very good counter flash, keeping Sashi away from fully exploding onto the site. And although they have time on the clock, they've expended all of their utility for that one hit. You can see there's tons of smokes down that are about to fade. They've only got a Molotov to play with, and they must know that there's going to be at least 1 player on the A site, if not 2. And with each passing second, there's a higher % chance that Flip will also trade across to the A side. Oh, this is looking bleak right now for Sashi. They've at least picked up a bit more util there. Gives them a couple more options to play with.
No flashbang, though. That's the problematic part for me. You're hoping you can just bait out the crosshair and then get the quick trade-off. They run straight in. Electronic finds one, dips down. Mister still proving that he can do the business in these kind of rounds. They're calling for the rotate back now, so you do have a window of opportunity to at least confirm the plant. They can't deny it. They can still look to win it off the back of the retake. Incendiary's good as well to soften up Iceberg and move him into a worse angle. Another round that relies so heavily on Mister here.
And Norbert, if he can strike from above onto Mister, that's the round done. Iceberg is way too low to deal with that. Norbert in position. Been a bit quiet since the pistol round. But that kill, so impactful, so vital. VP may concede the bomb plant, but they've got the 5-2 lead they were looking for. And Sashi's money's in this weird middle of the pack area where you could maybe justify a buy, but it's going to be far from ideal. Lucky's still on 0. The ADR is so grim for Sashi. It's kind of what I was talking about before. Like, Mister's got 3 of the 4 opening picks on their team. He's out damaging everybody else on the team additionally.
Yeah, puts it into perspective how rough it is right now. It's their T side struggling to really find much impact. Oh, mid push down for Electronic. Playing on the close angle cubby. He can backstab onto this. Potentially double up as well. There's no room to burst round the back. They're a bit more paranoid about top mid, so Iceberg has to go in late, and they're already set up for it. Could potentially get the tap off onto the AWP Jane, but you've missed your opportunity. This is going horrifically wrong for them. Happy to burst up second mid, go for a fast play towards the A side, but it lurks down on T-steps, but nothing gained on this one. Round 8 is a dud.
It most certainly is. Good news, though, on the side of Sashi is it was a half-buy investment. Therefore, they're going to have a full investment coming up. But yeah, they are running out of steam a little bit. I also wonder as well, Jackie, like, could this be a bit of doubt creeping in? Is this a case of realizing that they're on the brink of doing something truly special? A life-changing moment for some of these players? That's where you've just got to put that out of your mind and focus on the here and now. You've got 1 map up. You're in such a good position right now. And sure, it's 2-6. It's looking bad, but we know their CT side is rock solid. If they can get 4 or 5, I think that could be good enough. But you don't want to psych yourself out.
Well, it's a faster bracket hits on this one. Cabby straight in round quads. James snipes down onto the first, gets himself into a good angle to support as well. Cabby still trying to make plays, but look at Iceberg's angle. He tucks in, even taking the fight on the swing back out towards Library, but they've read him like a book. And you're eating the nades. 2 thrown in, trapped in position. James Crosshair ready to rumble. And Sashi switching it up, going for the tempo hit. Fast round quad, but nothing gained. The difference is here as well, versus Eternal Fire, it felt like they were really giving as good as they get, and they were always being able to take top banana control, make it uncomfortable for the setups towards the B site. Almost feels like they're paranoid about B now. They feel like they're just losing out on the hits. You funnel yourself for a fast hit on A, and the orb's there, dismantled.
I mean, James comes under a lot of scrutiny, especially in this last sort of 6 to 9 months, but that is an exceptionally good round. 3 picks. Calm under heavy duress. Exactly what you're looking for from an IGL AWP. This will be feeling very comfortable right about now on VP. Their money on quite a few players is brimming. Over 10k on 3. James, one of them, and then you got Fame at 7.7k. It's really only Norbert that's struggling a little bit, and they're going to be good to buy probably for the rest of this half now. In fact, definitely for the rest of the half. We're getting towards the end stage, and Electronic decides to push through on the bedroom side. They try to double stack it, but Cabby plucks Flit out of the air, and he knows that Electronic's up close too. So one of the first times that we've been into a 1-for-1 early trade that's maybe exploitable from Sashi's perspective in quite some time. But what do they do with this momentary weakness that VP is suffering?
They took the fast control at top banana as well with the molly and the deep smoke. And they've already walked off from this. The Cubby angle though, if they don't find this pick onto Electronic, you can be baited into the scope of James. Your attention's on him, he can backstab, peeks out. Good for the headshot, uppercut onto Lucky. Looking so timid on these trades. Before it was quick reactions from Sashi. This time it's all Cabby in the round and nothing more to be said from him. Mister playing a great game, but with such little health and vastly outnumbered, runs into the abattoir of Arch. And Fame chops him up.
Some excellent protocols and bait and switches, though, to be fair to VP. Having Electronic in the cubby and then watching from the library bracket side. And Electronic peaks afterwards because you're like, oh, they probably have one around on the quad or maybe pit, maybe balcony, where Electronic's played quite a few times already. VP have got a really good read on the CT side. And it's been toothless from Sashi. Discussed it quite a few times. It's been kind of a one-horse race on their side of things, and this time Flit shutting down Mister. Molotov underneath his feet and a barrage of bullets to his chest. And VP gained the advantage again, and banana control on top of it.
Just can't win out on these openers towards banana whatsoever. Fame stays alive on 8 health, but he's another presence on the server. Battle of attrition's going to favor them. He can just walk back off. 2 players set up on the balcony as well. So VP really keeping them guessing if they go back towards the late A here. And that's what we've seen, right? If it goes wrong towards banana, you walk up, try and fight brackets. It's been the same result quite a few times. Iceberg was looking for the pick back. Oh, don't give James an inch on this one.
Yeah, I did feel that, really, when it was the aggression that Sashi was showing against Eternal Fire, that's what got them the wins. Just this, like, ruthless aggression style of run and gun in your face, not let Eternal Fire really get stabilized or comfortable, but they've not been able to shake VP out. They've not been able to take them out of their comfort zone and mess with that balance. And these slow and steady rounds don't really pay in their favor for the most part from what we've seen over the duration of the RMRs, especially on the T side at least. They do get the 1 pick into apps, which is onto Fame. They're gonna have to come through this smoke, and Norbert delivers with 3. Shuts it down before it can get in full motion. VP 9-2. They're making this look so straightforward.
It feels like the names have just been flipped from the first map. And the difference is here as well, like the individuals that were a little bit slow to the boil, they're giving it right now. Electronic 11-5, far closer to what we expected from him. It was an off game. And that's Ancient what we expected him to be, the big dog on the server. Norbert coming alive in the pistol round, still being able to find his impact as well. James almost feels immortal. Only gone down twice, he's kept the AWP alive in so many situations. 13 frags, deep nade in. Missed up, he keeps trying it. We've seen previously how good his control towards Banana can be. It felt like, he sort of had plot armor in a few of the rounds we've seen from over the course of the RMRs. But on this one, always eating the HEs, always forcing them to funnel off, go for the fast hit towards Arch. James in position again, scoped up.
Well, he's playing right now, top of the charts and 14-2. Don't expect him to miss these shots. He gets tanked down to 34, but once again, the CT's just repelling the push, annulling any of this aggression. Lucky still yet to get a single kill on this first half. May very well finish the half on 0. And Queez isn't faring much better. About to get shut down in the back from a proactive play on Electronic. Lucky at least gets one. But damaged in the process. Now under heavy duress. Doesn't have control over the bomb either. Smoke to try and buy up some time. Second frag through, but it doesn't matter. VP, 10 rounds dialed in.
He's been absolutely owned there. Now, I know obviously we were saying, like, the CT side is good. Problem is, a lot of the pieces that hinges on is, like, Lucky being able to play a great game round towards quad side with the AWP. He was very proactive with the picks he was finding. He might not even get that chance. Lose a pistol. It could be a slippery slope into a third map quite quickly. Again, for the fact it's Inferno, Vince, doesn't feel like this game's been live for very long.
No, that's very true. And I see all of your points. Yeah, we're kind of building up this idea of like, yes, actually CT side's really good if they can just hold on. Well, it's not this good.
No.
It's not to the point where you've got 2 rounds and, like you say, the pistol, which is always important though, it's basically do or die. You lose this, you're pretty much going to Mirage. Even with a win here, you need to have a significant step up in performance from Lucky. Realistically, you could say the same for Iceberg, who's on 3 kills. He's normally up there in terms of the fragging. Also the guy that's getting loud and energetic and really trying to rally everybody else. Well, he's been silent. He's not had anything to be hype about in that first half.
And we've seen that haunt them before, where, he really does get a little bit too in the moment and then realizes, like, oh, okay, when we go on a losing streak, the energy's just not there. No one's firing everyone up, so they all start to get a bit more frustrated. Mister goes quiet. And this round, he might be able to support off the back of Cabby's play, though. 2 of them inside a boiler. They peek up, hearing all the footsteps, but Electronic good with the Glock. Norbert even goes back in for more. And you're wrapping straight into the bomb site. Lucky with the Julies, but can he really make a play? Inside of the pit. Swings out on the first. Bomb going to be going down. They're trying to bait out the face as well. He's got backup. They can play together here. They're winning their duels individually. And that tap onto Fame leaves him so low. You can try jump straight on this. Fame will backstab onto 1. No kit for them either. It's got to be the full defuse on this, Vince.
Yeah, the kit went down in arches, so it's even difficult to pick up, but that probably is it now. The full defuse comes in, but he pulls off the defuse, and now Queez tries to take the action to the T's. Flitz wasting all the time. They lost their kit in Arch, and that basically was it. He goes back onto the site, but he don't have time. He has to just back out of there.
And there's the kit. The important piece that they didn't have. Could have been the round for him. And that's soul crushing. That's a rough one. You see the reaction on his face, feeling like he's let it slip. Great duo there from Electronic and Norbert on the fight back. The 2-player setup inside a boiler, hoping to catch him off guard, but just doesn't work. And this is what I was talking about, right? If we were really setting this up for Lucky to be sort of the star of the show, he's been slow on his T-half. We've seen that before, but the resurgence is not going to come around in the form of the AWP. It's got to be forced early, because otherwise you're just going to have no buffer of rounds. This could be over. We could be looking at Mirage before it even starts. Trying to play at least with weapons they've got. They go for the mid-control push. Get ahead of this. Actually working out really nicely for them. But Norbert, he's been coming alive, and it's this duo again, Vince. They drag it straight back. All of the weapons they had, all the benefits, that's been wiped away. You're down to 2 players with just Eagles, and the bomb site's been taken.
Electronic going to go for that full plant and behind a smoke that's just been deployed. They do manage to get their hands on the AK. I think there was a couple of FAMASs. There's a ton of weapons, to be fair, strewn across middle. But even if Sashi can get back on the site with that kit and get the defuse in, their next buy is still going to be so bleak that they're going to be up against it from here on out. And that's a big if, because Electronics on the back of the site gets the spray down. And he's looking for another kill, but Queeze puts him out and gives Sashi an opportunity, the smallest of chances to maybe grind their way back in. It's going to have to be flawless from here on out. 3-11. VP may tap out and realize we've got such a buffer of rounds we don't have to force, even though they know that Sashi's money is going to be pretty bad. Yeah, so something like a Hero AK makes a lot more sense. Try and do damage, but don't fully commit to this round.
Yeah, you can still chase the economy. One flash, one smoke as well. That could be key late round. Flick gets the smoke off towards top banana. All the initial nades dumped in. That's all the offensive utility gone for them. Spam's good though. Connections across. Trying to recover the AK. Oh, running around inside of the smoke. You hear the footsteps as he was looking to grab that gun and scavenge it back into play. It still does pass hands as it goes flinged off his corpse into the hands of Fame. But how costly can they make that? That's what they were looking to do. See if they can make it uncomfortable for Sashi, of course. Any weapons you get out of their hands. Even if you lose the round, you've got such a big buffer. You just want to make it rough for them on their CT side start, setting yourself up for the win.
James using this as a tactical timeout, you can see. In deep conversation as they sit back and utilize these 55 seconds. Keep the AK alive for the next round. Make sure everyone's on the same page. They will have to go out and die, obviously, at some point with these Glocks. Electronics about to go ahead and do just that through on Boiler's side, having a quick look as well. Relaying the information too that there's certain sort of set plays and set positions that they can say, right, Lucky's been up on quad one time. Keep an eye out for that going forward. And now James going to start to make a move over onto the B site into his inevitable demise. 4th round will be coming towards Sashi, and they'll grab it with both hands, but it does feel like the tables have entirely turned and like flipped over. It's now like Sashi that are basically playing for pride, like VP were on Ancient.
Yeah, it's been VP that are ruling the roost. AK held on to for Fame. He can still have enough cash to buy himself Kevlar. That's why he felt comfortable holding on to the weapon. Nades dropped over. Investment out for the rest of the squad. Norbert with a Mac. Electronic with a Tech 9 in his hands. Economy still brittle for the CT side, though. You could break them. Round 16 going live. It's all about grinding this game out, the consistent rounds again and again for the CTs. Opening Gambit. Double HE off the corner. Could bounce right into the face of Iceberg, soften him up. That's a nice double HE. Left with 34. Finds impact at least with the backup of the Incendiary. So 2 picks. They slow down the initial hit.
He's just getting a bit lost in the sauce there, juggling weapons over and over again. Fortunately, he didn't get pushed. And on 9 HP, he's going to replenish that smoke. Takes the AK as well. And still playing up close. This is surprising. Because you know if the one bullet comes through the smoke or if a HE is lobbed over there, you're very likely going to get put down in your place. Now backs off. And if they can keep all 5 players alive here, Sashi, this does the world of good to their overall standing. It allows them to build up that economy. They can continue to run with these bonus rounds. If Lucky dies at some point or if somebody else does, they can trade weapons, get Lucky on that AWP, and that's where things start to get interesting. Spray's decent from Iceberg. The low player is now finalized. And Mister double smoked off. could prove to be costly. Maybe you want to get a smoke down on Coffins or a second smoke on CT afterwards, but it's been blown open on the frag down from Norbert, and somehow he survives on 2 HP. They've already done so much damage in this round, and it's no longer guaranteed Sashi even get this.
You need another pick, and you need one soon. Time's expiring on this. James tucked himself into the off-angle close. Oh, the trigger disappeared. They're going to run right by. They have no idea. Labored spray, though. It all goes wrong. And Norbert with 2 health left to clutch it. Time is so tight on this one. He wants to peek out close towards the bomb site. Takes down the first man. Someone's going to jump on it. Oh, scary scenes. Sashi find a 5th. But considering what they had on that one, Vince, how is this so close?
Sashi have got to make it interesting, Jackie. That's all I have to think about that one. I mean, yeah, let's also put it into context. James has had a horrible whiff.
Yeah.
He could and should have got both kills.
Should have been the round.
Then the round's over. The fact that he doesn't get 1 kill is kind of crazy. I can only assume he thought he had the first frag and was already sort of entertaining the idea of transitioning across to the second. But that is at great cost to multiple players. Iceberg, 600, Mister, 650. They do have the AWP though. Finally, Lucky has one to play with. Kind of run and gun up on the banana. Down to 52, Flip will fall. But yeah, that was certainly a round of Counter-Strike, Jackie.
Yeah, it's one of the rounds of the RMR. Could be a horrific moment to have replaying, though. James going to be waking up in cold sweats if somehow Sashi are able to bring this one back. A key round would have been match point for them. Oh, he's seen the barrel. Lucky! Fires out the warning shot. There's the peak on quad side, but as soon as those pistols get in lethal range, it becomes problematic. But this man can be so lethal. Good for the first 2. Slows down the initial push. 40 seconds on the clock. Flashover's perfect. Lets him get up close, and he's rearmed himself with the AK. Boost over for Lucky. Can you redeem yourself?
Yeah, Smoke was so good at isolating Quiz from the rest of the teammates. They divided and conquered him, segregated, and then put him out of his misery. Another smoke put into play. You say, can Lucky make amends? I think he may have spotted him, but he also realizes when that smoke clears, he's out in the open. He's susceptible to being fragged. Time ticking away. They need to start making moves onto the site right now. Mister's going to be pulling the puck first and getting out there, but it's Lucky that opens up. James, in the meanwhile, gets one, but traded back. And with the kit, there will be enough time. Another ridiculously close round that Sashi pick up on VP with a half bite at best.
What on earth? Felt like it was all going so wrong. But they find a way back in, you pull off the retake. All they're looking for is the rounds. Doesn't matter how they get them right now. As long as they can actually keep their economy above water and keep consistently grinding these, then yeah, they're all of a chance. Last time out here though. 3rd and final one called in. Final opportunity for everyone to chat amongst themselves, reset mentally, go back into it. Iceberg very vocal on these. Looks different though, doesn't he, in terms of his composure? How we were seeing him pop off throughout the flow of rounds previously. Every time they win, like he is the guy that erupts again and again, always screaming, targeting each player on his team, like pointing out like you had a sick play. This time it's a lot more sort of composed. He's looking to just think about the overall round, try and keep in his own head, call a great game, and find a way to bring it back. But your hardest test is yet to come. VP, reinvestments there. James got the T side AWP. Lucky, we were talking about the fact, right, he needs to be a big boon. CT side AWPer. It's where he can deliver, Vince. But how hot's he feeling?
Well, he missed that shot onto the Tech9 player, right? The Tech9 just round the corner and he shot a bit preemptively, and that effectively cost his team a couple deaths and additionally the post plant. So he needs to get locked in now. He needs to start finding some kind of form. Sashi have done a really good job of just hanging in there, keeping themselves in this game somehow, some way. Like you say, grinding out the rounds. It doesn't matter how you get them. Still an AK as well on the CT side. Jump spotting his Iceberg, tries to back away and nearly gets punished. Drop to 48, and that HE drops him even further. But he does have backup in the form of Mister. Not much utility between the two of them, though. A smoke and a flash, that's all they have.
Might be too late to get it off in time as well, but you're going to throw it down, but they're already ahead of the smoke. Fame straight through. Rest of the squad's now coming in. You're trapped on the site. Iceberg isn't cleared out towards second oranges. He's able to get away with one, meaning you can peek up on the elevated angle, spam over the smoke. Mister gets impact back onto Electronic. And the cavalry starting to rotate. Wrapping out through library and looking to assist the squad. Couple nades left as well. 2 HEs, got the double flash. They've all got kits. So time isn't the issue. It's about being able to actually play off the back of this one. Seeing a bit of skin. Jame knows. Oh, they nearly given the double up. Collateral damage is Jame in the back of the bomb site. An angle he's so comfortable in. Relying on his troops to fight for him with a single point of health. Doesn't take the shot. They get up close. Pre-fire's good. Flit. Left to clutch at top banana. And nothing more in the round. He's got to run away. Oh, the volley. Oh, mate, if it spread a little bit more.
I saw Lucky go down. I thought that was a diffuser for a split second, and I thought it also fully spread to deny the defuse for a little bit longer.
He's touching his toes.
Oh my goodness.
There would have been no time.
He's got his fireproof shoes on. He's all right. I mean, Jame was super fortunate, by the way. They double naded him down on the new box, and he was able to survive on one.
Oh, God.
Again, though, they hold on. They hang in there.
They're answering for now. Ooh. And this is what we were talking about. This is what I wanted to see. Those proactive picks from Lucky, where he reps himself, where he goes out swinging. Uppercut's good. It's onto Norbert as well. And he's had some key rounds, like the multi-frags he's had, it's all been impact. It's been in cheeky angles where he's able to make the difference in a key round for them. So him going down earlier, that's a big scalp to find. Don't count them out though. Somehow VP, they've been answering back over the course of this game.
Oh, very important trade here. Iceberg needs to get at least one, and he goes down without too much damage inflicted. You can see they were trying to supply the pop flash for Mister's position on Coffin. He's not going to be able to do too much to stop this push. You anticipate the smoke's going to be here sooner rather than later. Double smoke it as well. In different angles, so the smoke wouldn't be cleared from one HE. Not fully exploited anyway, but Mister is keeping VP uncomfortable, keeping them weak. Double nades come in. Fame somehow survives. Down to 17. He falls, but a lot of this is going to be on Jame and Electronic shoulders. Can they bait out the CTs into the open? James already struck once, changing up his angles. An extra grenade finalizes Fame. And now Electronic from the boxes will pivot in before dropping into Shadow. Fades away into the shroud of that sanctuary, but Quez is going to bring it back into the light. Oh. Damage done from Jame, but there is the counter frag from Lucky. And again, Sashi, yet another round, come back and repossess the site, get the defuse, and somehow survive.
The difference the leg makes. Another round where James so close to being able to get it over the finish line and grab match point for them. But look at the round timeline. It's so ridiculous, right? Like, they take the pistol with ease, and then it's just consistently been Sashi round after round. They're all retakes, nearly every round. It's off the back of a retake into the defuse. This is carnage. I mean, Sashi, now I'm believing. You've made it to 8.
And this is exactly what happened against Eternal Fire yesterday.
Yeah.
How many times were they 2, 3 players down and they clutched? The clutch factor was off the charts, and it's the same here again. Some of these rounds, they had no right to even be close into. A lot of those rounds, teams would have gave up and played for overtime. But Sashi are here, they're like, nah, we want to win this in regulation. And you can't blame them. Their success rate's crazy. 4 rounds in a row with a defuse. But because of consistent buys and round loss bonus, VP are able to keep churning out these full investments, these rifles, this AWP again for Jame. 20 kills, by the way. He's had a great map.
Flick gets a visual on the jump up. Across the head of Iceberg, utility dumped in, deep HE, most of it onto Jame. Flashed up close, expecting the run-in. They don't clear car, it could be an issue. 1-for-1 trade. Fame upgrades off the Galil to the A1S. So 4v4, single player on the B-bomb side, running dry on utility though. He's got nothing left in the back pockets. Unless those nades drop for him, he's going to be absolutely bone dry on this one. Single HE, that's all he's got.
And VP have been so adamant about hitting this B site time after time after time. Whereas there's been a fast rotation in prior rounds, that's not the case here on Sashi. Like you mentioned, Mr. basically all alone, a one-man army. That's what he was on Ancient. We know he can live up to that mantle. Grenade in, clear out, dust off the cobwebs, but sees nothing on the approach. Decent damage, but unconfirmed. Would like to have the HE to try and deny the bomb plant, but there's no longer any of that available. And Electronic makes moves down into the garden. And picks out Mr. And that could be the call for the save. Finally, Sashi run out of lives. Finally, VP looking good to convert a plant into a round.
Nothing left for them on this one. They were seeing if Lucky could get a shot off with the orb. At that point, it'd be a 3 versus 3. They could still try and go through it, but with no response back. Too little time. Not worth the risk of losing these weapons either. Unstable economy. It's always down to these 1v1s, 1v2. So as much as they've been winning rounds on their CT side, it's never being able to build up and give them a nice flow of cash to work with in the game here. So it doesn't get any easier. Especially with VP now having match point looming over the head of the Danes. The writing on the wall is that Mirage is getting closer and closer. But VP just need to close it. That's the second round we've seen from them on their T-side campaign.
Yeah, only the second, but they've had many, many chances. Smoke deep down on middle this time. And starting with 3 players on B. Now, it's always curious, if a team conditions this hard onto B site, when are they eventually going to hit A? The damage is so good. And Fame, who's had a bit of a slow game, is picking up pace. 1 kill onto Iceberg, missed it down to 48. Is this the moment where eventually Sashi are broken and sent to Mirage? Not if Mr. has something to say about it. Smoke down. And darting away with a flash, a different angle, but he gets spotted and fragged out from Norbert, who goes for the pre-fire.
Great read from Norbert. Cabby, break the smoke. See if he can leave them broke. Spamming out the warning shots, couple tags into the leg of Jame. Again though, money's in a real bad spot for them. They didn't have the nades they needed coming into this round, so it's only 2 flashbangs you've got left. That's it. No HEs, no Molotovs. They've got to run in off the back of it. They're trying to get ahead of the smoke, just being spammed back. Can't save this one, boys. Lose this. We're going to the 3rd and final map. They want to go for the boost over the top. Electronic, aware of the possibility. Spamming down. Here comes the hammer of Electronic as VP are able to finish it. They take Inferno, and it all goes down to Mirage.
Indeed, we are going to Mirage, and speaking of things that don't exist, clinical Virtus.pro performances. It's never easy, even when they have a lead, and it's like, look, they've done great to overcome Sashi on their map choice, but ultimately, they get ahead, they get to 11 rounds, and you even turned to me and said, explain to me now, Richard, how this will go 13-11, you know? And it's like, yeah, you're absolutely on point. It's so many elementary mistakes on their T side. Some horrible individual moments as well, some notable mistakes, some whiffs, and it's just like, when are Virtus.pro going to get it together?
I'm not sure if it's going to happen anytime soon, Rich. I do feel like Sashi in this game were pretty thoroughly trounced for that first half. In all honesty, if anybody wants to learn how to play any position on CT side Inferno, just watch any POV of a VP guy, but only the first half. Do not watch the second half, okay? Because everybody was throwing great utility. Their reactions were on point. Anytime Sashi were going for any kind of map control, it felt like they had the perfect counters, VP that is. But obviously, it's a tale of 2 halves, as VP couldn't hold a bomb site to save their lives.
Yeah, it's one of those things where this was obviously like a very CT-heavy map for both sides, but it was very differently how they got there. You know, when you look at VP CT side, they had to fight tooth and nail for it and just kind of shut down any openings that Sashi were going for. And Sashi, despite them flipping through almost every page of the playbook, they couldn't really come up with anything on their T side. They couldn't find any openings. It was the complete opposite of Virtus.pro. They found tons of openings. They had plenty of opportunities. They had plenty of post plants, but they could not close out rounds. You know, you had Jane with that double whiff kind of at the back of coffins. You had a round where they missed a molly on the bomb, so the diffuser was able to stay on it. And there was just little things like that that kept happening to VP that were extending this game for longer than it should have been. But at least Virtus.pro, to their credit, did eventually find a way to close, and a lot of it came down to just some big performances from Electronic and Jame.
The utility damage from VP, I want to say the vast majority of that happened in the first half, and it kind of, again, plays into what you were saying, Dustin, just really characterizes this game well. VP were very good with utility early on in the game. Even the second half, they were pretty good with it too. It's just that they couldn't, once they got into those bomb sites for whatever reason, they had a very tough time converting.
Yeah, it's so strange because obviously, look, you know, I do watch a little bit of Counter-Strike, but
at times,
yeah, I've been known to dabble, but it's so. I just think they're getting progressively worse. That's the thing that really frustrates me. It's like I have to catch myself and look at the roster and then think back to all the excitement when Electronic joined and kind of, you know, all the punditry around how this team, you know, oh wow, could they go and be like dark horses for another major? They're so far away from that, and I think it's worth saying, lest we forget, no one had any particular designs on Sashi doing well. No one was really going out on a limb to say this is a team that's going to go through or anything like that. And, you know, credit to them. They made a fight of it. They actually show they've got a bit of tenacity and a bit of bite about them. But I just think Virtus.pro are their own worst enemies, ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, I mean, they were off the back of a decent result at Rio coming into this tournament, and they had a lot of time off between then and now to try to work on things, so I was hoping to see improvement. And to their credit, like, they're getting wins. It's just not happening in the tidiest fashion that you'd want to see based on the talent that they have on paper, but they are slowly getting the job done. If they ultimately win this series and go 3-1, job done, and then we'll have to wait and see what they do in the major itself.
Yeah, I guess we can look at this as well. This is kind of how the round was breaking down. This is what we were alluding to. You know, you're looking at that run at the bottom for VP. You know, you get that pistol. You think, okay, well, this is going to be a quick one, guys. Get ready. We put the headsets back on. We're going to sit in the chair and talk about how wrong we were about Virtus.pro. But then Maui just stayed my hand. He said, no.
You gotta know what's coming when it comes to them. I mean, 5 retakes for Sashi.
Yeah, look at it.
5 retakes. I mean, Inferno is known notoriously as a map that many casters have written off once they get into a post-plant position. Usually they'll say, okay, round done and dusted. They'll start preempting the next round, maybe even talk about how we got to that point this time around. But for this game, you never really felt like you were comfortable if you were VP. And it's because of kind of a variety of reasons. But one I will say is, like, Jay messed up 2 of those post plants horribly.
Yes.
Like the one where he was at coffins and just whiffed, and another one where he was actually playing banana with an op and he let them just run into sight on his player that was at emo, just get peak dry. Like those kinds of moments are where you look at the stat sheet, and we did highlight James as the player of the match or the map, and yet it just feels like empty calories.
I don't agree with that. Exactly the phrase I would use. Empty calories. You know what I've been calling Virtus.
Yeah.
I think it's the Jane Vanity project. I think everything is about him. The roster is about him. The calls are about him. The economy is about him.
Yep.
Oh, that's all good, but it's like you compare that to like a 3D Max with like, you know, Maka, and you see what he's doing, and he's actually delivering for his team when he's getting all the resources. James been getting all of the resources, all of the attention, you know, all of his own way, and yet Virtus.pro are getting progressively worse, and there's no getting around it. You know, that's just the brutal reality.
And for like a greater scene narrative here, the whole switch a couple months ago from rating 2.0 on HLTV to rating 2.1
really showed him up. It
was practically the Jame nerf. It showed that his drop off was so apparent once you started taking away stats from him, once he started actually just saving and getting a kill. Like they kind of lowered the rating buff you get for those kinds of numbers. And even people like Shiro, who we say are empty calories, only had a slight nerf. You know, his went down, I think, like 0.04 or 0.05 for the year. James went down, I think, 0.07, 0.08, like one of the highest possible it could have gone down. And it's just because, like, it's where KD actually lets us down as a stat, like kill death ratio used to feel really good to look at because usually people were playing to win regardless. But now I really feel like James is one of the only flag bearers for the idea that KDR means I'm good. Like he's one of the only people who's like press tab. It's like no, that doesn't really work.
No. Dust, we're going on to Mirage. We've seen Virtus.pro, this RMR, have some problems on this, obviously losing passion. What do you think of the keys to victory here, and who do you think is going to take it?
Yeah, I mean, outside of the passion game, they were 7-3 in their last 10 games on Mirage, so some recent success, including at Rio. And I think one of the big things you saw from Virtus.pro that I've been impressed with, actually, one of the few things I can actually say that has made me happy about VP, is they have broken the mold on this map finally. You know, they have finally gotten away from playing default, and they finally have followed the trend that we've seen a lot of teams do, where it's more about set pieces, it's more about fast 4-1 split play, it's more about being aggressive, and they are kind of just cutting Electronic and Flit loose to do that. So if they can keep that up, they have a chance here. Sashi on the flip side, same thing, well balanced, and it'll come down to, once again, Mr. and Cabby to try to deliver against them. But the second factor is going to be dynamic CT opping. Mirage can be an opper's playground if they are comfortable on it. And this is a map where we need to see Lucky improving himself off the previous map performance by being able to get that op in there defensively well. And look, we criticize Jame a lot, and it's fair criticism, but if he puts his op in the right spot in the early to mid round on the CT side, he can deliver for his team, and he does have impact, and that could happen here on Mirage.
I really just love Flit on this map. I always have. When he was playing on Forza, even recently on this VP lineup itself, at times he's been one of the highest rated Mirage players in the world, frequently playing rotator positions. Back when he was on Forza, and sometimes when he's playing with VP, he's kind of the one in a 4-1.
Yep.
And so he's the guy that's going to be by himself, has to just go through that kind of lone wolf mentality, and just realizing that when they're setting up a play on one side of the map, he just has a great sixth sense for when to strike on his side. And so even though I think the camera's probably going to show the main portion of the action, don't be surprised when you see Flit's name just pop up sort of randomly on the kill feed, getting somebody on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Flit's so good at just pressuring connector by himself, you know, whether they're going A or B, and then, like you said, being able to threaten window, threaten ladder, and just be such a nuisance on his side of the map. So I agree with you completely on that one. It's a good call.
All right, guys, thanks very much. We're going to a break. For one of these teams, a spot in the major is an oasis in a desert. For the other team, it will disappear before their eyes. Mirage, after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The giants of Sashi taking on the behemoths of Virtus.pro, making them both look regular size here in the decider on Mirage. One of these two teams will make it to the Shanghai Major off the back of this map. They traded map wins. Ancient 13-7 and Inferno 8-13. With Sashi unable to complete the comeback, they start here on the CT side. VP, what have you got in store for us on the pistol? Two players down towards the underpass, and Iceberg with the beheading opener shuts down Fame instantly.
Allows him to focus his attention back over onto A, where Cabby's also picked off a player on Tetris. It's going to slow things right down on the side of VP. Norbert, who had a really good start to Inferno after being pretty much absent on Ancient. There have been a lot of inconsistencies back and forth between the two teams, but one thing has been throughout, and that's Mister. Nice spray from Lucky. Queez on the periphery gets the better of Flit, and now Jane with the bomb. He's going to be taking a look over on the B side of the map and see if we can get that bomb planted for the next round. We'll open up some options, but Queez has the right idea, pushing up onto the staircase, may get caught offside here. But Queez still nails him. I thought for a second after those first few bullets missed, I thought Jane was just going to turn on him and just tap his face clean off, but didn't happen.
Yeah, get the one tap off with the PT50. Felt like it. I was actually getting shades of Norbert again from Inferno on that one when he got his first pick. I was kind of worried for them on the dropout, right? The Julies were a bit shaky to start, but it pans out. So Sashi. CT pistol is theirs, it's locked in. Keeping that good conversion rate going throughout the course of this series. Just going for the hit towards A side though. You've invested in the smokes for the full take. Only one player on the scene of the crime right now, and that's Mister. Can he dissipate into the mist, tuck himself in and find a way to play on this one late into the round, calling for the rotate, smokes up. Cabby walks right on through. Gets dinged, but is able to protect his teammate and draw their attention. Up the ladder he goes. And if you can just close this one cleanly from here, it'll still be quite nice. But James looking to make it costly. Gets through the smoke as well. That's electronic.
Oh, the Glock, though, against head armor. Oh, it's going to be a struggle. I love that smoke that Mr. tossed down as well, by the way. It really did keep the T's from fully exploding out and neutralizing him, isolating him, and then trying to push onto the site afterwards. Good round on Sashi. And, you know, speaking of Mister and him being this consistent force, this complete juggernaut that's been unstoppable, coming into the third map, even after losing the second, he's still up at a 1.53 with 102 ADR over the duration of most maps. He is top by a considerable margin on either team, but over the last 6 months, Mirage has been one of his weakest maps individually. I think we can say, though, Jackie, this isn't an average day for Mister. He's really stepping up where it counts.
No, exactly. It's not your normal game of CS. Everything you fight for, everything they grind for, the games that they win consistently online to make it to events. But their biggest performance could be yet to come if they can stamp a ticket to the major. Fame has other ideas in mind. You remember back for him, his first major appearance was a victory. He took a trophy. It's hard to beat that level. 2 appearances over his career, looking for a third. And for the organization as well, 14 major appearances for Virtus.pro. It would be their 15th. Currently tied 5th all-time with Cloud9 and FaZe. And here into the third round, it's a great start. They keep it close to their chest as well. Don't give the game away. Still got a ton of nades on Norbert for the late round. Flashbangs in the pocket of Flit. Fame walking up through underpass. Could be caught from Connector on the peak, and that's Cabby hitting the shot.
Gives a slight advantage as well across to Sashi. So Electronic, who was reinvigorated on Inferno, down in the dumps and doldrums once again. Lucky trying to put that orb to use.
We could get caught on the side. The headshot is delivered from Jane. And I can focus the attention onto Connector, but Mr. is able to stand tall and deliver. Norbert, in the meanwhile, using that small amount of chaos to try and cultivate between him and Flit into a clutch. Neither of them have any grenades to play with. They are kind of playing off the same angle, somewhat one-dimensional. A wide swing from CT could bode very well on the side of Sashi. Flashbang up and over, looking to peek into this one, but Flit's now vacated, gone back into Firebox. Norbert, a different angle, but it's the same result with 2 more kills and nearly a third, but he baits out Queeze for Flit to clean up, and VP pull off the 2v3 clutch.
Success in the heist. They grab the rounds and make out like bandits in the 1 versus 1 towards the end. So Sashi instantly comes tumbling down back to the USPs, low cash to work with the reset coming out from VP. They had the opener. Felt like they had the mark. But the retake not going to work. 2-player push out from CT side, overwhelmed by Norbert. Wins his duel on Connector. Can't play this one like a rifle. Grouping up, going for the 5-player setup, looking for the fight towards mid-side, peeking out from short. They're just going for the AXX. They're going to be able to walk in, realize that the site's clear. Penny will drop. Oh, it's the backstab to the back 10 as well. He hears them all coming. Ton of money going his way. Dink in the back of the head for good luck. And another round. No shenanigans there on the dive through the smoke. And he is stacking the paper.
Yeah, printing the cash. Up to 5,000 on Flit. Jane, 4,750. Sashi will have a buy, but it's going to include a FAMAS on Iceberg. I'm not sure if Queeze is faring much better either. They trade back and forth. They do have the open play for Lucky. Didn't have too much impact, though, the last time around. And although there is quite a healthy dosage of grenades, Lucky incendiaries could be a problem. The lone one has already been used over on ramp, and they've immediately backed out of there. No one is watching the ramp side. No one's watching Tetris. Now they're going to finally have a check and a look, but it may be too little too late as Mister gets pummeled through the smoke.
Iceberg tried to make himself famous with the FAMAS, but unable to deliver as they're just overwhelmed. The defense crumbles so quickly. The smoke shots go the way of VP. And Lucky won't even get a look in. No chance to show us what he could do with the AWP in this round, as you've just got to hold on to what you've got. Catch a timing on the push out as well. So the only benefit they can have going into the next will be this scope if he can keep it in play. VP hunting for it as well.
That's a very big if, because VP know Lucky had the AWP. They heard the shot out earlier. And pardon me, they actually didn't. He's still got all of his bullets left, even in surplus. They still know it was a full investment. They know the economy is bad. So regardless, they need that kill, and they've got it. It's Fame. A good start for Fame and Flit, which has been kind of against the run of play for the most part over the RMRs. Those are the 2 players that have struggled just a tad. So everyone really showing up in this all-important decider. And I suppose, like, you can make the argument as well, like, VP, are they playing at their top level? Absolutely not. There's been issues here and there, but if they make it through 3-1, can't really argue with the result. They're at the major at the end of the day.
And obviously that first game they lost was here on this map. That was against Passion UA, 16-14 loss. It looks better on paper now with how good of a run Passion were able to go on. The fact it looked like they were going to be able to qualify to the major 3-0. But in reality, a game they should have won. It was a bit of a poor one in terms of the individuals. Didn't pick up the AWP either. They didn't want it in their hands. They're favoring this Wolfpack, playing together with the quick hits. You know as well, cash flow-wise, not really going to be the best weapons. Up close angles with a magnitude of deagles invested into. 3 of them brought out, no utility, not even a single flash, couldn't afford it. Dive out into underpass, Lucky inside the window. Grouping on short. Potential here for a bit of a pick with a deeg from Iceberg. But already Flit finds the first on the Mac. Let's see if he can clack back with this. Molly's going to make it uncomfortable for him. Has to push ahead, burning in it. Singed toes. And taken down by the Undertaker of Norbert.
Just one deeg left in play, but not for much longer. Mister through the smoke. There's that man Flit again, lighting up the scoreboard with the 3K in the round, up to 7 already. And another clean round, a clean sweep on the side of VP, and the effects can be seen firsthand with their money. It is astronomical right now. 3 players at 10k. Fame just investing a little bit, dipping under that mark, but considering it's Sashi already 2-4 down, and VP will be good to buy for another 3 or 4 rounds. Whatever happens, regardless. Sashi in a real spot of bother here. And it's kind of the nature and how these rifle rounds have just been dissected and picked apart with relative ease. It's also a bit of a cause for a concern, a bit of an alarm going off. Cabby tries to get aggro outside, but no one's there. Tons of smokes and Molotovs. And VP just backing off, waiting for the inevitable, expecting the aggression. And now that it's subsided, they can start to take a bit of mid-control for themselves and go to work.
Get the self-smoke down top mid, the molly can't come back in. They can peek on the side and look for the fight towards short, but no overextension from the CTs. Still a ton of time on the clock, and most importantly, nades in reserve. 1 smoke in the back pocket for Jame. They can set up for the run out here. Sashi on the response, looking for the counterplay back on mid side. Realizing the game's afoot though, no one's here. They bailed out from the positions they took. Smoke timing's good to block off the Palace run out. Mr. tucks himself back in. We saw what he can do in this angle previously. Bit harder now though. Oh, Molly's there. Just go for the spam shot, biding his time on it, lines it up, eventually gets one, tucks in, stays alive, but the peek back on the back line from Fame is good. Barreling out, dives across, movement's nice, he's able to get onto the bomb side, but Lucky, can you come alive? Last bullet, flicks up, Jame taken down. 3v2.
There's going to be a lot more Molotovs where that came from, though, and Lucky finished off by the shrapnel. The high ordnance doing its work. And now Queez marooned on an island between Flit and Norbert, the latter of which has been popping off. But Flit's been up there as well, flashbang up and over, and Queez has no real hopes, although he has the kit without any smokes or incendiaries to try and lock down one of these two. It's going to be easy pickings. The crossfire working a charm. 10 kills to Flit now with yet another 3k in the round. They mentioned on the desk to watch out for him on Mirage, and so far he has delivered.
The Flit and Steel that's burning VP's path back into the game. Shining bright right now with a lovely tap on his connector side and closes out the round with the adjustment. One of the few times it's felt like we've seen VP really celebrating as well. They've just been getting through this game.
Yeah, that's actually a really good way of putting it. It's like they've been enduring it, you know?
Yeah.
Not enjoying themselves, not feeling particularly confident, enduring, and now they can start to reap the rewards of their efforts. It's another clean pick, another rough buy. An Iceberg being sidelined for the time being. Electronic with another entry, and Queez not long for this world. Molly's all around him, has to fall back into Fame's crosshair. It is the same result, but this time over on the B site, where Mr. with the MP9 is going to get caught from 2 different angles, and it's Electronic that puts him down. This is a different look to VP, a far cry from that first map performance.
It's playing with the tempo, favouring the rifles right now, hitting them hard on the sight hits. On that one, obviously, pistols with the Deagles in play. It was Cabby that found 2 kills, but the impact isn't really felt with the round going down as quickly as it was. And they got a ton of money. It's a reinvestment straight back out. First time we've seen Jame want to go for the AWP as well. Head-to-head versus Lucky, but he's round on round looking for the fast pick and nearly gets his man on the jump.
We haven't seen Sashi really play with that same level of freedom and caution to the wind that saw them take down Eternal Fire earlier in the tournament. I mentioned before, like, is it a case of maybe getting their own heads just a little bit, realizing what's up for grabs? Nailing the shot is Jame. On the fadeaway, Lucky hits the dirt. Yeah, Sashi just feels so constricted, so uncomfortable. Just lacking confidence in how they're playing. Like, typically you're expecting to see Cabby, Mr. getting aggressive, They tried a couple of times, but it's like they've dipped their toe in the pool. They haven't really fully committed. Where are the underpass pushes that you often see from these guys? The mid takes up on top to try and isolate the T's. They're just walking one by one into their death. It's so one-sided.
They're getting blown out of the water right now. This will Cabby try and get his hands on the AWP and go for the swing out. Teammate dies in transition on the stairs peak. He's slain. Fame should have the backstab here as well. Should, but loses out. Low on health. I mean, best case scenario, it's the AK. Nades and the Kevlar dragged into the next. But the rounds, the real commodity, that's rapidly growing for the T side. I mean, VP, this is your major map. If you win here on Mirage, you're through, you're done with it, dust your hands off. And already getting 7. Sashi CT side, expecting to see Lucky come alive, but it felt like he had so long to react. James takes the top off, gets the second impact frag because of it late round as well. Just quiet right now. And I do agree with you, they're blessing. The thing that was winning them rounds was how good they were at trading and very aggressive CT side setups. They'd always take space. We saw it on Ancient. But nothing to be seen here. No AK carried over either. Backstab from James. So full house, broken money, down to about 3 to 4K there. Tactical pause going to be called in for the CTs.
Yeah, tactical pause, but in a very awkward spot, economically speaking. I mean, you got players at around top $3,000 to lower $4,000. Can't really justify a full-on investment here. Like, surely you'd want to prioritize and try and get lucky with the AWP again before the end of this half, see if you can cook just a little bit. But right now, it's been crispy from VP. So ruthless. Flit, coming into that last round, was on 143 ADR, 3 multi-kills, 2 opening picks, 12 frags and 3 assists. It has been utter dominance from his hands, but like everyone's really been chipping in. So yeah, Sashi go for more of a half investment, 3 MP9s and a couple of upgraded pistols. Going to try and get aggressive, I hope, with this kind of weaponry.
VP go back to what worked last time. Quick hit in towards the B-bomb site. See if you can barrel your way out. Pop flash themselves in. Electronic dives through with the Mac Daddy in his hands. Gets past them towards the bench. There's only 1 kill back and it's quickly handled. So the players stationed on the site, unable to slow it down or dismantle the push. Iceberg on the peek in. No room to expand on this one. Another one go in the way of VP off the quick hit. Same play, same outcome.
Got to say, I love the call, by the way. Like, after a tactical timeout, knowing the money's probably in a bit of a dicey spot, how many teams are going to be like, right, guys, a tactical timeout is stack B site. Very low chance. So just rushing out like that for VP. Really nice call. It's worked a charm. Sure, they've lost Norbert, but it's fine. He can just cry into those dollar bills because he is stacked with cash.
Now or never now, really, Vince, for their CT side. This is the buy they were waiting for. It's Lucky back on the AWP. And Mister, he's been having a heater over the course of the series. Tons of impact rounds. Ancient, that was his domain. He was just thriving in the carnage, consistently taking fights. Huge impact plays there. Cabby's still looking good, but where's the help? Where's the rest of the squad? Put this AWP to good use. Early mid control. Dives out, gets himself up on short. Looks for the peak. Flit spots it. He's comfortable in these sort of positions. He wants to take this duel all damn day. Blind, trapped in position. Cabby still aggressing, support of Iceberg. He's going to wrap back through, go into window. Nade's nice to slow it down, and Lucky with the timing gets the smoke off.
Trying to force their way out to the B side again. Lucky's been flashed a couple of times here and did have a chance. An opportunity goes begging. And it may not have been an easy one, but at this kind of a deficit, you've got to make each and every one of them count. Iceberg at the top of windows, peering in, finds himself Fame. So at least evening the odds, but Lucky still trying to hold on to B all by his lonesome. Oh, that kill onto Flit, though, really does throw a wrench in the works. Now, the only thing going in their favor is that Queez has already moved down onto ramp side, but you can see from the positioning of the T's, he's going to get bypassed. It's maybe a backstab element that could come into play further on in the round, but VP have the entire control of this map pretty much in the palm of their hands.
But they're going up through short. They want to execute late onto the B bomb site, and Lucky's the one that needs to win with this. He gets the jiggle out. They're trying to buy time for the short players to come in and be the trade potential. Dive through the window now, make it rough for the man on the bomb site. You've got the quick rotate in the back line. Important kill from Mister, but still, a round that's so hard for you to get over the finish line. 15 seconds on the clock here. Queez, he could be a key piece of this. They're going to try and tap that bomb now, swing out from Flit. He wants to deny it. 7 seconds on the timer. It works for him. No chance to grab it back and commit to the plant. The single kill there saves the round by the skin of their teeth. That's how Sashi find themselves a start on their CT side. But it's so late into the half. It's 8-3 already. And again, it's incredibly costly. Everything they invested into that one ripped from them. You've got to rebuy into it with concessions going into the last round of the half here. So no AWP on Lucky. That is not a luxury that you're allowed to have, and VP, with how they've been playing, could still be in a good seat to get themselves 9. It'd be a ridiculous T-side campaign.
Flash is good. They're going to try and peek into James, and the way he's been playing so far, he will not miss that chance. One step forward and multiple backwards on Sashi. They get the success of Queez on his long con flank. And then straight away into the last round of the half, you lose a key part of the puzzle. There is a wraparound again. This time it's Iceberg. He may get the timing. Norbert drops the bomb down on T-spawn. So if Iceberg can get the upper hand here, there's a way in. But Norbert, he's so on point, man. Like, he's anticipating that peak. He even slows down and readjusts his crosshair to head height and just nails Iceberg straight away.
Yeah, the slow face out into T-spawn. He's sent straight back to the spawn. Meanwhile, Flip, as we were saying before, he loves these fights. He's going to be ready for it on the first. There is a trade, but it's always going to favor VP with the position they're in overall. Commit onto the plant. Motley dashed out, so you're trapped inside a connector. 2 players playing off one another, round towards triple. Queez goes to the wrap in through CT side. It's a clean headshot from Cabby. HE into the back. If he can draw the attention, Queez can get the pick up on Norbert. Now it's a 2v2. James playing for the late round though. Prime time position to close this one. Bomb isn't really planted for him, so he's got to make his move up through con. And it's Fame that wants to fight. They're going to jump straight on it. Looking for the full commit on it. Just hold it. You're going to get the round off the back of it. There's no room for the peak. The bomb wasn't planted for James.
And like, Fame's not making a move either. He's not flashing. He's got to flash this entire time. Like, hello, VP? Well, regardless, they're 8-4 in the lead,
yeah.
So... That's a strange one, though, to end it, isn't it? Like you said, like, Jane was taking forever and a day to wrap around from underpass through connector, but the bomb's not planted for him or Fame. I'm thinking, right, he's just telling Fame, be an interference, be a nuisance, get them off the bomb, let me cook from con, and I'll seal the deal. But neither of them did anything. Just passengers, statues.
So it's 4 rounds at the tail end of the half there. Considering how the game was going, it gives at least a little bit of leg room for Sashi. But again, it always comes down to the pistol round. Traded blows back and forth. Sashi, never count him out on the pistols, Vince, but this one is worth so much more. It'd be your pathway back into the game.
Yeah, much needed one at that. And they'll know if they lose out on this pistol, then basically they may have lost one huge opportunity after being a map up in this series. And they'd have to go again in the 2-2 bracket. And when you consider that we have G2 and Spirit going head-to-head later today, one of which will also be 2-2, potentially Eternal Fire at 2-2, that's a pretty terrifying prospect for any team. And Sashi have conceded the first blood. Out comes them a couple players in Lucky and Mister trying to bypass the catwalk position. James now stuck on the back of the site. If he can get the 1 kill, that would be huge. And now Electronic lends him a helping hand. The bomb on the deck. It's been fumbled once more, and Cabby, try as he may, has been battling uphill this entire map with no one there to really help him out.
Bomb site absolutely surrounded by CTs. All of them focusing on the short walk now, but you've got the cover here from E-Box. That's going to be Flit's crosshair in a prime-time position. Electronic closes it on to Cabby. And with the pistol round confirmed, it's 9 rounds locked in for Virtus.pro. The buy is going to come straight back out. No bomb plant, no nothing from Sashi. This could be 10 rounds before you even get a chance to feel like you're playing on your T-half.
Yeah, it's hard to give VP credit, honestly, because a lot of their games, you're kind of scratching your head and you don't really understand like how players of this magnitude and level aren't performing on a consistent basis, but they have done a good job of bouncing back after looking like they were pretty much dead and buried after the first map. Especially if they can just cleanly put this one to bed. Get it locked into play as Flit is doing in this round. It's against an eco, of course, but still no casualties. Confidence building alongside the money count. 10 for the score. Sashi into a rifle. But I think one of the maybe criticisms that will come against VP on this kind of like run to the major, as it were, is when you look at the teams that they've played, like TSM, 9 Pandas, and now Sashi, they kind of dodged a lot of the really heavy-hitting teams in this bracket, to be completely honest. I think that's maybe something that people will say, yeah, maybe they made it through 3-1, but look at the teams they actually beat to get there.
Yeah, with some scrappy CS along the way as well. It was that opening loss for them versus Passion UA. And for Sashi, it's a similar story to what we saw back on Inferno, a game where you've got to play on the back foot, grind it out. 6 rounds to equalize would be required. Norbert inside of the smoke. Quiz trying to line up the crosshair, visualizing the frag. HG's going to go in, bit of chip damage onto him. He can tuck in, just play towards the set E there. SMP9 up close, he's going to know. He'll hear the nade going out, he can swing into you. Feast off the back of the SMG, upgrade to the AK, so already another pick, and no room for trades. It was just the one solo maneuver, because you're trying to set up for the A execute. Walk out from Iceberg, good for one, but Electronic inside of the sandwich, staying alive. Throws out the HE on the dive across. Iceberg will best in, but James here, listening for the audio, tucks in. Iceberg doesn't know. Spam out as well from Flit. That's onto the bomb planter. 45 seconds on the clock. At every turn, it's going wrong.
They managed to force the bomb plant down, but it's a heavy cost again to Iceberg, and this is where the fact they've only got 2 flashes to play with is a real issue as well, and they've also lost Cabby. Flit up to 22-6. With barely 14 rounds played, and Iceberg trying to use the extremity of the smoke to just play the off angle. Here's the bomb getting tickled. First frag comes through for Iceberg. Runs out of ammo though, and his health bar also depleted. VP 11-4 in the lead. At least with the post plant, maybe Sashi can scrape together a buy, but I mean, you are down at Last Chance Saloon right now. And they're calling time.
Heads up reposition from James as well on that one with the smoke. Gets on top of the site. Finds the kill, doesn't let Iceberg have a chance to take the 1v1s. And Sashi, now or never. This would be major point for Virtus.pro. Set up a Cabby with a smoke over the top. Everyone else grouping up for the contact play. Blocked by the Molotov for now. Norbert listening out on the jump spot. He can throw in the HE to slow him down. Molly's there to assist as well. The tagging absolutely ruins them. You're trapped inside of the flames. Jane gets the shot towards mid. That's your short player removed from the equation before they've even got out onto the bomb site. Hemorrhaging players. Virtus.pro licking their lips at match point on this one. And it's all down to Lucky. You imagine he'll be anything but in this round. They group up, walking back in. Paranoid about the smoke, but it's the white swing. Headshot connection from Electronic. 1 round away from the major. Sashi. They've shown us form. They've shown us their utility, their trades, how good their communication has been over the course of their run. But it might be a step too far here on Mirage.
Yeah, VP are locked in across the board now. If they were having a bit of a snooze, a bit of a nap on the first
all the way back on Ancient. They are here and they are ready to lay down Sashi and claim and snatch their spot at the Major. Iceberg already dwindles down to 67. We've not seen that same level of precision and surgical removal of these CTs as we have so often over the RMRs. Sashi falling apart at the seams and Jame just styling on him with his AWP. Fame shuts it down and now Lucky to try and save the day for Sashi against 4 players and can't get it done. VP lock their spot at the Major.
They have Vince there 3-1, and that right there on Mirage might be the most convincing we've seen VP here at the RMR. Guys, we'll talk about Sashi first.
Sure.
I'll also just add to everyone at home, we might have an interview coming in from Shanghai, so we might have to cut off abruptly. But look, you know, it's just a case of we go again. I don't think they were that much worse than Virtus.pro, maybe than the scoreline suggests. That wasn't a great map for them. There's still positives there for Sashi to take into their next fixture tomorrow.
I agree. I mean, I think the eye test certainly passes with how they like to play the game. I just feel like on Mirage, they didn't look themselves. Like the fact that they allowed VP to bulldoze them on that first half T side is just not something you usually see. But now you start to wonder about their Mirage because now this happened to them twice. It happened to them against VP today and against Passion Relay earlier in the tournament. And so you kind of wonder, has the Mirage become a vulnerability rather than a strength, which it has been in the past? And the reality is, though, is like it went exactly how we thought, Rich. I mean, VP have proven that they can break their old play style and play a more assertive, aggressive, in-your-face front on Mirage, and it worked out very well for them. Flit, a player that, you know, Maui here highlighted, certainly teed off.
And for VP, I do think that Mirage, of all the maps, is one where, yes, they used to stretch the map pretty thin. They do sometimes have these very I would just even describe them as stagnant defaults. But actually, if you kind of let these guys off the leash a little bit, and people like Electronic, people like Flit, Fame, they're demons. They're actually demons. They are sometimes so aggressive. They're so good at reading situations on the fly, and that's really what you need to be a smooth roster on a map like this. Like, I think Navi is one of the only exceptions where everything has a system in place, but I think VP plays a bit more free-flowing on this map than other ones, and frankly, it's actually just more enjoyable to watch them play this one than most other maps.
This is exactly what I was thinking. Like, you know, when you brought Electronic into this team, it was a statement of intent that you were going to change the play style, you were going to get more explosive, you were going to free Electronic to do these things, and yet that never really happened. But actually, Virtus.pro look good and enjoyable when they kind of just play that looser style and just be a bit more proactive instead of just sitting in a default at the start.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is they just...
Oh, hold on. Anyway, we've got to go to the interview. It's Banks.
Yeah, I guess I just want to get your thoughts straight away on the feeling when you qualify, because I think many of us expected VP to be going through Ingrid's group.
Yes, we qualified, but some of Analyst players said that we're struggling some problems and we could not go to the Major, but we're here.
You are here, but let me ask you about that though. Are you seeing some struggles, or is this what you expected? It was one game against Passion, right, which you had an overtime game in, and it looked like you guys really did play the rest of your game pretty okay.
As you see, every time the first game on any tournaments for us, it's a big problem. We're facing some problems, I don't know why. And after the first game, we're feeling like we should play. Like we're playing on pracs and usually how people expect to play.
It's like you guys need a little slap to then wake up, right? Because you even had that in this game against Sashi. You lose the first map, which was your pick. And then it was like, okay, maybe we need to actually play the game. So what happened there? Is there a change you notice?
I don't know, we just didn't woke up on the first map, and Electronic said that yesterday G2 did the same. They won their opponent pick and lost 2 straight, and we did the same. We lost our pick and we won Sashi's pick and decided Mirage.
That's the way you looked at it. You compared it to G2 and said, okay, we'll go for this same run. But the difference is you were able to qualify for it. Your games, I would say, were never easy. Even in your best of ones, right, it was still opportunities where the other team could have won. How do you view your overall performance at the RMR? Is there some worrying signs, some things you still need to work on? Is this not really the VP you're happy with, or are you satisfied?
I would say overall we're feeling good. it's just best of ones. I don't like it because, as you see, best of 3, we lost first map. We said it's fine, guys. We have 2 more maps. If we win second, if we win. But if we play best of 3s, I think we'll be in good shape.
Now, best of 3s obviously is what everyone wants to see. It would be the dream if it was every single game. But just looking at VP's year, you've played in plenty of tournaments with best of 3s, but it's not been the greatest of year. We've seen a lot of up and downs for you guys. What have you done to try and come better prepared and show a better VP here when it goes into the major?
We practiced more than we practiced before.
Oh, really?
Yes, because we had, like, after Rio, 3 weeks.
Nice.
And we spent every time to practice.
You didn't take any break?
A few days.
Just a few days?
Yes, 2 or 3 days.
And you're going to see much of the same now you're here in Shanghai? You're going to keep that grind going?
Yes. There is nothing to do. I mean, we can go to the city to walk at some places, but we qualified to the major, now we need to focus on it.
I like that. That's the mentality I expect from an elite team as well. Lastly, anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
Thank you for your support. See you in 1 week.
Yeah. See him in 1 week. He knows what the deal is. VP ready for the major.
There you go. Not a bit stoic in victory would be a way to put it.
It's a positive spin, yeah.
Norbert
practice more. Thanks.
So, exactly. Like, give me something. Like, what did you do to improve? Practice more. What are you going to be doing in the
What does that mean? Does it mean you didn't practice before? Does that mean you just like you can't really hard? Like it's hard. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and go with the latter.
Here's the problem as well, though. Like if you're practicing and you're practicing wrong because Virtus.pro have like not done anything all throughout the year, doing more of that doesn't help. That's worse.
You would hope that practice would mean that they have developed new things to bring to the table, and certainly, you know, again, we harp on them a lot for not following the meta, not innovating, staying on their laurels and playing slow and letting the clock run out, and you know, doing these things that frustrate us so much about this team, despite the fact that we know that they have the talent on paper to be a solid team. But I will say, Mirage has been the one bright spot for me where I do see the development, I do see the evolution of this team and how they approach the map, and we saw it in spades in this victory to help propel them to the major. And Flit, again, being a standout player, a guy who defends the A connector, attacks the A connector, very good at roaming, aggressive lurking, entering, you name it. This guy can do it, and he certainly popped off when they needed him to you know, get them through to their extended stay at Shanghai, I should say.
The scary thing about VP making it is that they can take down the top teams in the world from time to time.
Yeah,
they're so upset prone, but the problem is that they just haven't had the consistency this year to always put themselves in positions where they even have a chance to do that. They lose to teams that are frequently outside the top 7, top 8, but they also have taken series off of Vitality, for example. So they're really kind of a wild card team that has now made it through, and now, unfortunately, for all of the favorites, the teams we like, you know, the fan favorites, the Navis, the Vitalities, G2s, they're going to see this matchup and they're just going to roll their eyes. Like when they see that they have to play VP come major time, it's that one matchup where you're just like, man, we should beat them every single time, but they always just test our mental. Like they always make sure they drag it out, that they make things really awkward for everybody, and then we have to get back in the zone to play our next opponent who's going to play probably a more standard Euro style.
Yeah. I mean, on that note, have you seen anything from Virtus.pro that might lead you to believe actually we're being a bit harsh and we should put them in the conversation with some of the other big names?
See, the firepower is so undeniable. Like when I made my predictions for, you know, RMR, I picked some of the teams where it's just like, man, I just still see the pieces here, and I still feel like you're going to be able to put something together. And I don't know, that time has passed. Like I've seen enough now. Like I usually draw the line at now 3 months roughly for a team. It's been longer than that with Electronic. Okay, they still really aren't quite up to speed to where I would have wanted them at this point. But they have actually, in some ways, just shown, like, in this Mirage performance, for example, you don't want to face this team in the BO1s. I'll tell you that. They're very scary, and they probably won't even have great seeding. And if you want to bet on an upset, then they're a great pick for it.
To me, it's one of those things where I have seen Electronic get back into better form the last 3 tournaments. If you look at this RMR, you look at Rio, you look at the tournament prior to that, he has had an upswing back into not quite his peak levels, obviously, but he's done better. And I think that's a good sign. I think the fact that they have Flip playing consistently is a great sign. That's like a foundation you can rely upon. And look, as much as we're going to hate on James, and there's a lot of reasons why you should critique him, one of the things he is still good for is mid to early round opping on the CT side. Like if he's in the right spot and you are attacking into him, he can still deliver some fine crisp shots that are going to help you hold off attacks and have chances to win rounds on the CT side. For me, it's more about, will he be able to continue developing his calling? Can he take what we have seen on Mirage? Can you expand that throughout the rest of the map pool and be a more dynamic team? Because if you can, great. All of a sudden we have something that makes this interesting. If you can't, then you're going to be a one-trick, two-trick pony, and you're going to fall into situations where you can't take it through an entire best-of-3 series. And so that is really going to be the key to me in the major. Can they show that, hey, it's not just Mirage? We can bring some spice to our entire map pool.
All right. Well, good talking to you guys. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, one of the stories of the major is Passion, the youngest team here. They weren't able to go 3-0. They're going to be looking to go through 3-1 when they take on Heroic. We'll find out if they can do it after this break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yeah, well, welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMR B. We're getting into the second best of 3 of the day, where Passion are going to take on Heroic to see who goes through to the Major for real. Over on the desk, of course, Maui, Dust, hanging out with me over the course of the day. Going to start with you, Maui. I said it before the break. Passion, youngest team here, the real surprise package in this RMR. And now they're on the precipice of doing something nobody could have imagined.
No, I don't even necessarily think that their founder, Alexander Zinchenko, thought that they were going to get this far. I don't know if people are really aware, backed, of course, by a good old Arsenal player. So.
Well, you know, as if they're backed by an Arsenal player, you would expect them to collapse and bottle it.
At the final hurdle, yes.
Exactly.
In the big game, of course. But and we are kind of actually seeing that they're having a little bit of difficulty, but they're playing good CS. And I feel like this team actually really changed their trajectory about 9 months ago. When they got Fear on this lineup, he was playing with Smooya at one point, not too much, nothing to be too proud of there. But really, where I was excited about Fear most is from his time with Navi Jr. He was playing with Monacy for a lot of that time, and by inserting him into this roster of a lot of great pieces and fraggers, it does feel like they have found a bit more of an identity and structure.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible team in the sense that, A, we've already talked about how young they all are. The other thing you have to consider is that most of these guys have been playing together since late 2023 and really didn't have any experience prior to that. Like, this is kind of their starting point. This team, they've been together for so long. They've grinded so many games of Counter-Strike Online. You know, they've played so many of these smaller tournaments. They've played like 150 maps in the last, 3 months leading up to this tournament. And what I really love about this team is it's just so well balanced. Like, you have, someone like Jacasmo, who is a fantastic flex rifler who can entry, he can do extremity rolls, he can do whatever you want. Then you have Zero Fix, who is a true entry. You have Eschilla, a fantastic site anchor and peripheral role player. And then Fear has online been one of their better entry fraggers as an IGL. Not so much here at the RMR, but that's been fine because people like Eschilla and Zero Fix have stepped up. And the big one for me is Jumbo, because you don't see many true hybrids anymore in this game. He is not, I would ever call him a primary opper. Does he use to op a lot? Yes. Is he their main opper? Sure. But this guy rifles so much and is so effective with it. And they're kind of like Navi in the sense that anyone on this team at any given point in time can entry frag. Their entry frag distribution is equal. They're all in like that 20% range for opening attempts. And so it allows them to be so flexible because there's never a moment where you have to wait on your guy to get into position. Like, they can just, clap on something as soon as they see it.
Yeah, Maui, you might say Jambo Unchained.
Oh, wow. The quotes I know from that movie are ones I wouldn't be able to say on broadcast.
No, yeah.
As most Tarantino films are.
We don't need to do that. Don't need to go there.
Beyond that, I mean, obviously, we kind of lightly skipped over Kane. We've talked about him before in other segments, but the fact that they have a major winning coach behind them as well. Obviously, his kind of the way he fell out with Navi was kind of an interesting situation, and I don't think they really can argue with the results that they brought in Blade in his stead at this point. But at the same time, he's overall shown that him and Fear can pair up to be a really strong brainchild that has them playing in a very fluid style. That's kind of how I would describe the whole fact that they can kind of swap between roles. The fact that you already highlighted the fact that they're using, Jambo is a hybrid in himself. It just feels like they have a great mixture of like explosive plays on top of decent defaults too. And I think that's what catches teams off when they play this team. Like, you don't really feel like you get a grip of what's happening in the game because they can just change it on a dime in a moment's notice.
Yeah, meanwhile, their opponents, Heroic, I've been a little bit critical of them. Maui's kind of been ambivalent. Dust has been a bit more positive. Obviously, we've all got them going through, but I don't know. I think they might get caught cold here by Passion, because I just think there's something not quite there for Heroic. Maybe Maui touched on it a little bit yesterday about how like Dexter's trying to change his play style to be a bit more visceral, explosive, rather than his usual cerebral self. But there's definitely something not quite there with them yet. They're not the finished article, Dust.
No, they're surely not, but I just feel like they're trending in the right direction. I mean, the struggles they had earlier this year, it can't all be attributed to the roster situations, but let's face it, they had to play a tournament with their coach, they had to play a tournament with an opera that they had kicked from the team and brought back, they had another tournament where they used Waro 2K for a game but then got Dexter in, so they just were not stable. And honestly, their most recent results since they have gotten Dexter in is 2 second place finishes in the top 4 at Rio. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to ignore their success against teams like Vitality, taking a map off Navi. There's been some pitfalls too. I'm not going to discredit your guys' critiques in the sense that, yeah, they probably shouldn't be losing losing to Intedespu. They probably should be beating Mongols at TWC. So yes, it's not perfect, but I do think that they are still a pretty solid top 10 team. And I think in a pressure situation like this is where they should have the edge against a team like Passion.
For Heroic, you mentioned it earlier, Richard, the way that Dexter's integrated into the lineup, that's been one, say, pitfall, or it's kind of just been a speed bump, really. Just a constant series of speed bumps, in fact. So that's obviously it's made it more difficult for them to gel as quickly as they would have wanted. I will also say, I just think that one of the main things about Heroic for me is like they don't really have a true superstar player. Nerds is quite good, but Shush himself has kind of been on an island a lot of the time in these rounds. And before, on like the last version of the Heroic, the Danish Heroic, I felt like he always knew what to do to never got caught off. Nowadays, I do see a little bit more frequently that he just kind of dies by himself. And I'm not selling my Shush stock. I'm still holding an awful lot of it, but I will say, like, you can't gamble as hard as you used to with the old version of Heroic, because Shush, while still a stable pair of hands, he was rock steady back in the day.
We're about to get the Veto. Where do you see this going?
Well, Passion will ban Nuke and Heroic will ban Inferno. There's no doubt about that. My question is does Passion want to go for a Mirage pick, or do they want to go for an Anubis pick? I think that's going to be my biggest question. And for Heroic, I think picking Dust 2 is a vulnerability for Passion that they could maybe exploit, but they could also just go with the strength and pick Ancient.
I feel like Anubis is where Passion is probably going to. You're going to look at your last result, and actually they go with.
I love this.
Vertigo. Okay.
Curveball. This is a curveball for sure.
Yeah. Okay, well, okay. I mean, this is already shaped up in a way where I think Passion probably are getting Heroic on the ropes lightly because of that. And Heroic, they respect the fact that Passion themselves had won Anubis against Spirit. So overall, I actually think this is decent for Passion UA. I'm still leaning towards Heroic as the light favorites, despite the heartthrob story that they've created for themselves.
Yeah, what do you think, Dust?
I mean, Ancient, I think, is going to be like common ground. I think both teams like playing this map. I think both teams are very dynamic on it. They both can default well. They both can change the pace well with like mid attacks or just faster executes. And so at that point, it just kind of comes down to, is the Tessus Nerf rifle combination going to be able to outweigh, Jumbo's hybrid rifling ability combined with Jakizmo, who is a great aggressive rifler in his own right. And it'll also come down to which anchors perform better defensively. Eschilla has been such a great anchor for, his side of things. But on the other hand, it's going to be down to someone like Shush that you mentioned to be able to kind of handle that on the opposite end.
And that's where I found some flaws in Shush's game on Ancient in particular. It feels like when he tries to recover towards the A bomb site as he tries to help out for a mid play, sometimes he just doesn't always seem to be completely aware of all the angles the opponents can be in. And I've just seen him get caught off more with this iteration of Heroic than I really have for the entire career of this player.
All right. Well, you know what we can do? We can bring our commentators in to get their opinion, as we love to do. It is, of course, Harry and Hugo just coming in. Look at that smile on his face.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking forward to this. Last time we got to cast Passion, they beat Spirit, so I'm expecting a kind of fun game.
So you're saying it's all on you, basically?
In a way, well, yeah.
In a way, they owe us the share of the prize money. Yeah, I get it. That's fair. That's
I don't know,
reasonable.
Richard. I don't want to go too far. This is still a young team, right? Still a very inexperienced LAN team. I'd hate to see them choke 2-0, but we saw Bait do that at the Paris
It's
RMR.
happened,
It's
yeah.
possible, Richard. Especially, I mean, yesterday was crazy with Astralis Bait. Nothing is safe. No one is safe here in this RMR.
I mean, keep in mind, obviously, we could have like G2 and Spirit go into the last day as well. And like, imagine
one of them will have to.
Yeah. So
imagine you pull Passion UA lose this game and pull G2 as a final draw. I haven't looked at the draws, but that could happen.
That is an absolute nightmare. So, look, guys, do you have a prediction for this one? Are Passion going to do it? You don't think so? Look at you go.
No, I'm not. I'm not giving predictions.
Oh, okay, all right.
Get off the fence.
I actually.
That's your job.
Wait,
guys.
what's Dust's prediction?
Yeah,
My prediction is I think that it'll be Heroic catching Passion, living out the spotlight, not being able to do it.
Nah, not me. Passion are doing it. Heroic are bottle merchants.
Split
mate.
desk. Okay.
Heroic are bottle merchants. You'll see. You'll all see.
The one game we saw from Heroic was like really underwhelming. Dexter was disappearing. Like, it just depends. Like, is he having a good day? Because when he's popping off on that Anubis map, he can stomp. But when he's disappearing, Harry, it's ugly.
Yeah, he's been having a couple of rough days now as Dexter. So yeah, I think he's someone to like justify keeping an eye on here.
Well, good news.
Been great. So
keep an eye on him as you cast the game.
Yeah, that's
Harry
what
and
we'll
Hugo,
do.
Passion, Heroic, take it away.
Thank you, Richard. And yeah, this is a banger, Harry. It's a low-key, under-the-radar banger, at least for me.
Well, one of the things that was really impressive for Passion UA in that Spirit game was how much confidence they played with, like attempting the Ninja Diffuse, well, not just attempting, successfully attempting the Ninja Diffuse, crazy like clutch moments, right? In that like first half, it was like half their rounds came from clutches. And so they played with a huge degree of confidence, but it's like, can you keep that up, both into the BO3s, but also as you get closer and closer towards that idea of, oh no, it's another team like we saw back in Paris who were 2-0 up that now could end up choking it all. And as you say, those third round draws get very, very nerve-wracking.
You want to dodge that.
So this is the best chance you're going to have. But let's get into this. We start on Ancient.
We go to Vertigo. And maybe we'll even end on Mirage, but let's see what Heroic's pick has in store for this BO3 series. Going to come in hot and heavy. Our Heroic on the T side with a bit of a B pop.
3 strong here for Passion UA. Those dual Berettas are ready to go, but they get dropped immediately. It's Kixan, Dagster, and Nerds to all find a kill for Heroic and tee up this pistol round. The B pop works wonders. Ooh. Oh, Jambo! Wait a minute. Dual Barrett is now retrieved. He's going to start closing the gap. Jacasmo over on long, taps out Tess, says Shush is going for the molly denial.
Smoke on the bomb.
Smoke on the bomb. Worst case scenario. Shush's whole little pocket strat here doesn't work. They've tapped it and Jacasmo nails him. 2v4 comes up the way of Passion UA to open up Ancient.
I was already preparing my pro-heroic speech, how this team is a team that plays off of confidence. This team, when they're feeling good, can overrun even some of the best in the world. And Passion UA just pull out an unwinnable round, even with the perfect counter. Jacasmo had the kit on long. He doesn't even rush Harry. He takes his sweet time to get that late swing on Shush when he's crossing up. That is a mind-boggling pistol round for Passion.
All right. Feels really good to see Shush like going for the rattiest little play as well and getting denied the moment he hears that smoke on the bomb.
Yeah, you know you've lost. That was your entire round right there. That was a 4v2 for Heroic. And immediately a reality check from this young roster who believe they can do it, and that might be enough. B-Rush coming in, they split for the cave, the flashes are good, through the smoke, Jacasmo falls. Guns to be retrieved here for Heroic as they stick that bomb. Okay, this one should be a different kettle of fish, Harry. Boiling trout, Jambo burning in the molly, runs away. It might just be a save here for Passion UA.
Yeah, the Danes do the heavy lifting there on the force. And a little awkward for Passion UA. I think it was Fear, homed in on the ramp while Jacasmo got smoked off over on long and ended up having to play through it. But like the sight was already lost when he tries to make that move. And so risked it all on the smoke push once they take away the cave control.
Nice to see Heroic come through with an early aggressive round, not scared from that pistol fumble. Still putting their best foot forward.
It doesn't even feel right to call it a fumble. Like, the round just ended in seconds. I know you're 4v2, so like...
Inherently, it feels like a fumble, but yeah.
But it became a 2v2 in seconds, and then... They're pincered, the round's over. They had a whole safeguard strat with Shush and the molly.
Maybe just a robbery instead. Can Passion UA bring it back with a force of their own? Buying around these saved weapons. Fear puts the MP9 to use. An early advantage in middle. He gets out as well. Got a weaker B hold, but Jambo in a more aggressive position. Dust talked about this guy's rifling, how it's been solid. Doesn't just rely on that AWP. Shadow advantage, gonna get one, but there's the trade out and the M4 is lost in the cave. And Passion make a gamble. As Heroic doubt. Smoke Red will make it pretty clear, but Passion have already dug in. They're going to clear it out completely. It's either all cave or it's all mid. And so Passion gamble back the other way. Making a heads-up rotation here.
That push came at the perfect timing.
No such thing as coincidences. Passion in position to threaten this 3-man push.
Let's chill it. First man on the swing, spotted out from the temple side. Gonna fall early to Tessez. There's Fear's MP9 in with a second. Kicksan trying to thread the needle through these smokes, goes looking for the temple player, but back turned. It's all on Tessez. 1v1. Oh, Chakasmo's landed the dink.
Gotta rush him.
You're dead on though with the bomb planted. In the prying eyes of Tessez, he's got to close the gap now. Galil picked up, running in. Tessez pre-spam. Now low on ammo, 5 shots, every bullet had to count. And Chakasmo sprinting in. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
Kit was dropped just over there towards Temple.
I think he's got it.
But he's got it. He's got it.
There.
Second on the board for Passion UA, an immediate reply. As this one is a brawl to open up.
Just a great read of the situation, knowing exactly what that red smoke meant, and then supplement it with a little ramp push. They just believe the call. The Heroic aren't walking 3 cave with no info. And instead of rotating into the other side, Tessez kind of knows he has to pre-fire there. He's already dinked. So he tries to get that spray and donut. Doesn't connect. Timeout for Heroic already. As this game bounces back and forth. Passion UA, I mean, showed so much bravado, so much confidence in this tournament already. Sure, they lost a big yesterday in a 1-2 affair, but wins over VP and Spirit in their opener. Tight, close wins, no room for error. 16-14, 13-11. Only just taking those dubs. It's a team that has been on the grind and right now seems to be paying off. Fear said it in an interview. He's talked about how every day they're learning, every day they're improving, every day in Shanghai is a good thing for this roster.
They try to come through with aggression.
Wow.
The flash from Jambo lends a helping hand.
Ruined them.
Tessez now low on health, dons that AWP. But it's not out of comfort, it's out of necessity. 11 HP as they swing around the corner. And Chakasmo even tries to take it one step further. That's because Jambo's crunching out through the cave. Nerds right now sits as the top-rated player for Heroic. The man to beat in this 2v1 for Passion UA.
And he's scared of spawn, he's scared of everything because Passion is so active in this round. They could be anywhere right now. He's got to walk this because Jambo is heaven if he wants to reset. But Nerds just plays his late timing towards B. As Passion even consider he could be through the site already. Look at S Chiller watching red. Nerds moves in. He's got good utility here. It would have to be a molly to stop a cave play. But he walks up the lane instead. Jambo playing timings. Should be good for him. But Nerds, known for his aim, hits a blinder.
Tried faking the death cam that he was heading out towards middle. Gave it a cautionary check and now recommits into the B play. But S-Chill had never bit down on that. Never moved a muscle. Util pulled for Nerds.
It's such a crazy spot. That's why Nerds, he's diligently clearing everything. Then he pulls a smoke in the open because why would you sit there? Why would you sit in such a vulnerable position, crouched with an MP9? And playing against expectation wins the round for Passion UA. After, by the way, think about how that began. Nice try for Nerds, but a very aggressive B push. 4 players fighting lane with some great flashes as well. Jambo set them up nicely there. Fear got a lot of damage done. And even that swing from Chakasmo onto Tessez, I mean, these guys can aim. I'll tell you that.
Seeing Passion UA got off to a hot start here after this back and forth beginning and saving themselves up against the Nerds clutch attempt is super cool.
It's a very good sign.
I mean, coming into this RMR, Heroic were on an 8-win streak on Ancient. And Big, admittedly, broke that streak here when we saw them best them the other day. But that, we watched that one. Heroic, they looked a little
lifeless.
Yeah, it didn't feel like, they didn't play to the expectation you have when you see a Heroic get this map in a series. And obviously then Big went on to kind of stun everyone with the 3-0 run back to the majors for Big.
I think one thing that really helps Passion, especially when Heroic are picking up all these win streaks and getting success on a map like this, is Passion have talked about it. Fear talked about it in this interview. I'm going to reference a couple of times, I'm sure, that they were watching 3-4 demos a day, every day. These guys have been boot camping for months together, just playing and grinding online. And while doing that, they've been watching demos. They've been prepping off top teams. And Fear even mentioned it, like, teams aren't watching our demos. Teams don't know what we're doing. We're an underdog. We know we're avoiding that completely, but we're prepped for them. So not only, I'm not saying they specifically prepped Heroic coming into this event, but when they know last night, this is our draw, this is who we're playing, you can guarantee they have the tools in motion to know how to watch a demo, to know how to extract value, and know how to counter that as well, because this is a team that has been doing exactly that online for months. So Heroic have to be careful going off the back of this win streak, that if they keep doing the same thing, it will get countered. At least the vibes are good in the Heroic camp.
Yeah, it's nice to see they're not worried at all about being a team in recline.
Nice.
Lounging to like a whole new level. Just doing a quick unboxing, change the music kit.
Sorry, I need to put on easy pants real quick.
Oh, that's good. 1 second, guys.
Hopefully not too long.
For some reason, I think today is the day I open the good gloves from the gloves case. Give me a moment, guys.
I really hope, whether it's winning here or winning the 2-2 game, I really hope Passion UA go through to the major. I really hope they don't choke 2-0, because it'd be so cool to see an underdog of this nature, of this stature, like such an underdog, make a run and get the chance to play top teams, especially when you factor in, usually when we have underdogs, it's like, this is a new team, or it's some lesser experienced players, or it's a mix of players, from other rosters that weren't good enough to play a tier 1 roster. No, this is just not only a grinding squad, but it's a squad that hasn't even played LAN coming into this tournament. Like this, it's annoying because they've all played one match, literally one match in a Polish LAN, BO3, they lost 2-0 to Permitter, but other than that, with the exception of Fear, of course, this is not a roster that has any LAN experience. So the fact that they can come through and dish out damage to already some top teams and beat Spirit the way they did as well, I would love to see them get more chances to perform on the biggest stages and deal with this pressure and grow as a result. I think this is a fantastic opportunity for this squad, especially with the removal of the RMRs, which bring good and bad things in the future, depending on where you sit there. But what it will bring is the unlikelihood of a team like Passion UA attending the major and making these upsets. Like anyone can win in CS at the end of the day, and Passion UA are proving that right now.
Yeah, I mean the 2 wins they have being over the 2nd and 5th highest ranked teams in this RMR.
Yeah.
So, like, already very legit wins under their belt. Falling down to Big across 3 maps, sure. But that was their first delve into the BO3s. And Big also being on this uptick, I think, is like a hard thing to quantify.
I agree. I don't think anyone in the world predicted Big 3-0.
I think even Big fans were like...
Wow, we're winning. I think even Big probably are a little surprised at just how well it went. Because, you know, sometimes you come into an event, you're feeling good, you do all your prag, everything's hitting, your scrims are paying off, your individuals are in form. Oh, I got grouped. Does happen. And sometimes the opposite. You actually hear some of the best tournament wins came from, you know, teams that went, wow, we were playing awfully recently, but we just won the tournament. Everything hit, everything lined up. The games went our way. We capitalized. So, yeah, hard to quantify. I think that's a good way of putting it. Searson's back, which is nice. And Regon is the sticker merchant.
It's like, you know, it's like, I don't know, there's probably already a name for these things, but I'll come up with my own one. It's like the Puggers paradox in that you spent all day DMing, and so, you know, you're like 4 hours deep into the DMs, and you're like, man, I am on fire. Then you play a game, and like you just lose like the first 6 rounds, and you're in your head, and you're thinking, I was playing so well earlier, what's gone wrong? Like how? Meanwhile, you have those days where you just rock up, queue a game, stone cold out of the gates, and you just play great, and suddenly you ride that momentum like all day.
True. That is a paradox. I like that term.
I don't know if it is a paradox.
Don't know either, but I trust you.
What's a paradox, Hugo?
What you said. A logically self-contradictory statement.
Yeah.
So or a statement that runs contrary to one's expectation.
I think that would be a paradox.
Sure.
Then. Oh, wow. I love it when I accidentally use words right.
This is a bit of an energy suck for Passion UA to start off this hot, or even more for Heroic, I guess. Just I wouldn't even say start off cold, but to lose these rounds in the way they have, and now an extended.
Well, you know, yeah. I mean, we talked a lot about Passion UA on the side of Heroic. You know, I think there's just going to be a lot of eyeballs on Dagster here, and I think there should be. Coming in as the bottom-rated player for them, had a pretty off start to the RMR. Even being outperformed by, you know, the likes of Kicksand, the guy helming the ship for Heroic. And when you're the AWPer, the guy who's had all these star moments and has like a proven ability to step up and take control of games, that's really not what you want.
Yeah, he's gone missing in some crucial games. I mean, not only the big and PARIVISION match where he put a 7-14 and 8-10 game, but even in the final of that Thunderpick event I was at recently, we saw him, you know, just fall off a cliff in the grand final, in the final map, after playing a decent series. So can't afford to go missing today if Heroic want to qualify to the major. That's what's on the line right now. 2-1 game. APOC, chilling on top of the tree, puts down 2, and the molly is well timed. Heroic feel the need to go through, and it has not gone well for them. We even have a pre-smoke CT. Stat molly kicks in, does nothing. Good dig. This could get out of control.
Now they know where Kicksan is, though, and they've got 3 players here to deal with him. Bomb out in no man's land, and so Kicksan's going to be fighting every step of the way. First kill found. They tried to swing onto him together there after that contact, but Kicksan's fast on his feet.
I like that he gets weird with it. May as well try and squeeze as much as you can out of the round. He's going all the way to CT. At a certain point, they have to move and consider that this is an option. 25 on the clock. Kicks in. Or if you went Temple, maybe, but they're both in safe positions for him now. Checking everything, 15 seconds. He can still win this. He's got to be super quick, super precise. He's walked in the gap between them both, finds a shot, turns around, knife out, and Zero Fix trades him. Or if the tech's out, kicks in, maybe, just maybe.
Oh, he plays that perfectly as well. Like,
they both were back turned. He hit the perfect gap.
The nerves were seeping in for Passion UA in the 2v1. They're considering every option, but they missed that timing on CT. And Kicksan nearly pulls off a gnarly 1v3. Instead, it is a lot of damage done. Tessez with a hero gun. Let's see if they're able to keep that damage high, because if they are, this first buy round for Heroic could be super potent, but it relies on this hero gun, some of these pistols getting off to a good start. They already lose nerds early down in middle. Tess says that nade wrecked him.
Yeah. Wrecked them all. Oh. 3B as well, Heroic. Even a rifle won't get you in here. Jump spotting and unrelenting our passion. They just want to push. But they know better.
And I like that they're showing restraint here, right? Like, it's very important you keep this round clean. A triple lean over towards B for Passion UA. You got these 2 flashes from Shush to try get the boys out from Cave.
Oh,
there's the opener for Tessez. Jacasmo out on an island. Those flashes will get the pistols in. Gap starting to close. Fia out on the long side. Oh, gets overwhelmed. But here's the mowdown. Jambo, all the damage. Can they stop that bomb plant? Yes, they can. Shush, run down. Passion UA get out with 3 alive.
Oh, look how tight.
У меня ножики с другой стороны. Раунд за нами, на, красавцы, блядь. Богатыри ёбаные. Вы мои типа?
Oh my god.
He had left and right wrong. He's in front of me. Wait, no, he's behind me. No way.
You mean to tell me this whole time he's just been hearing the footsteps the wrong way round? And they're still 5-1 up?
Oh.
Must have thought he was going insane.
Great catch from production there. Oh, what?
Oh, what?
This game is insane. Oh,
Zero fix. Oh, it's so much easier now that he can hear them. This whole time he's been thinking, how are they in red room?
Oh, dude, it's just...
This team is so fun.
I love it.
I love Passion UA. I'm a fan.
They've won me over. Kind of instantly.
Yeah.
How have they kept that up?
How do you so casually just swap the headphones back over? You're top
6 rounds in, yeah.
Oh my god.
Here we go. A big kill in middle, but there's still 2A. It's not like this is much weaker. They just have to creep and crawl around the map, go through the temple. Jambo jumping in, good position. Did he get it? Oh, the shadow. Give it up. Easy clear for Kixon. Now down to Donut, Zero fix. 1v3 right now. They got to plant for CT. Good move for Heroic. No way back in. Got to be a retake.
Gonna try and pluck one out the round. But Shush is able to escape. Kixan on first contact, ready to swing out from Temple. Oh, they find Kixan at the first turn. Now they've spotted Dexter here as well.
What?
Oh, Jacasmo, 2 clean taps.
It shouldn't be this easy.
Shush, 1v3. Bomb is planted for him. Oh, but they're on it. They're on it, and he can't see. He can't stop this. Shush has got to run away. He's got to concede it. And so the damn near flawless game is kept up by Passion UA. Jacasmo with clean taps to open up that retake.
They are so clean. I mean, you know, it's Heroic peeking in, knowing the angles they're playing, and they're still just getting domed. Getting obliterated. Passion UA are not playing a scared style of CS. They're playing calculated. They're playing together. They're playing to win right now for the major qualification, no less. Heroic with a second timeout early in this matchup. They won a second round force. Nothing since. Oh yeah, that's how it started. As if it wasn't BS enough. Beautiful round from Jacasmo here. He's not even aiming, just flicks back. Oh, excellent crosshair placement. Can they keep it going? Heavy mid-take this time. 2 players. Heaven smoke comes up. Nerd swinging out. There's still 2 players here. Chiller trying to bait for Zerafix in the corner. Do they realize what they're running into as they line up? It's a big trade. 4v3 now. Passion, give up mid.
It's really good timing to give up middle like this, right? You've just found 2 kills there. You've traded out in your favor over in middle. And so you know for Heroic, like, even as you give it up, they don't have the info on that. They're going to have to go and re-clear middle if they want this real estate. So feels like a nice way of maintaining this advantage for Passion UA. Kixan right now topping the board for Heroic. Starts to try and get past Fear over here in Cave. If they get away with this kill, could be the beginnings of the B play. Kixan takes a lot of damage in that exchange. And a 3rd man has just moved over to reinforce. Jambo's Orb on the line. Tessez, dead walking Cave. Down to 2 for Heroic.
Just gotta go.
And with only 30 seconds left, yeah, you're dead on. All they're left with is this walk up the ramp side. Jambo. Oh. Even tries his hand again. And then the re-swing out of Chikasmo over towards Long. The 2J threat for Passion UA.
Yeah, you just think that first player's gotten up the ramp and hit the timing, but he just goes wide. He's diligent. He clears the ramp position right there. What a check for Jambo. That's how that round gets out of control if he doesn't realize. But instead, it's on rails. 7-1.
This is so impressive. Heroic. You know, this is their map pick. This is a home map for the Heroic squad. T-side, often where they, you know, do the bulk of their heavy lifting.
Ooh.
And they're 7-1 down.
This red smoke will not make life easy. Nerd spots it. Definitely didn't realize. So he's going to go a little bit slower now. If anything, better to wait that smoke out, because peeking it can help the CTs more than it can help you. They can get little angles, they can spam through it. Oh, smoke blocked. But I don't think Passion need to push off this. It's Heroic who are feeling the burn right now, peeking into this B site. The AWP is even coming here as well. Looking to go 4B. That means they have to push. They've got to gather information. So 3 rifles walking down the ramp. There's the spot. They can just take that kill if they want. How hungry are they? How keen are they to kill? Dexter dropped as well. Nuts AK up top. Chikasmo gives it up. They maintain 3 in the site. Nuts should have this, but Jambo's too quick.
One more man up close. Oh, he's trying to get the gun, and Jambo just re-swings. Heroic need to learn quick. Jambo, not the kind of guy to give respect after getting his kill. He loves a re-peek.
Yeah, and he didn't buy the AWP out of necessity, right? The rifling was going fine. They were playing very active. But CT AWP on this map can be so effective at playing the backline. And with how much Passion push and how much they rotate on this CT side and the gambles they make, the reads they make, you know, he feels like he's always in the right place. He's been B on the last 2 B hits as well. I'm sure he'll be Temple when they go for an AXX. He's going to start there now on a gamble. And an A main take, a new idea for Passion as the pressure's put on B.
Tessez has just run the gauntlet though with this lurk smoke in. He's immediately run up the ramp side and Fear blows the smoke open. They find him aggressive over towards ramp.
For the first time, they even have A main, so it's not like they're scared that this was some big fake and Heroic are running all the way back to the other side of the map. It's only 1 player B. This is a risky maneuver. Shusha spotted him, but still Fear gets the kill. Had no business winning that fight. Now Eschella feels the room to move, and Heroic are trapped at B. Passion getting stronger and stronger on this site.
Usually,
finally a kill comes through.
Eschella is the guy who kind of is more of a turret, stand in place, lock in. But even he's got that call to adventure now, trying to come in on the backstab while the rest of Passion UA wait for this B hit. Chikasmo, quick work made as they try to explode up ramp. They turn to dust. Heroic have crumbled on this T side under the weight of Passion UA.
Yeah, it's not a pretty B hit, right? Like, they're not trading. I actually don't mind the smoke push with a flash. You know, you got to catch them off guard at a certain point. You are just kind of sneaking into a lot of their angles, but the spacing here is pretty poor here for Heroic. Would love to see Dexter a little bit closer. Great energy here for the Passion boys. Starting insanely strong. 9-1. And final timeout call for Heroic in this first half. You can't blame them. They can't catch a beat.
They can't do any. I mean, they're never even really in position to launch a round, right? Like, oftentimes they're getting fought over in middle, they're getting bullied on lane, so they're always paranoid to start super quick or fast there. They have to kind of wait early, see if they're getting some of that aggression. Then, even in the mid-round, you never feel safe. Passion UA have loved the mid-round re-aggro. And this is actually what I think S-Chiller really brings to the table, is like, Passion UA haven't had to really worry about that other side of the map. He has it under lock and key. Every time Heroic have tried to go there, it feels like he's getting out with a 2-for-1 before they even get into the site. And so that just frees up the other 4 bodies so much when you've got this dependable anchor on the other side of the map. More aggression. Jacasmo walking it. What is that, Dexter? Deleted.
Makes it
and now
so
he's out of there immediately. Just gone. 5v4. Heroic, another round where they have to play a man down.
I promise you, it's not as easy. This game isn't as easy as that. This game, he makes it look easy. Dexter is standing still. He's not ADing, but even so, on land, no less, just walks into the angle, headshots him, gets out like a bandit. That's insane. They're just so sharp, these guys.
And with the more unexpected, you know, Vertigo pick coming up next for Passion UA.
Who knows what
and now them about to, like, run away with Ancient Heroic's map pick. Oh, they got to be feeling good right now. That dream of making the major feels so achievable. Fear, they managed to get into his sight. Zero Fix plays through the long smoke, and no one's looking. Zero Fix destroys them, and they're all homed in on trying to find Fear. It was that same sort of smoke walk that betrayed them, that gave Heroic this one round, but they're not scared out of doing it. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, they're catching everyone off guard right now. And I mean, this is what they do on the T sides as well, by the way. They love making these. I mean, I've got to expect that. Don't you dare. I've got to expect that, you know, some of these are based off of reads and prep. But when they were playing Spirit on Anubis, the amount of rounds they just walked through the mid smoke when there was no one mid or just chop a mid was so impressive. Heroic finally decided to brawl, but it took them 12 rounds to work this out. They finally win some kills.
Yeah.
I can't believe it took 12 rounds for Heroic to just start throwing themselves at Passion.
Dexter key on the trades there out through mid. Lending a helping hand to Nerds. And I think this is one of the problems right now for Heroic as well, right? Nerds was very much a requirement here, and he felt like you knew he was going to stand and deliver. He's had a slow start. And so you've lost like your big firepower piece. This re-aggro from Jambo. He tries to flick back down. Leaves it all on Jacasmo. Looks for the fight up in heaven. They're running away. They're trying to just play to avoid this last man. Good smoke makes life hard for Jacasmo. And there's the tap from Kixan. The one guy's been trying to make all the difference here for Heroic. But 2 rounds is all they get on this T side. It's going to require something monumental if they want to try and course correct and turn this one around now up against a very informed Passion UA. On one side, you have the frequent star of Heroic falling silent, getting extinguished in Nerds. A slow tournament from Dexter, one where he's never really got going. Kixan, the top performer right now, while trying to call the game. Meanwhile, for Passion UA, there is not a weak link in sight.
No, hasn't been all event really. Like, Fear had a quiet start on that Spirit game, but he found his kills when required, kind of just played to trade. And that's something this team is so good at doing on the T side as well. Just knowing how to space, knowing how to play a lot of contact rounds, and, you know, overwhelming you with trade kills. And that's something Heroic couldn't really get a grip on in that T side. I do think it was maybe too static at times, right? Holding extremities by standing still. We saw Dexter just get walked down ramp. You got to be ADing in this game. It's so hard to, be unmoving, holding a position, always re-peaking, always advantaged. But even so, there's no excuse. This is a phenomenal map right now out of Passion. Let's see if they can put a bow on it with a pistol. Out mid fearlessly. And it's Fear who has the util. Making sure his team get in position. Now he can go back to set it up towards B. Nerds jump spotting, going to get this info soon enough. But Jambo P250 v Nerds USP. I'm here for that fight. The dink comes out from the Glock. Nerds still wants to finish it off. Staying on the headshot shot angle is probably his best bet right now, but he's been pushed back, humbled by these little pistols out middle. And Fear is, oh, there it is. Fear is in no hurry to run this execute. They really wanted to get that kill first. But the USPs are coming up for Heroic.
Defensive smoke used over at B, and that's right as Passion UA smoked off the short side. So they're blocked out of going for this, but they're going to try and reroute in through middle. Shush is a requirement here for him to find something. Wrestles with Jambo, but isn't able to manage it. Nerds dinked right at the start of the round. But he has been, he's been incredible.
There we go.
Tap on an S-Chiller to open it up. One more on the man rotating in through heaven, and then just catches that initial push out into A. Nerds goes from the guy they were targeting to be that big way into the round to suddenly being the one that robs it all away from Passion UA.
0 to hero, Harry. Zeroic to Heroic. I'll workshop it.
Yeah.
Full eco now. Passion UA ride it off. Deagle for Jambo. He's not...
What? Oh, God. Stop. Stop peeking him.
Oh.
Stop peeking him. Why does everyone want to fight this guy right
Dexter
now?
has dualies.
Jambo is unchained. Look at him go. He's just going to run at Dexter. Jambo's Deagle. It's the only thing in the round for Passion UA.
Full Glocks.
It's a hero Deagle eco round, and he's found 3 with it.
3 booms. And they're just going to run over the site.
Jambo.
Yeah, keep that D, buddy. Give that M4 over. You're not missing right now.
Oh, God. Stay away from that Deagle. They hear it firing off. They're trying to close the gap. They're trying to deal with him. Shadow's there. Jambo is on for all 5. Jambo the king. Passion UA. Daylight robbery. And it's all Jambo.
Pack it up. Absolutely pack it up. It's done. You don't recover after that round. You see one player, he kills all 5. You hear the Glocks.
What?
You hear Glocks and you hear one Deagle. That would break the best team.
You don't get rounds like that anymore in Counter-Strike.
That doesn't happen. It's not meant to.
Oh my God. He might be the GOAT. He might be the GOAT.
I think you're right. I'm lost for words. Are they going to win the major? Like, for real?
Bro.
I've never seen that happen.
I've literally never, no, nothing quite like that.
No, in that fashion. He didn't even have armor.
No, it was a full naked Deagle.
He runs through a mid molly and one Deags Nerds.
Who's at close range, like swinging out donut, has everything going in his favor, coming through a smoke as well for Jambo, then double peeked in the red room and kills them both.
Okay, here we go. B-pop. Util's in, there's a good position, but kicks and whiffs it. Nerds does get a bit of revenge onto Jambo. but it won't change the outcome of this round. Bomb tap. They're scared of the flank. Nerds is coming in. He's got an AK now. Can he stop them? Oh, good spam for Tesses. Okay, Heroic trying to win one back on the force. Passion pushing in, denied at the door. And Heroic take IDs and take a force of their own to find 4.
Their first timeout used.
Heroic have none left.
That's what tends to happen off the back of a 10-2 first half.
That'll do it. Mind-blowing game right now. And all the attention taken away by that Deagle round, but it's just been a thoroughly impressive game through and through across the entire map so far for Passion. It's not a flash in a pan. We got a hot stove right now. Safe to say, they're cooking.
B-Rush. Don't even extinguish that molly. They play right through it. Oh, Kixan and Dexter line up the kills. Jacasmo falls. It's left to Fear. And so wave after wave of Heroic players there to put a stop to it. Good initial spray from Kixan as well. That's always what you want from that first contact as they come up ramp. Passion UA have many chances still to get this one over the line. This is just going to be an eco here and now, as the B-pop does not work out for them. Jambo does have a deagle, and he does have the mid spawn.
Oh no.
But surely you don't, like, they're playing 3 mid. They're anti-Jambo.
It's the anti-Jambo setup through the smoke, volleyed out. Wow, Nerds, good spray up top. A sign of brilliance finally for Nerds. And Jacasmo, Deagle just fell somewhere there. And here we go. Off to the races. 1D. No more. It's not unwinnable for Heroic, but it's just, you know, they're only now just waking up, and Passion UA haven't fielded a full, proper rifle round like this, so let's see what these AKs have in store, what the call is from Fear. And their T-sides have been super impressive in the game against VP and Spirit, so I kind of have high expectations here from Passion right now. Oh, missed Insta rather. It's not ideal.
Oh, Dexter, don't survive that. Shot misses. And Fear is quick to capitalize.
Another game for Dexter where he's just irrelevant, and you've got to hit those. That's like your perfect angle. You're in the open, you're on an off angle. Yeah. You get wide swung, you miss. You get one shot there.
It's the exact fight you're playing for.
Yeah. What can you expect? You have to hit it. You don't have cover, you don't have a way to get out. If you miss that shot, you die. Trying to force a kill mid, Jambo just won't give it up. And look at the space taken in cave.
Oh, Fear will get blindsided by Tesses over on long. Oh. Passion UA are very spread out right now. They're letting these individuals try and work the map, see where the results come up, but they're going to group for the A play. With that fake being sold, Jambo wins his fight in the donut. Jacasmo has also taken B. Heroic have lost both bomb sites simultaneously here. Nerds left up in the clutch, but not ready for the deep temple line. They've spotted him back in the spawn, and Jambo swings him wide to bring home map point for Passion UA.
Because while Jambo's getting those kills in Donut, by the way, S-Chiller just walked through a main smoke. It came down, he just immediately walked through it, and he has all that space. He walks towards Temple. So even if Jambo dies in that fight, he's going to get traded. It's just... yeah, they're playing everywhere at the same time. They take both bomb sites. Fear's putting pressure on. It's making Heroic panic. And Passion UA push, prod, poke, finish it. One more round, and they're going back to a heavy B. No respect from this roster right now, but maybe they should have learned what Kixon's doing. 3 kills. He has been the rock for Heroic in this map. The one guy willing to put up a fight. A bit of a reality check, but I'm glad Passion UA feel like they can go for that.
Kixan's even hunting this, so there's the backstab.
One tap the AWP, by the way.
And that AWP irretrievable, so they're not going to have one going forward.
Dude, he just jiggled, baited the AWP shot, and then one tapped him before he died. Like, you talk about getting value out at the end of the round. That's insane. Just even the little bits that Passion UA put in.
That's the part that's been really cool, right? You feel like in terms of understanding what their goals should be in rounds and like really nailing down the fundamentals, they've been stellar. They've often had good trade work. They have the reads to frequently call bluffs on smokes to know where it's just being used for blocking versus when it's being held. Like there's not really a lot of holes that teams have been able to find here in this Passion UA squad.
Not yet.
And then they play with confidence as well. They'll go for the crazy rounds. They have that. A lot of the kind of top teams play a far more respectful game. You just write off like a 1v3 most of the time. You go, what's the point? Like, I'll save for next. I'll play the long game.
Are they going to B-rush again?
I hope not, because Kixan would love for them to do that.
He's
3K'd it every time they've tried to come up the ramp.
3 out of 3,
Harry. Oh, God, they're going again. Kixan once more is in position. Wrestles with the AK, but can't manage more than one. As mentioned, every other time, Kixan has been good for the multi-kill. Is the one round where he only gets out with a one and done.
Traded spots.
Is that how it comes undone? Nerds manages to sneak past Fear on the lane, trading places in the smokes. Freaky Friday, Tess says, pushing in. Gonna deal with Jacasmo. There's still S-Chiller in the sight, but it's just the one and done. Heroic clamp down on the lane control. And the gap continues to close. The question of Kixan only managing 1 kill in the B hold and it potentially not being enough is answered. Heroic are able to fill the void.
They did play very heavy B there, and they also pushed through the heaven smoke. Not only did they trade places in lane, they trade places in cave as well. So that's a really awkward round for Passion where they just feel like they got very unlucky, and they did, in fairness. Didn't see anyone till it was too late. Fear out mid with a bit of a pace. Tries to overwhelm Nerds, who has support from Red this time. Another 2-man B hold. Trusting in Kixon right now. Can't blame him. Jambo Glock armor trying to pick up an upgrade. His team are falling like flies though. And he's going to get picked out as well. Kixon playing with intense confidence right now. You wouldn't know that Heroic were 10-2 down. Great comeback for Heroic. Is it enough? Can they finish the job? Let's see a slowdown for Passion, I think. Been very gung-ho, been very fast in a lot of these rounds. Don't want to choke this lead. They've got 3 shots to do it.
3 shots, but only 2 of them are rifle rounds if they don't get bomb plants here, and they haven't been getting that far into the round. They've developed a real obsession with breaking through the B hold, and it's not served them well. And it's not just about, your own individuals slowing down. It's about Heroics waking up. Kixan still maintains his position top of the board, but Nerds, who was dead silent at that 10-2 scoreline, has now had that late game reactivation. And so suddenly, the kind of forces of Heroic here are growing against you.
we haven't really seen Heroic playing A in the CT side. S Chilla, if he calls the bluff again.
I hope they give him time, right?
Yeah.
Just to go and explore this option. You know he's not afraid to do it.
Hearing Reese mid only helps S Chilla here, because that just tells you Heroic is still trying to play for elbow. And so he's not going to make the move alone. It is still early in the round. But Heroic are the ones bringing the fight.
Here, tucked in, cleared out by Nerds, who has dialed in.
It's got to go.
Try and keep this alive for Heroic. They've cleared out the lane. Now they start to scramble, rotates into Donut. They won't be able to get out into the site in time. S-Chilla already owns it, but no util to block off Donut. Instead, he's got to win the fights. First one connects. Shush looking for trades, but Zero Fix runs them down. Dexter nearly jumps the gun back in spawn, but he's going to wait now. Heroic 3-on-3, and it's all coming down to this round. They want to play together. Walking through this CT smoke, playing within it is Kicksan, 23 kills deep. Smoke's going to start to fade. Zero Fix is feeling the pressure, doesn't know which way to look, chooses right, but Kicksan still good for the kill to propel Heroic in for this retake. It's the Double J threat. Jambo left up in the clutch. A crazy game from Jambo. Can he stop Tesses for the victory? Jambo, time and time again, hands Heroic defiant L's, and this time it leads to Passion UA running away with Heroic's map pick.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about there. Passion able to win the first map in this series against Heroic. The major within touching distance for them. Good fight back from Heroic in the end, but Passion, they just had the rounds to play with. Strong start here, Maui.
Great stuff from Jacasmo, great stuff from Jambo. Guys we've highlighted continued to keep delivering, even as that game was slipping away from them at points, still maintained some great composure. Man, I gotta say, like, Passion UA, they play a great style off of each other. I think their teamwork is totally solid. Yep. But I think these two guys in particular, they truly put themselves on the map for me as individuals.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But I think the other big thing you get to think about is, like, defensively with those 10 rounds that they got, it was really everyone pitching in. I mean, I think at most of that half, they were only like maybe a frag or two apart from player to player. Even Fear was having a better fragging game, more like himself, more like what I've seen in some of their online play, and they just could not be stopped anywhere. I mean, Heroic just could not find a single opening. When they did, they couldn't capitalize, very rarely able to do much. And then all of a sudden you have this round. This was the most bonkers thing ever. A Deagle ace from Jambo to get the 11th round on what was basically an eco round to put them right near map point, and that really gave them the breathing room to ultimately close it out.
Yeah, and look, the individual moments of brilliance, you know, are one thing. Like, obviously, Jambo's had a hell of a game. But, I mean, it's like you said, Maui, the thing that I've really liked about Passion here is this, like, almost, you know, preternatural understanding of, you know, how to trade, how to space, that when they run at people, they do it with purpose and intent. It's never a last resort or a roll of the dice. And honestly, you know, as crazy as this might sound, some of the more experienced and tenured teams could actually learn a thing or two from the way they're approaching the T-sides in particular.
Since they have brought on Fear as their in-game leader, they have averaged for 9 months straight 40 maps of officials per month. That's absurd. And so in that time, you are going to gain natural chemistry with your teammates, and they are going to understand what is likely to be the next play from their other individuals on their team. They're going to be able to tether off of those plays more effectively. And you could see in a lot of the moments that when they're very tightly knit, that they are actually showing some very veteran levels of trading and spacing. So a lot of credit goes out to just the grind. Like this seems to happen at least once per RMR. There's a team that just kind of comes out of nowhere with a billion online games, and you think, are they actually going to prove it on LAN? And this time around, it is Passion UA. They've been the team for me so far.
Yeah, it's always hard to know, like you said, whether they're going to translate or not, because they have done well online. Like, they've won all these like small European Pro League tournaments. They've played in the CCTs, you name it, they've played in it basically, and they have beaten some of the better online teams and tier 2 teams in Europe repeatedly, have even gotten some wins against some slightly bigger names, but they never got the opportunity to face opposition like this in a LAN environment. And you always wonder, can they carry it over? Like, will the pressure get to them? Will the light shine a little too bright? And what we have seen that's really impressive compared to everything else that we've talked about, I just want to add on, is they play fearless. They don't play scared. Like, they play their game plan. They don't care who they're up against. They're like, nah, we're us. Like, this is our game, and they're going to take it to you every time. And that's so refreshing because you see so many teams sometimes kind of cower down, play slow, get bogged down their default, second guess themselves. This team's decisive.
Yeah, that's how they beat Spirit. It's how they are beating Heroic in this one too. Just executing the game plan regardless of what's happening. It is admittedly backed up by the fact that they're sometimes getting clean entries because the first guy running in hits an instant headshot. But I have to agree with that. Like, sending it, even just thinking of some of the plays in this game and in the Spirit game, like, they'll take some pretty risky pushes and go for it with so much confidence and off of each other that even though it might look like, and they sometimes might even get punished for it, but because they just played the numbers and go for it repeatedly, I always just say, like, any plan is better than no plan, and I feel like Passion UA always have an idea of what they want to do next in a round.
And it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, the fact that you have everyone on this team willing to entry frag, willing to go in, willing to die first, willing to be right next to that guy to trade, that just adds on to the fearlessness of, okay, you're fearless and your spacing's good and anyone's willing to trade. Like, that's just a gift to a coach in an IGL.
Yeah, and we got to talk a little bit about Shush. Sorry to do it to you, as Pimp would say. Yeah. It's
that was a great impression.
Oh, yeah, it's like Jacob was in the room.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just been kind of painful watching his drop off because I think there was a period of time, you might even have made this point, but if you were assembling like a Danish super team, probably Shush is on it, like, you know, when he was at his very best, and he just hasn't been that guy for what feels like quite a while now.
It doesn't feel like he has integrated well into this Heroic lineup. This iteration of it has just given him some trouble in terms of just understanding what's coming next in the round. Like, the best thing about Shush is that he was probably, for anchors, one of the guys you could dedicate the least resources to, and he would be self-sustaining. Nowadays, when I watch him, if he peels away from his bomb site for more than a second or two, he comes back to it looking a lot more clueless than he used to. He's just not ready for individuals on Passion UA, for example, to just be pushed into his side already. He's not as diligent as he was before, where he would just carefully clear out the angles. It feels like he's playing catch up. Like, the game is moving too fast for him right now, which is so unlike him because for the past 3 years, that was never the case.
No, never was. Dust, we're going on to Vertigo now. I know this was a map pick that surprised you. Why is that?
I mean, it was just a little bit of a curveball. You know, the thing is that this team, Passion, does play a lot of Vertigo online. Like, they have like a 17-5 record in the last 3 months, so they're definitely very poised on it, but they've never played it on LAN yet, and so it's always like, do we want to pull it out now? But against Heroic, it's not a bad shout. Like, Heroic's not a great Vertigo team. No. I think they traded some games against Inted Espu when you guys were there. They've also had some big losses to Made Brazil and Nip, which is not a good look. So it is a vulnerability, and I credit Passion for going in to go for it. And we've been talking a little bit about Shush. I mean, he's so critical for Heroic on this team. He's their B-bomb side anchor. He's also their kind of B lurker. He's going to be facing Jacasmo all map long, and that guy has been teeing off all tournament. So that battle at B could be the big deciding factor for me. Then obviously it just goes to the classic like A-ramp simulator from that point forward.
Is going to silence.
Yes.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Richard.
Yeah?
That was perfect.
All right. Okay, well, if you want to make a point off that, if not, just let me have the moment. I'll throw it a break. What do you want to do? You want to?
I think that Shush is in such a bad position right now as an individual. Like, I will say, you know, in those end series at Espo, the first one he did incredibly well at. He just kind of did the same thing in the second rematch, and he went from literally being the highest rated player to the bottom rated player. And I feel like that's something that, based off of how Passion played in that Ancient, they might just target him again.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. We're going to a break. After it, we're going to find out whether Passion are afraid to scale the heights on Vertigo.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
New heights on the horizon for Passion UA as this young, unproven LAN team sit a map away from qualifying to the perfect world Shanghai Major. Heroic get caught in the crossfire over on Ancient. It felt like only Kixen could save them. Nerds woke up too late, and Dexter never got out of bed. We're going to need a different Heroic if they're going to actually hold strong and be able to take us to a third here. Major on the line, 2-1 matchup, and the map pick of Passion UA. It's surely only going to get better.
And the desk were talking about it. This was a bit out of left field. Passion UA coming through with the Vertigo pick. Something Heroic might have had to consider, but maybe not the obvious choice. So how much prep went into this for Passion UA? If one thing's been made clear, you know it's going to be a great deal for Heroic. Did they see this one coming?
I feel like you've definitely been caught off guard here, right? It's a map that Heroic played a lot more in the start of the year than in the last, 6 months. So maybe a little bit out of practice, but always been a map that they've been solid on. This smoke's going to land and cut off Kixen, allowing them to go for this mid to be split. He tries to block it. Don't know if that will work. Dexter with a Julie spamming away, even though he eats a nade, takes a kill with him. And they're up a man, Heroic. As Passion UA start to flood in the USPs, pick them apart. Bomb dropped. S-Chiller needs something here to relieve the pressure from his teammate, but it's not coming up here for Passion. A nice explosive pistol for Heroic with 4 alive, unless something ridiculous could happen, but Shush runs him down on the reload, and Heroic disallow Passion UA. Strong start to a map is just what Heroic need right now. After a bit of a beating on Ancient. Sure, the score got close, but it always felt like Passion were going to end that 10-2 half. Just took them a little bit of time to do so.
Tessa's with a chance for a mowdown here as they make their way up ramp with just Glocks. Oh, he's going to get wrapped on. Quick turnaround for Tessez. And here is the mowdown. Tessez brings the pain. A nice stat pad round there for Tessez. Heroic 2-0 up, but that was the full eco for Passion UA. Feel like they haven't been super overzealous in these second rounds. Instead, always looking to bring out the rifles fast as they can. And here on Vertigo, it's no exception to that rule.
Yeah, AWP for Dexter very early in this game as well, so funded. It's nice to see. Often a guy playing Julie's round 2 to allow this. Gonna need a big game out of Dexter here. CT Vertigo could be the place. Passion getting pushed. Heroic want to bring the heat. I like that. They've got flash set up. No, it's ready. But they dodge it. Jacasmo not even peeking. From 2 players close to no one at all. Heroic won't flank, instead they'll pull back. It's Nerds swinging off his teammate's contact, and there's the lane B recommit. Good AWP shot, Dexter. A requirement in this round to stop what felt like it was gonna be a faster B.
Yeah, that's forced the pace to come out of the round for Passion UA. Even just seeing numbers over towards middle, knowing those sightlines are now locked down by Heroic and the faster rotates are available, they have to go back and consider other options here. As Heroic, they were quick to scramble bodies over towards B and mid. That stack starts to dissipate now as the whole map falls quiet. Shush is holding for this jump up and he spots it. Zero fix on the receiving end of that MP9, and Shush does not fall back.
Nice. Seeing some good tandem play right now for Heroic. Gonna chase down the loss as well. Shush playing up close, realizing as well that boost, it's if you hold it, if Passion want to boost up safely, they have to be looking down to avoid their head popping out over the wood. So it's kind of just a free kill if you catch them in that motion. Nerd's going for his famed weapon on this anti-eco. As Passion UA just put the pistols. Very good sign for Heroic on the CT side right now. Not playing too static. Certainly not with Nerds on an anti. It's going to go gunning for him. Bomb here as well. Easy done. Nerds, only one. AK and nade combo is good, but they're trading, and Passion will take trades in a round like this. Can they risk it in the rifle? They don't seem to believe in it. That smoke will help. And yeah, Zero's gonna try and nab the AK. Or at least make them think he is. No repush for Heroic, just set up at the back of the site. And Passion, robbery, and retreat. They leave the bomb here. They'll be coming back. They've done enough now.
Yeah, even the missed shot from Dexter puts the fear in him, and he retreats. Heroic now don't have the info over here towards the A site. This makes the reposition from Kixan feel even crazier.
They could molly this.
He fully leans over towards B. They play 2 inside of the site, and this means Passion. They will not be ready for Tessez. No. They think that is the lone B site player. Swing out, back site, Tessez, quick work made. Oh, and even the third. Light work for Tessez, teed up by Kixan, who's not afraid to die, not afraid to be the bait. To tee Tessez up, 7-0 off the top of this game for him.
Yeah, that's really nice for Kixan to set up Tessez. He makes the most of it. I think if Kixan doesn't fight there, they're going to be a lot more cautious about backside. They faked it for sure, but no eyes on the position. And Passion now full buy. Orp on Jambo as well. Going to up the pace, up the ante towards B. Dodge the nades. Heroic have already started strong though, so Passion won't be in a hurry. Good hold on the smoke break. They set up Dexter for that peak, but Jambo is patiently waiting. And now they can just go into a B execute.
The jam phone is ringing. Well, Jambo answered the call, opens up this round. And now goes looking for even more. Jambo, a crazy flick. Shush had that one in the bag. Now there is this backstab coming in from Nerds, and it's going to be there far faster than Passion UA are ready for. Nerds, oh, Jambo just turns, gets the spot off, and now at least they're aware of the man in the back line. Nerds has got them in a box right now. They have to battle forward. They try to break away from Nerds. In on this flank, they turn, they deal with him. It's just Kixan, the captain. Valiant efforts in that first map. Can he stand and deliver 1v4? Turn 1v1, and it's just fear left to beat.
Big brawl on the B site. Passion were ready for it though. I love that they fake and take a lot of the space when they see that flank come in. They know Nerds is going to slow down. They also know Heroic are going to play off his contact, so they don't panic and try and stick the bomb and overcommit to the flank. They actually look forward for fights. A really nice clutch attempt for Kixan, 3 out of 4. But Passion get their first round in this game. Fear was holding a nade there, so if his teammate gets smoked mid, he's going to break it to stop the ladder cross. Prepared for even those little tricks that Heroic might pull out.
I mean, it's their first round on the board here, right? They want to try and carry that momentum forward. I don't think you You felt that same level of pressure brought early in this game, and so for Passion UA, they want to start stringing some rounds together. They've successfully broken through over at B, and it looks like they're going to try and run that back again.
2 here.
Shush. Oh. Oh no, through the smoke! What is this game? He's on for the ace! All the eyes, all the hype has been on Passion! But Shush shuts that down and shuts them up as the knife is pulled for the ace!
He ran out of ammo. It was his only option. You got to go for the highlight. Beautiful shot. Shush pushed out by a Molotov, and they're going to regret that. Bursting that second last player.
Smoking is the quiet killer there, because as they come on through, Shush lays waste to him.
All right.
Oh my god.
This is a crazy series.
Heroic are here now. They're here to play, no doubt about it. Going for knife ace kills. The highlight reel has flipped. It's Heroic's time in the spotlight. And this was on a surprise map pick, one where Passion may have caught him off guard. It doesn't seem like that's the case anymore. Now they're the ones getting tumble-dried. Bouncing around in a box. Shush. Beautiful B-hold. It's going to change up this game plan for Passion UA. They've really wanted this B site. They've shown a bit of ramp control. They've picked Dexter. They've faked him out. They've always ended with these B executes. Will they keep to their plan even when they're getting hit in the face? Shush up close. Okay. It's a gun, they'll take that. They're going for a split again, but this has been denied in middle time after time.
Fear manages to make it across. No contact on that first swing, but now Dexter holds this line. Fear goes looking for it, and that's when Kicksam pounces out from behind the generator. They blow the smokes open. They're trying to fight Chikazmo now, and they overrun him. Jambo all alone. And a full swarm of Heroic players left to deal with.
Yeah, we talk about the trading of Passion, how it's so strong and how their spacing is really good. Heroic are doing the same thing right now. It's something that CT Vertigo allows. If you know it's a commitment, you can just flood a bomb site. You don't have to wait for post plants in this map. This map allows you to retake preemptively. It allows you to just flood bomb sites to CTs if you have good reads and you trust in your info. And Passion haven't really been faking on B. They've been committing every time. So it almost feels obvious they're going to come A now. Heroic start 3 strong, as they have in many rounds. Can someone keep eyes on this B side? Chikazmo gives it a try. But I would not want to mess with Shush right now. 12 and 3. Getting set up with... Is that a flash? Yes. Oh, he's blind. He can't see him though. What a read! What a read!
More flash plays all across the map. It's Kixan over towards A with the multi-kill. Nade on a Jambo even finds more follow-up damage here, and so the Orb looking to make this first move. It's S-Chiller and Jambo playing in tandem. 2v4 as this begins.
Wow.
And they are cooking. Shush spotted over towards that B site, made the ballsy play to open, but he didn't leave that fight unwounded. And so 2v4 comes out for Passion UA. Jambo's Orb, a huge part of it. The hat trick from that AWP.
In an instant.
Things were looking so good for Heroic, they didn't even have time to figure out just how wrong that round was going.
Can't blame Dexter for that either. He's just holding a good line and he gets just perfectly pre-fired by S-Chiller. Fantastic entry kill. Immediately saw with a timeout because he does not want this to be the first domino in a string of rounds for Passion UA. It certainly could be the thing that starts something. But Heroic have had a fantastic game up until that 2v4. Even this for Shush. I wonder if he saw him on the mini-map, maybe? Like, something popped up. Because that was so intelligent. That was so well read. The only position that Chikasmo could be. And none of it matters as Passion UA break through on that A site. Oh, Dexter. Good AWP line. Won't stay on it, though. And, oh, he's lucky he didn't, because that top boost, that would have been the kill. Very cheeky moves. Passion pull out all the tricks. Dexter's back on short side. I don't know what drew him over here. Maybe some nades from Zero. He's thrown his whole belt. Triple HE on Con.
They instantly leave mid, though.
Yeah, that's right, because Heroic have stacked it now. 3 CTs are here just because of the numbers. Team nade is not great.
Using the nades is a neat little tool to try and get that opener, but if it doesn't provide, it's at least shifted the Heroic defense around a hell of a lot.
Oh, that's such a nice move. They have 2 players there. One's crouched, one's stood, and he's able to just float.
Like a staircase.
Like a staircase.
A human staircase.
So he doesn't have to double jump off the boost. Dude, they've got everything, man. Been in the lab. Nuts saw a lot there. He saw enough to call for a rotate. 4 players moving over.
Oh, but he falls straight away. Might have got the info, but pays a heavy price. Line up for Tesses. Oh, it's another highlight reel. This time a different day in front in the bill for Heroic. Tesses on for an ace of his own, but it's Jambo. This guy seems to power up in these pivotal moments, but not today. Tesses, it's his time in the limelight. 2 aces from both Danish Heroic players. Shush and Tesses rise up the board.
That's more like it. We needed our firepower pieces here from Heroic if they were going to compete with Passion. And while the calls have been great, they've been in the right place. They're now finally hitting their stride as well. Okay, an opponent has entered.
Kixan, there's a lot of bodies there. And while his is sent tumbling over the edge, he gets the spot at least. They know that Passion UA are all here, all grouped over towards ramp. So Heroic bring an extra man over. Nertz and Tesses love this offset peek into ramp. They're going to catch them trying to boost over, and there's the cover from Nertz up top. We're on our way to another ace there. This time Nertz cut down 3 kills deep. Chikasmo closing the gap, and Jambo rerouting all the way up through short while Chikasmo takes space. They don't know about this. Oh, the last minute turn. Shush just pieces it together. It's left to Jambo. Another clutch attempt, but Dexter's AWP is on this line. He gets wiped out. Jambo, 1 left to beat. It's Shush, the man that aced them just rounds ago. It's the one that Jambo has to clash with to win this round. And Shush, he's got faith. He's read this one right. Has not moved a muscle. 20 seconds left for Jambo. Time is of the essence. Does he really commit to B?
Yeah.
That is mad. Through the elevator.
He just knows he's got it now.
Calls the bluff of Shush. Yeah. Shush is going to have to rotate in late. This will be a retake. Jambo has time to pick a post plant. Time to decide how he wants to play this. And it's aggressive. He wants to end this one right away. Shush making noise on the drop in. Jambo with a 1v2 clutch keeps things in check for Passion UA.
This guy's the real deal, an absolute beast. I mean, the AWP right now is just feeling like a liability, not even because of mistakes getting made for Dexter. Just, you can't hold these peaks. Look at that shot. Not even perfect crosshair placement here, just so well. And This is what Dust was saying coming into the game. Jambo, sure, he buys an AWP. He is the AWPer, but he is a hybrid through and through. And that is so in right now. Fast up the ramp. Passion trying to break through at the end of the half. Looking for their 5-round flowers. Boost up. Triple nade, and they go back again. They've done it once more. And because they saw a player top ramp, they don't know about this boost. As a result, Heroic have way more info than Passion have bargained for. The difference is there's only one at B this time. There's no rotation made off of this move. Dexter needs to get out of here. We need more players on that B bomb site because Passion are about to explode.
Shushman's the ramparts. Has support in there alongside it. Dexter dead after one, trying to keep things even as Heroic now spill over. Out through the window, Kicksan close on the 5-7. No one's holding this, no one's watching this. Kicksan could complicate the whole round, but it's just him left standing, ducking, diving, weaving, but he can't dodge S-Chiller. Passion UA with a fourth. Heroic now broken as that force buy doesn't pan out, and this might be that first half recovery from Passion UA.
Yeah, 5 is fine. 5 is absolutely enough, especially with the way this game has started with 2 aces from the Danes on this B bomb site. It's not like Passion haven't run into problems in this map, but they found solutions, and they just need one more. A back-to-back force for Heroic has left them lacking in these rounds. And so Passion, it's right there for the taking. I'm pretty sure this is just for a mid-smoke, right? Like, what else would it be? But no smoke has come down, no cross the ladder, no aggressive moves. And this would be the round to do it, but Heroic instead just go for an A stack. Ready to swing off their contact. Methodical exec on B, double molly just to get the control of the stairs. And again, they're hoping their util fake Heroic out and makes them rotate. This time Heroic just stays static. They won't move a muscle. Passion walking in to the 4-man stack.
Jambo might be first contact here. He's usually the guy you want alive at the end of these rounds, but he moves up short on that AWP and is churned up by the SMG. The full ramp stack works wonders. The 3-man lead there for Heroic. And so they managed to deny that 5-round half that Passion UA was shooting for, even though it felt like they did all the legwork. They'd broken their money.
Yeah. Nice to see Heroic not rotate there, because if there's one thing they've learned in this half, it's don't trust the util of Passion. They keep throwing. They did it 3 or 4 times that half. It felt like it did get a bit predictable, right? Just throwing like a bunch of util, 3 nades in the same place, 2 mollies in the same place, and hoping that Heroic go, oh, they're all here. Let's leave. But Heroic was so committed to that setup. They were never going to rotate. So nice try for Passion UA, but Heroic are here with a bit of vengeance on their opponent's map pick. Okay.
Something that is mad to think about. There have been 5 aces in the event so far coming into today, and now there's 3 more from this one game alone.
Yeah, true. 5 aces before this game.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, maybe we can match it in a whole series, Harry. This one's got the makings of a 3-mapper, but
it's like we're in a time machine with how the CS is playing. It's so in your face.
This is CS2 right here. It's very explosive.
Oh, Zerofix, that's a crazy flick. One man made it over. Zerofix gives chase, all his teammates dying, but there's S-Chiller with the turnaround. It's going to come down to this 2v2. Jambo is straight there, though, hot on their heels. Backstab in, and no awareness on Kicksan. A brutal pistol round put forth. Crazy flicks in middle from Zerofix to open. And even though Heroic were able to break the doors down on that B assault, things are not kept clean past that point. They were not ready for the fast flank.
Найс! Пацаны, слушайте инфу, говорю, кричу.
Game face is on though. Heroic with a bomb plant. There's still going to be resistance here in this round.
Yeah, this feels like it's such a impactful round for Heroic. They almost need to win it to stop this comeback from materializing. The potential feels high with everything we've seen from Passion in this tournament so far. Fear up close. That gap player not really baiting for him though. He's on his own and Tesses hung out to dry, takes him. Passion have to fall back now with just rifles in the bomb site. But as we know, as they did so many times on Ancient, they make the right gamble. 3 here.
Good nade.
Not bad at all. This is an elevator smoke coming in, and Heroic are just going to storm the board. As Passion spam smokes gap, that stalls this out for Heroic. Boost up as well. It's a powerful position, but a good flash can render it useless. And they're just gambling, they won't come gap. 3 CTs fighting the ramp side, Harry. This could be bad for Heroic.
Smokes down, but the boost up lets you see over that, and Zerafix able to etch out a little corner for himself. Tesses picking up the double opener here, propels Heroic in. Jacasmo spotted, trying to thread the needle on that smoke. 2 on 3 though, everything
no way
responded to from Passion UA. Always down a challenge. Molly gonna burn, but there's the backstab from Nerds. Ooh. Him and Tesses bring that one home for Heroic. Instant success found on the force buy.
Nice execute, and I feel like with that lineup, Nerds knows there's a gap. He looked super aware that there was a little hole on the short side, and he's just trying to fight it. Comes in chasing those kills as well, not letting them set up for a post plant. That's to me, all I'm learning this game is Heroic have been pracking a lot of Vertigo coming into this event. That's what it feels like right now. They've been ready. And I think there is something to be said for that for a lot of teams, especially teams on the cusp of being tier 1 and being teams who want to beat the best teams in the world. And that's exactly what Heroic are here to do. They know they can take down some of the best in the world with the players they have. And having Vertigo in your map pool be sneaky is really nice, because a lot of teams just kind of handshake, don't pick it, and someone will second ban it for everyone's sake.
Especially over here in Europe, right? Like looking further afield out towards the Americas, they play it a lot.
Yeah.
And so I think that would have felt like a vulnerability heading into the major in those matchups.
Good point. Yeah, Heroic definitely have got not the recent official experience on this map, no doubt, but they played it a lot at the start of the year, and right now they're showcasing some fantastic ideas, a lot of great util, some cool setups. So I think we said, hey, Passion have caught them off guard with a Vertigo pick. I actually think it's gone the other way now. I don't think they were ready for this from Heroic. We've had a lot of ideas and a lot of results. 10 rounds now on this map. If this was another pick, right? If this came through with maybe a Anubis, maybe even a pick of Mirage, could be a very different game. Instead, here's where we are. Heroic trying to drag us to map 3. And right now, all signs point to that.
Gonna try fight for the B stairs. 3 strong here, right off the rib. Double middle, no 1A for Passion UA. Things have not gone well. They lose that first man. Mid's getting picked apart. Nerds doesn't even commit to this swing. Fear will eventually pick up the trade, but they've lost everyone everywhere else. It's just this one man in at B. Jacasmo gonna be able to deal with Sure, but The A site's fallen. They know where both remaining players are. They know that this A site was open, and so Heroic move in. No contest. And a save called for Passion UA, as these guns are all they're going to bring with them into the dying hours of this game. Heroic just 2 rounds away from longing this out to a third and making this second map a more decisive win.
Yeah, huge respect to Heroic for having such a just dominant game right now, because Passion, it's not just the style and the calls. Passion were hitting in the last map, and they certainly came in hitting into this one as well. We've still had some beautiful rounds from Jambo, Zero on the pistol, but Heroic with answers, with 2 aces from the Danes, with Nerds running the board. And Dexter's lack of impact in this map, at least, hasn't felt like an undoing point for Heroic. Mirage will, I'd like to expect, be a different story for Dexter. It kind of needs to be one of his better maps as well. Only so much we can write off a powerful AWP.
I mean, as sad as I am to say, I think I'm over thinking Dexter's going to recover here for Heroic in any sense. I think if they want to find success, if they want to make it, it's going to have to come down to their riflers. S-Chiller dead immediately. There's Kicksan securing the B site for Heroic. Only one player here, Jacasmo over the smoke. But a swift trade. Still Zero has leveled the playing field, dealing with Nerds on that mid lurk. And Shush caught out on an island as well. Tesses and Dexter left up in this one. Tesses takes the close line. Nade from Dexter, but he falls. Are they ready for Tesses here? They jump him! And Zero Fix able to secure the trade. Narrow margins there. You can see him flicking down, ready for that double swing. But Passion UA hold on. They had to find success in this round. If they didn't, the third and final map of Mirage was a certainty. It was as good as done. But for the time being, they still get to play here on Vertigo, their map pick. Still working with limitations going forward. Heroic still very much have the edge. This will not be an easy battle back into this for Passion UA. Jambo Zort makes an appearance. It's the util that they're feeling really punished in right now. Only 3 sets coming into this round.
Oh. Damage trade on ramp. Fury to shot, Dexter the same. Fear still jump spotting on this health. They can nade him. He won't stick around. Boost up in middle as well. His Nerd's ready for this. Chakasmo, very passive, giving his nades over. Oh, he dropped it. Nerd's heard that, but he pulls a nade out. What? Oh! Recovery. How? That might be it, Harry.
First domino, second domino, they're all starting to tumble. S-Chiller offers up resistance. That's what this guy does best, just when he's anchored down. Like a turret, Zero Fix through the smoke, trading places with Tesses. Catches him with his back turned. And so from a really rough start, 3v5 down, they've been able to recover. A big multi-kill from S-Chiller to make it happen. And then Zero Fix pushes the advantage.
Yeah, now they start flanking as well, so they're piecing together the end of the round. They're getting information, realizing Heroic aren't going to be lurking at mid at 30 seconds. It's just important Passion don't die in the site to allow this flank to actually get away with something. Zero is kind of boxed in. Timings could kill him here if he's checking the wrong side, but he fully tucks. Oh, they saw him. There's a spot. There's the shot for Nerds. 10 seconds. He has to stick this bomb right now. They could risk running him down. Jambo with a shot stops him from getting any weirdness as Passion UA win a 3v5 against the odds.
It's the awkward fight that started it all, but that was the moment of recovery. They do well to keep it in check, and you can tell Heroic are starting to feel the pressure a little bit more. Another timeout called in as the gap starts to close on this one.
Yeah, address it early, right? Get on it. Don't underestimate Passion UA at this point in the series, at this point in the RMR. There is major qualification on the line in this match. Winner going through clean, 3-1.
And something that's been nice, I think, for Passion UA since getting onto the CT half is they're able to play with a bit less respect of the standard protocols here on Vertigo. T-side, I think it's just hard to get away from, right? You kind of have to be respectful. You have to fake the footsteps. You have to give fake info. And you saw a lot of that from Passion UA, but the thing that's really blowing us away with this team across the RMR is how they don't respect the standard conventions. They will push smokes. They will take risks. And you didn't get a lot of that in the first half. But now on the CT side, Zerofix pushing through smokes over at short, being a nuisance, always harassing the ramp players. Weird little boosts around the map to try and snipe advantages. Fear the aggression here won't get punished. Instead, it's Tesses left out on a limb, dead first.
And they get out as well. They were towing back and forth, right? Faking steps, recommitting. To get a 5v4 is going to be a lot of relief for Passion UA in this round. Can just play their bomb sites now. Milling about in middle is Zerofix. We've got a fake on this A site for Dexter.
Something that's kind of mad is that Estrella hasn't used any of his util. Like, it's even now with that smoke going in, Heroic might think, okay, we can wait for that. We can wait for the smoke and then go. But he's got the molly and the smoke to replenish this. He's lining it up now. That comes out. They're going to try boost over the smoke. Give themselves a sight line. Nice. Chiller caught out on an island. And at that point, with the re-smoke in, Heroic have to go. Jacasmo, awkward whiff in the last round. Now someone who has to hold the line. Zerofix can't connect. He's getting run at. Nerds. Tip of the spear brings Heroic into the B site. And sends Passion UA packing. Fear dead on the backstab. Dexter holds the line. It's just Jambo. And no clutch to be found in that 1v4. Heroic stormed the board.
First time I've said this all tournament for Passion UA, they lose that round from aim. They lose that round because of whiffs. They actually have good positions. They have chances. They have Heroic running an exec, and sure, the util makes it uncomfortable. The boost in the smoke is a nice catch for Nerd. He has advantage there, but still, Passion UA could have held that down, and they can't quite hit clean headshots for once. We will let them off, but Heroic will not. Looking to take this all the way to Mirage. This round ought to do it. Your best chance. 3 MP9s. Desperate times for Passion UA.
Nerds is completely leveled up on this second map as well. He's playing a very confident, very aggressive brand of Counter-Strike, and in this round, he has found all the space in through middle. Nerds has won them the round. He's flanking A. And they have no idea he can even be here. No one is prepared for this.
They're just retaking mid. He's going to miss them entirely. This is going to be weird. I wonder what happens here, yeah.
But if his teammates even start making noise over towards ramp, this is so wild. Nerds is going to rejoin Heroic on ramp. They didn't even realize that this just happened.
It just looks like that Heroic have walked into A on a good timing right now. He's very deep still, but this is done.
He's on the backstab again. It's his second time. He's gone around the world and back again. The Nerd story. Ready for the push out on Spawn, but he will fall to Jacasmo. They lose S-Chiller. And the push from Shush looks to seal the deal. It's just Zerofix on the backstab. Heroic have done enough. Dexter to close. Heroic keep this series going. One map left. One final chance. The score to be settled on Mirage.
Yeah, so it turns out that Vertigo Gambit didn't really pay off. Passion it was within their grasp. They were going on their map pick. They had a game plan, and they weren't able to execute. Heroic tie up the series. I'm just going to come to you first, Dust, just to talk about that Vertigo pick, because you said, you know, you were kind of, it caught you off guard a little bit, particularly as they could have maybe had Anubis in there. So I just thought you could maybe talk us through the rationale a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Anubis would be a safe pick, but Vertigo is kind of like gamble pick where they do play it a lot online. They're very successful online, and we know that Heroic generally haven't been that good looking of a Vertigo team.
Sure.
And it's also a situation where usually Heroic will ban Vertigo's second rotation. And so that's another thing to kind of think about when you're going into the pick ban element. But unfortunately, they just got off to such a cold start. Like, they never really get going on the T side. They got aced on twice that half. In situations where they didn't even look like they were playing that badly, they just happened to line up perfectly for some of these aces that happened. And then really the only foil besides the cold start was the last round in the first half. They were up against the force buy and lost. That was a big missed opportunity that I think really kind of set them super far behind.
Yeah.
This is where things get really scary for Passion UA, because it felt like you came in today a lot hotter than Heroic. Your teamwork was looking a lot sharper, but for this map, it was so much about the individuals for Heroic. Sure, there was good support utility, but the defenses were more or less spearheaded by individual efforts where there were over performances from people like Tessus, people like Shush, even Kicksan early on towards those A defenses had great ideas of where they were, good crosshair placement overall, and when they swapped to the T side, it got a little bit scary for Heroic at times, but the final coup de grace with Nerds just finding that lurk timing towards middle, like, that's a scary prospect because it means that people like Nerds feel emboldened right now. He feels like he can actually go for individual plays with the sort of cushion and the sort of individual efforts that are being put forward by the rest of his team, that you can take risks.
Yeah, and look, we can talk about D's nerds in just a moment, but I think first of all, we have to talk about the adjustment that Shush made. You know, we lit him up in the first map. He didn't play particularly great, and we've talked about how his form has been poor. Here he was able to have a lot of impact on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how he was going to get tested a lot as the B-bomb side anchor in the first half, and he rose to the occasion, defended it very well the vast majority of the time. He, you know, was one of the players that did get an ace on that half, and yeah, definitely stepped it up in comparison to Ancient. Tip hat to him.
I mean, he was even just starting to fly at them. There was a guy that was defaulting towards the B stairs at one point, and Shush just jumped down at him because he knew he was there. That, again, this is where things get really scary for Passion UA, because one of the small win conditions that you had is that you were the team that was willing to disrespect utility. But look at what happens in this exact round when they do that. Like, Shush just shuts them down as they try to plow through a smoke, and that's kind of the risk of Passion UA style. It's actually, in a funny way, fairly upset prone. They did similar stuff to Spirit on Anubis, for example. If there's a CT smoke, they don't care. They trust their flashes, they trust their spacing enough, and because of that, they are able to strike with such ferocity, but it also looks really dumb sometimes. It does sometimes backfire. They got, in some ways, the way Passion UA plays, it's based around teamwork. It's based around a good flash to pop you in a bomb site. But if that one flash doesn't catch that initial defender, you will look like lemmings walking over a cliff.
Well, I mean, do the side-by-side comparison. Go look at that map against Spirit when they went to the smoke at B. It was towards the end of the second half, and they pushed together with the flash through the smoke. That round, you saw it. It was kind of one by one. Yeah, they had different height angles, which may have thrown off Shush's, like, you know, X-axis aim or whatever, or Y-axis aim, but it just never was enough to really overwhelm him, give him multiple targets to deal with at the same time, so he was able to kind of single out his duels, and that is just like a sign of, like, not quite being as crisp as normal.
Yeah, so look, we'll set up Mirage. Sure. Much more open map. We know Passion have already got some big wins here at the RMR on this map, and it's generally an open one. I will say, obviously, Heroic no slouches on it as well, very much in their repertoire. So what are the win conditions here?
I think for the heroic side of things, it's just getting the same performance out of Nertz and Tessus again that you just got. Nertz is an incredibly mobile player on the T side for heroic. He's going to be everywhere on the map. He can be creeping underpass. He can be leading hits on either site. He can obviously be lurking middle, being aggressive, asserting himself in window room even sometimes. So I think if he's able to play with the same amount of freedom and success as we saw on Vertigo, it's going to be a very hard thing to deal with. He's also the A connector defender, which is like the prime star spot on the CT side that will get tested. And I'm not even really going to talk too much about tactics when it comes to Passion. They know how to play this map. They have a great default. They have great, well-run executes with good utility usage. It's just about making sure you can actually implement that in a pressure situation with the major on the line in a third map against a team like Heroic, who's now proven that they can beat you and they're not afraid of you. So that is more of my thing. I think it's more mental for Passion at this point.
I want to see more from Dexter. I really haven't felt his presence in this series thus far. Map 1, a stinker for him. Map 2, okay. Like, how are you going to qualify to the major as the star opper of this team and not really contribute? Playing second fiddle to all these riflers, that wasn't what the MO was when they signed this guy. They wanted somebody that could be explosive, that could read the offense and try to shred those numbers so that the defenders on the bomb sites could close in on them. And so far today, I feel like Passion UA has just had his number. So I do think that the rifles from Heroic could probably in their own right be a win condition. But for Dexter right now, I feel like the jury is still very much so out.
Yeah, well, Mirage is the map to do it if you're going to come alive as an AWPer, so we'll see. And we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we are going to go straight into the action, and we're going to find out who is going to the major. Will it be Heroic? Will it be Passion? We'll see after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
massive individual efforts from Heroic on Vertigo, and the gamble from Passion UA does not pan out. This means it comes down to Mirage. Both these squads sitting 2-1 with that spot on the Major on the line. Mirage, the final battleground in which we see them go head-to-head here after a back-and-forth series. Both teams trading map picks. Mirage for Passion UA, one that we saw them find success on to open up this 2-0 RMR run. It was their opening game over Virtus.pro that they were able to close out 16-14. For Heroic, we have yet to see them play this map at the RMR. But on the run-up coming in, it's looked good for the Heroic squad.
Yeah, but they've already flipped some expectation with a crazy map win on Vertigo, a confident, dominant map win on a map they've not been playing at all. So let's not underwhelm, or let's not expect worse things for Heroic here, even though they haven't shown off this map yet. I think they might come through with some new ideas, much as they did on Vertigo. Passion UA, however, got to shake off that rust that Map 2 brought them and showcase more of what they've been giving us the entire tournament thus far. Yeah, a deciding map to make it to the Major. Something to celebrate for the winner of this single map. It's a BO1 now. Exec in the A side. I like those smokes from Kixon coming in.
Passion work off the ring rust after Vertigo went against them. S Chiller seems to think so. The dual Berettas open in this pistol round. And now Passion UA group for the retake in through CT. Heroic try to meet them there. They get chewed up. Leaving it all on Kickstand. Started off this series really well, did this guy, but expecting much. 1v4, it's wishful thinking. Passion UA stick the landing on this defuse, and it'll be them picking up the pistol, getting off to a nice start here.
They're getting so hyped already on those player cams. Solzero and Fear shouting, hollering after they come through quickly. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they're here for it. Back in. Heroic force up. Bomb plant allows that. It's Nerds with his famed weapon, but only Mac-10s and pistols otherwise as Heroic storm the B apartments. Tesses comes out under to make it still look like a bit of a default, but they're just going to fight him for it. Runs back as this B-pop gets ready to go. S Chiller, oh, he's wasted his ammo there on the spam. Now they're coming in.
Zero Fix there lends a helping hand. Oh, shush. Mid-air, okay. Mac-10 prowess. Bomb plant found as Shush brings the heat to open this one up.
The Danes do it again. Oh, what?
Jambo manages to make it out deep on the short side. Smoke's now fading. Shush's Mac-10 is silenced, and Dexter left up all alone. They've got him out, trapped in the open. They'll clamp down upon him. That's a Passion UA stick the landing here. This was a feat they were unable to achieve back on Vertigo when they won the CT pistol. The force buy of Heroic immediately brought them back onto the board.
Well, that's awkward for Tesses, man. He jumps out of apartments. He's trying to get a better position in the site, I guess, but way too late, not considering the short retake there as Passion is still smoked off at the market. That's an awkward repause. It's going to cost them everything. And Heroic, they didn't get that much damage, but they still want to rebuy to keep the pressure on early in this map. Knowing how winnable and how swingable these games are off of the back of the early half. Got Galil's in mid. Jambo, who is probably expecting pistols, sees the buy, immediately departs. That could be a good nade, but it's dodged for the most part. Oh, he just got in the corner. I don't think Nerd saw that. Holding passive anyway, they both are. But who's more patient? Let's Chiller the turret. Or Nertz's lurk. Who will break first? I mean, at a certain point, Nertz has to go because his team is scaling up Catwalk. But he can be the last piece. Bomb on short. 2 apartments. S-Chiller. 1 kill would go a long way, but Nertz won't make it easy. Double entry. In fact, they just have to throw themselves into the site. That's a very ugly spray for Jambo.
These back-to-back bomb plants do a world of good for Heroic. Jambo's someone who's been a very safe pair of hands for Passion UA. But an awkward whiff. And the B defense faltering at the first sign of trouble from Heroic. And you don't have to wait long to see that Heroic threat here on Mirage. 5 alive round as well. That's after the back-to-back bomb plants to open up this game. So suddenly, flush with money are the Heroic squad. Passion UA calling a timeout. You can see Kane with a lot to say here, as they will cobble the buy together. Those 2 saved guns allow this to happen. If even one of those players had been found on their way to try and save, this would likely not have come through. So there's a lot riding on this round for Passion right now, more than Heroic. If Passion come up short, suddenly they're forced down to pistols. Heroic would be springboarding themselves up into the lead. Heroic, meanwhile, can withstand a lost round.
I can feel it. They've seen nothing in middle. B's been quiet. The A execute imminent again for Kixon. Will Passion go through the smokes? It certainly looks like it. Fear actually blocks one as well, but he's still looking to fight as Jax on the site traded both. Oh, smoke shot might tempt you back in. S-Chiller.
Oh, another...
S-Chiller might have a wallbang lineup as well if they plant for him. Pretty common from this position, but they won't go for it. Just a stick in the site and looking to play retake with no kit right now.
I mean, chance has brought you back into this one. Smoke spams landing have made Passion UA consider the retake, and now they even take the edge. Nertz out behind triple, spammed to death by Zerofix, and so Dexter, a ludicrously quiet series. Now the last man standing for Heroic, and he's up for the task. Dexter finally finds his voice as he brings home that second round for Heroic. A 1v2 goes his way.
Oh, it's about time. I mean, Maui was saying on the desk, we've been parroting it all casts as well. It's just been no impact. It's just been faceless, nameless in this series across both maps. I can't think of a round. Finally, Dexter does something. 2 kills in the clutch. An awkward jump over for Jambo. And now Heroic getting hyped as they break the money of Passion. You said it yourself, they can't sustain that loss. This is what it looks like. Not even a flash. Jambo with a Deeg. Can't blame him. But... oh, just spammed. Easily done by Heroic.
I mean, the value of Dexter having won that clutch now is massive to Heroic, right? Suddenly you've got Passion UA in a very vulnerable spot to start this map.
Yeah.
You not only get this early lead on the back of it, but every time you win a round, every time you find these clean openers that Heroic have been getting, the want to retake is lessened for Passion UA. The risks they can take is lessened. And if they lose everyone, if they lose 4 players in these rounds, they're broke moving forward. So Heroic are in the power position right now.
Oh dear, Jambo has to smoke his own window just to survive. Nerds lurking out around the bomb. Behind him, Jacasmo on top of the box. Lots of damage done here for Passion. They put Heroic on their last legs on 3 players. There's no kit. Passion have to fight for the round. They have to stop the bomb from going down. Kixon has a free B site as Passion group up for a mid clear. They're doing it together. They see no one there. Could start to flank under or just regroup on the bomb site. Gonna have to be A here. No CT smoke. Dexter waits, trying to cover the line.
Late in the round as well, Kixan's someone to bear in mind here. Right now, out on his lonesome over at B, but there's backstabs on backstabs. Fear.
Oh dear.
Noise made, bomb dropped. Can't manage the second. That's a low HP test says. Now donning the AWP. They're going to try and link up with Kixan. Doesn't want to fall though. Tries to take the fight in towards Sport, and that's the B site lost.
Feels a bit much.
Heroic can't go anywhere. This round is over. It ends in T-Spawn where it began.
Kixon's going for it there. I mean, they already knew what the game plan was. They already knew that he could have a deep position because they dropped the bomb running away. I guess he feels a need to make a play and get a kill because his team is so low and so far away, but Mac 10 and CT Spawn versus M4s, I know who I'm betting on. Passion, bite back, sink their teeth into this Heroic T side, who, don't get me wrong, have a lot of money, have a couple of rebuys in them. But Passion don't bow down early in this map. Trading rounds right now with Heroic. And a map we know they can play to a very high level. Already showcased at this RMR.
Oh, they blow that lower smoke open. Eschilla wasn't ready for that, and now Dexter Zorp gets involved via top mid push through the smoke. No one's holding this. This could be a double. It had to be a double if Passion UA want to try and attempt this round, but it is Heroic success. Everywhere they go, they find it. A team ace from Heroic.
They're sharp.
Everyone pulling their weight, even Dexter now arriving at the 11th hour. Heroic haven't had him in any of the previous maps, and it's not like he's storming the board or anything here, but he's finding his impact, and that one crucial clutch is the reason you're seeing Passion UA have to constantly play from the back foot in these rounds.
Yeah.
It's another situation where Heroic get out with a lot of players left standing, money getting built, Passion down to pistols.
Oh, the impact of that clutch cannot be overstated in what it's done to this buy of Passion. Gamble, a good round to do it, but even with a 4-man stack, Heroic should have the guns to break through. It's only 3 right now. Fierce Deeg far away. Zero going for the kill in upper B. Might have seen the bomb there, but can't really do anything about it. Tessa's coming up catwalk as well. It's going to get worse before it gets better. They've just got to sink their teeth in. Heroic 3-on-2 here. Line held by the AWP. Boost up. And Dexter reads it just in time. Bomb has been planted. Heroic. Very good game out of them right now. Very unpredictable rounds. Playing quite split, but trusting in everyone to get their kills.
Jambo looks on with the AWP. Flashing Jacasmo in for the ramp fight.
Oh, if he cleared it.
Doesn't full commit, and so Tess says never gets punished. He was full blinded. Heroic were set up to trade that, though. And so both teams end that in a stalemate.
Need that smoke right now. Heroic coming through.
Pressure on. Jacasmo, they drop in. First man dealt with, it's Nerds. Big scalp to find, but there's Tessez with the reply. Smoke blowing open. Fear can't get the shot off.
Oh, it's behind the box.
Chiller, dead back in the spawn. Shush. Dead to his own molly. But getting out with that one kill was enough to write this one off for Passion UA. Heroic, after a sucker punch in the opening map, have collected themselves, have built back stronger into this series, and after running away with Vertigo even more dominantly than that opener, they sport this very early lead on Mirage. One where, you know, in a way, you can really link a lot of these early teething problems for Passion UA still back to that Dexter round. They're still playing with the shadow of that clutch.
Yeah, with the economy in mind as well. It's something Fear talked about in that interview recently, right? Like about how they don't even feel like underdogs because in CS2, in a BO1 especially, it's, you know, according to him, it's a 50-50 game, right? You win a couple pistols, you win some reset rounds, and you have just as much chance as any other team. Of course, you know, it's not exactly the point of being underdogs in the sense of people are favorites because they're more experienced, because they have better players, but it just showcases the confidence that Fear and this team have in winning a game that others wouldn't expect from them. It's just CS at the end of the day. But right now, from the eye test at least, Passion not looking as sharp as that opening map, seeing some awkward gunfights, some whiffed sprays, Fear breaking the smoke with a nade, couldn't find his clean kill. Jacasmo needing that headshot on the second if he wanted to make that round possible from under Balk. It's small little things, and don't get me wrong, Heroic are making it hard for them. They're hitting good util, they're isolating well with executes, and mollying the right positions. But at the same time, Passion have to hit harder if they want to win this series. I want to say again, with the potential teams we could have it in 2-2, Harry, this is not a game you want to lose. Where it puts you in the RMR is in potential danger of running into a top team, a team like a G2 maybe. You never know. So Passion UA, make the most of this CT side. 5v4, they've got a ramp flash set up. It's good timing, but the AWP peeks in right before. Dexter now knows more positions. 2 on this A site. Flick back for Tessus with Molly. Pushes Zerofix back out, and Dexter even finds a pick. It's beautiful shooting for Heroic right now. Taking heads clean off. S-Chiller checks his flank, but there is no escaping the tide of Danes running his way. Heroic 7-3 T-side Mirage. Brutal beginning to this game right now. Now it's further than the Dexter clutch. They've won multiple gun rounds, and they've won them clean.
And it's this rifling core that really stepped up on Vertigo, keeping it going. And now you throw in that Dexter is looking good around that. He had 10 kills in both the maps that have been played so far. He's 8-5 heading into the final few rounds of this first half. Now, does get bested by the Jambo AWP down in middle. Tess says, top in the board. Taking heads off. Fear dead down in the connector. Now get to lend a helping hand to Nerds. Get him up into the window. He could do so much from this position, and there's no one even nearby to keep an eye on it. Nerds has the round in the palm of his hands right here. Neither player considering it, neither player checking. And no realization that this gap in mid has been found, has been exploited by Nerds. They've got the last B player trapped in at Van. And so Nerds on that flank, teed up by Tesses.
Just positioned that so well. Could have taken one kill numerous times, and he just knows he has a guarantee. All he wants is his team to get in position to play off of his flank. He buys as much time as possible. And again, another round where Passion are just trying to survive, trying to escape, failing at all of the above. And Heroic gunning them down where they stand. A beautiful T-side scoreline, 8-3. You really couldn't ask for more. 4 kills from Nerds. And Dexter doesn't even need the orb. This is just going so well for Heroic when they were blown out of the water on Ancient. Clutch after clutch. Sharpshooter after sharpshooter. Passion were perfect in map 1, but this is a very different game now.
For the plucky underdogs, the hopeful renegades of Passion UA, they're being torn apart by the tag team duo of Rene Guy. It's Tesses and it's Nerds taking full control over this game. Shush, not without his merits, not without his big moments, especially back on Vertigo. Now leaves his impression here on Mirage. And for Passion UA, all coming undone at the turn of map 3. They do find the bomb here. Missed shot from Dexter is pretty consequential. Eschilla gonna deal with Shush over in Palace. But look at who's left standing for Heroic. It's the 2 big names. It's the 2 big boys that have made Mirage feel so uncomfortable. 23 kills deep between the 2 of them. They're gonna waste some time having to go back and clear out this bomb. Jambo is the only guy still left hanging around, but he does have support coming in. Dead over in the apartments. Bomb retrieved. Backstab with shots, but will be able to convert it. And so Passion UA, will that 3v5 that they are able to turn around and win out bring some much needed energy heading into this second half with just 4 rounds to their name?
Yeah, you wonder where this half has gone, right? It's just disappeared. We didn't get any of these hyper-aggressive rounds or these mid-takes for Passion UA, any of this pushing. The only aggressive things they really tried were, you know, ramp flash pops, and to kind of no result. Dexter was really good at locking it down, and Heroic played very execute heavy in their T side, so Passion never really got a chance to be the initiators until this final round of the half. It's something. It's maybe even enough, but they're going to have to turn on right here, right now, or Heroic will be making yet another major. This is not an organization nor a core that has missed one. 5 in a row. For Shush and Tesses in that Heroic jersey. And they don't plan on going out anytime soon.
Kixan is alone in defense of this B site, and he's even been spotted. And now dealt with, trying to get up into the apartments. Passion UA slow it right down. They wait and see what the reaction is. They choose not to pounce into that B site. Little did they know, Kixan was the only man there. Shush coming back at ramp could get caught on this timing. Eschilla up in Palace, able to deal with him, was not ready for that. When you see so many bodies and the only info you have is that your B player has died, and he saw like 4 guys in the B apartments, he was not prepared for a super late lurk out of Eschilla.
Yeah, it's a really nice fake, and they were never going to commit off that kill, even if the molly didn't come down from Kixan. Passion want to go back and play with their lurk. And now they have another one in the form of Fear, checking under. will still be an A hit, but maybe Fear plays first. Heroic make a well-read gamble. Fear tries to make them doubt themselves, but Dexter still moving in for the clear. Has he? Oh, he's got the spot. That's enough. It's going to keep 2 players in position. It might even pull Nerds over as well. Still Fear out the site. They know he's flanking, but in the meantime, they have a fight.
Bomb's leaving. They're going to try and rejoin Fear over at B. This could still get out of control. This last second change. Will this be a decision they come to regret? Fear has played it well, at least. He hasn't overcommitted to this flank. Nerds has to land 2 shots to steal the round away. They jump past, they dodge him. S-Chiller's backstab doesn't land.
Wait.
Stops the plot. They've got to get on it now.
3.
There isn't time. There isn't time. Nerds, just by surviving and that mad swing out of Tessez, the round is robbed. Heroic. You cannot believe that they've just done that to them. Tessez given an insane gap out through the market. And Passion UA, they needed that pistol round. They'd done everything to get it. But one moment makes all the difference. One ballsy push out of Tessez seals their fate.
And they had a chance. I mean, he's not even looking away. He needs to move his model. He needs to turn his back so he can't get headshot so easily. A tiny mistake. Also, S-Chiller.
No time, sound. Nice!
Oh, S-Chiller had a chance, Harry. He had Nerds on the short side. He had that backstab available. He had a USP, he missed the shot. There were so many things that went wrong in that round for Passion. A 4-on-2 with perfect positions, with just enough time to stick that bomb. But the planter doesn't move their model. The flank doesn't find the headshot, and Nerds survives. A second's difference. Oh, that's a huge opportunity just down the drain, flushed away.
I mean, in this third map, there have been 2 kind of defining moments. It was Dexter's clutch in the early game, but now Tessez, the highwayman, stealing that pistol round from Passion. And that is likely the round that breaks a team that were already pushed to their very limits by this Heroic squad.
You could not have called this after the way the Passion won map 1, the dominance they showed. They still turn this around with a forced by win, but bit by bit they're dragged out of this round. And a missed flick, a missed opportunity. Maybe one that won't re-emerge. Jambo hits a tag. Tessez plays it safe. Jambo, while he has access to the A site, he's also being fast flanked. Kixon's on the move. Jambo has no idea where this captain's gotten to. Tessez, careful, buddy. But he might have got a spot there. Enough to know how to end this round. Patience will pay off. 1 bullet for Tessez required. Jambo's Deeg fires. And he hunts this kill down. Tessez maybe playing too scared here. A wide swing could do it.
He's waiting for Kicksan. Or about to peek the murder hole, but now Jambo knows. Open runway for a B plant. They're going to chase him down. Wait. They both shot at him. Yeah. He should be aware of this. But Jambo doubts for a moment, and that's given them time to move in. There's no world in which he can win this. Tessez. Another successful story from the Highwayman. Double digits for Heroic. And for Passion UA. They started this series, as they have done many games over, imbued with confidence that it feels like a team of this inexperience on LAN shouldn't have. But as the games go on, as the games get closer, those doubts, those fears creep in for Passion.
Those mistakes start to show, Harry. I mean, they look pretty flawless to start this tournament, but as we've seen with so many underdogs making deep runs, look at how Donk entered this year. We knew, as good as he is, and he's kept it up, you can't win forever. You could take down Spirit, you could take down VP in BO1 to start this tournament. You could even start your series so strong here. But how long can you keep that up? Same thing happened versus Big. A map in their pocket, Big reverse sweep with 2 dominant ones right back.
And here's the thing, for Passion UA, going from being 2-0 And in every series they've played since that point, being a map away from the major, it's looking like that is just too much to bear. Every time it feels like they lose that confidence they open up with once they get the win.
And this would be just the worst way. You know, I don't want to speak too soon. There's still more rounds here. There's still another series, but this could be the worst way to be eliminated in a third map after going 2-0 up. Nerds is just farming them right now. A confident top mid push as they run and execute. And now Heroic know exactly where it's going to go.
Util in, but as you say, Heroic are more than prepared for this. Into the crossfire, go Passion UA, and out goes that last glimmer of hope. The force buy does not stick the landing. Heroic are sprinting towards that that major spot.
Yeah, and this is the Heroic we wanted to see, right? Maybe the Heroic we didn't get, you know, in the BO1s. Dexter looking lifeless. Some games where it was just Kixer, not even Nerds showing up. But Nerds has had a great couple of maps. The Danes absolutely carried their asses off on the previous Vertigo. Both of them getting an ace with rock-solid B defenses. Nerds and Shush have not missed a major in the Heroic jersey, and looks like they are on the cusp of making one more. Whoa!
They've got Shush in a box. That kill is all but guaranteed, so they find an opener finally. Dexter Zorp now moves in, taking these long sight lines, tapped out by Jacasmo, and a quick double turns the tide in this round. Kixan out from the spawn, levels the playing field, and Tessez still lurks late up at the stairs. Kixan sword, Jacasmo make it there. Won't survive long. It's Tessez. Chart-topping performances here from this guy. Doing everything in his power to bring his home team to another major, but this 1v1 is not one that he attempts. Tessez writes it off, gives them the respect. One more round for Passion UA.
Yeah, they have the round lead to, you know, make that happen and not be too stressed about it. That's Tessez playing safe at 19-6. He did not need to save that gun, but I think it just shows that Heroic are so confident in their gun rounds, they don't feel the need to gamble it all on giving an AWP over to Jambo. Allowing Passion to break back into this game. Some beautiful shots for Jacasmo here. Look at them piece together. 3 kills, but it's still a long way back in this map. 11-5. Heroic with no intention of making this one easy. Call a timeout before they even have to question whether Passion UA are in this match.
There's no margin for error for Passion UA. And for a team that I think looked their best when taking risks, you almost have to be risk averse. Fear dead first to the Dexter AWP. Nerds caught down in the connector. That gives a bit of levity out into the A play, but they don't clear. Tessez, awkward spray. That was a real chance for him to punish.
Yeah.
Tessez nearly 20 kills deep. You would have imagined he would have offered up a little bit more there, but with him falling, Heroic commit to the save.
Felt like he could have won that round, to be honest. He already had 2 A picks. They weren't even looking on the balcony. Had the round in the palm of his hand, but another opportunity for Heroic in the future instead. AWP saved. Kixon would love an upgrade, but Passion may as well focus on their own economy at this point and try and keep these guns standing.
They're trying to go for the hunt.
Risky.
Lucrative if they can manage it, though. That's the AWP dropped. Kixan still in a position to try and grab that, but he's going to have to scrap for it. AWP's right there, but they're holding on. They know the object of his desire, and that crossfire comes to fruition just in time. Passion UA.
Okay.
Get all the guns out of the round. They've broken Heroic here, so a 7th feels inevitable.
It's almost mad, but it's a display of confidence for Passion. Like, it's a pretty mad move to go for those X's. I think Heroic really aren't expecting that. That's, you know, why they're just so caught off guard by multiple players holding market, pushing cat, coming B-apps everywhere. But maybe it shows a mindset shift for Passion. That they're still believing, that they're not going to give up here from 11-4 down, try and pull this game back in their favor. That they've still got it in them. T-side Mirage. Where they've played thousands of maps over their lifetime. It's all the info you need. Speed up towards B. Passion don't hesitate on that decision. Jambo has good cover. So one more step in the right direction.
Bomb has been planted.
4 rounds between these teams now. 2 rifle rounds for Heroic can be played in that time period. More if they're smart with the saves. It's not the biggest gap ever, but for Passion UA, closing it could feel like it would take an eternity here, as even in this round, there's a lot of resistance offered up by those USPs. Still, you come through with the fall buy. You're going to get the AWP for Dexter. You're going to have all the bells and whistles here for Heroic. The thing they've got to dodge is any monstrous round. The likes of Tess's 28-1. Nerds right in there behind him, who's been a menace over in middle and caught a little bit in these last few rounds is Nerds. Mistakes he doesn't want to repeat.
I think that means 3 pushing Palace. Full panic, but yeah, okay. Some guns lost, but I guess that really matters if they lose this round. Heroic might just be able to end it, but Jakazma has a bit more saved up. Let's see. Mac 10 for Kixon, always keen on the lower weapons. Dexter on his AWP. CT side Mirage, not really many better places to be for Dexter, and we've talked about his recovery in the 3rd map, at least. Now Heroic need him. A big Dexter round can end this series, can qualify Heroic to the Major. Has he got it in store? Break on the smoke, but Nerds is ready, and this time there is no trade for Passion. They pay the price of a solo peek. As Chilla spotted on that jump.
He's out on an island here, Nerds. They're making it very easy for him right now, and there is that tag team duo. Tesses and Nerds. Nerds even trading places on the smoke.
Yeah, he's so good at that.
Zerofix in behind him, sure, but there's the Dexter AWP. Heroic only needed a little nudge in the right direction. Nerds gives them that and then some.
Oh, he pulls them over the line. 3 beautiful kills, beaming headshots, and Nerds is so good at smoke sneaking.
And this is where all that damage done from hunting, the saving Mac 10, the saving USPs, has really come back to haunt Passion UA.
Not worth it.
There was no financial reason to go for the hunt. They did it to try and exert a bit of confidence, a bit of power over the likes of Heroic.
Just a flex.
And it's broken them down this stretch. Now they lose fear early in this round. Passion UA, they say hope dies last. But with shots like that coming out from Tesses, it's looking all over now. Fan in the flames is Nertz down in connector. AWP of Dexter fires off. Started this series with the 1v2 that immediately brought the pain to Passion. And where Passion has met pain here, Heroic get their pleasure. One away, one kill away from returning to the major. Nertz and Tesses, huge driving forces behind this one. As in all 3 maps, Heroic are able to outdo Passion UA. Heroic locking in another major appearance. And Tesses and Nertz, a huge part of it. Once they got switched online, Heroic looked like a whole different beast.
Yeah, incredible game from Heroic here. They even make it into the elimination stage as well due to the new VRS ruling. So Heroic, big celebrations, big win, big comeback today.
Yeah, Passion unable to perform Heroics, and they're going to have to pick themselves up and go again. But to the victor, the spoils, and as Hugo accurately said there, I believe, Heroic will be going through the elimination stage due to the changes we talked about at the start of the show. So to get it done there, very important for the future of this team. Dust, as a Heroic believer, I'm going to start with you. On the last 2 maps, they really were able to course correct, and the big name players on the team, with maybe the exception of Dexter, were able to sort of come alive and take over the game.
Well, even Dexter came alive with the AWP on the 3rd and final map, or something that Maui was calling for, and he got. And then, well, you know, one of the win conditions you asked me about before the game started was Nertz's mobile rifling, and we did see that on display each and every single round. He was all over the place on the T side. He was defending A connector and A site very effectively. And then Tessis, you know, just continuing to be that strong entry front for this team. Also another, you know, A defender, or rotator for this team, I should say, that just had so much impact throughout the course of the half. And it just felt like Passion UA could never get comfortable when the pressure was on.
The T side for Heroic had a nice blend of defaults with a little bit of misdirection, which helped Nertz get into position. It also involved a handful of A execs. Probably too many A execs for my liking, but honestly, the execution from Heroic overall was just better. And on top of that, yeah, clutch moment from Dexter, that one that he had towards Tetris that felt like a back-breaking moment for Passion UA, and so helping send Heroic to their 6th major as an organization, all of which done with Shush and Tesses. So all in all, Heroic, a team that's gotten a lot of scrutiny for some time now, has shown that they can comfortably make it through the RMR. Passion UA were definitely a thorn in their side in the beginning of the series, but really map 2 and 3 felt pretty clinical for Heroic overall, and we also saw a fairly clear class difference in individual ability. Like Nertz and Tessis were just phenomenal on maps 2 and 3.
Totally agree. I mean, again, like that's the dynamic riflers for Heroic that they need to have big performances in order to, you know, put them through. And if Dexter can have better games like the one he had on this Mirage match, that will certainly serve Heroic well as well going through into the major. But you know, Heroic will advance to the major with maybe not like the most impressive resume, but they beat who were put in front of them, and they got the job done at the end of the day with a 3-1 record. And Nertz was just so impactful throughout both maps.
And for Nertz in this one, I feel like the variety of looks we got from him. I mean, yeah, the aggressive plays towards A, sometimes just going with the pack, the way that they slotted him into window for the flanks. I mean, he got one of those rounds where he flanked window towards B, and he just held on, made sure that he got the first kill cleanly. And sometimes that player that goes for the flank, he's just gonna kind of blow it in that moment. He's just gonna like overcommit to try to getting both kills at the same time. But Nertz has been in that position so many times. The experience was clearly on display.
I'm gonna go into Paula on the
Paula,
ground in
yes,
Shanghai.
he's still alive. And boy, still in the room. Congratulations, you've made it through to the perfect world. Shanghai Major. Dexter, how's that sound? How's that feel?
Well, it feels great. I know that you might don't see our emotions, but I think we're going to celebrate a bit later, not on the camera here. Feels amazing. I see you on Arena. I think there will be Arena, yes, from the next game?
Yes,
yes, so I would like to see a lot of Chinese fans. You guys are amazing. I love you.
You mentioned about feeling the energy or whatever, but what I can feel is the heat. Brother, I'm boiling in here. I've got my awesome Perfect World jacket on right now, but it feels like you guys were sweating it out, which I'm not surprised by. It was a closely fought best of 3. Took all 3 maps.
Yeah, man. For me, honestly, I was sitting there. I don't know, do you see that on camera or no? But I was sitting alone, and honestly, for me, I don't feel any energy. I'm like, if I want to do something to my teammate, I'm like doing it in the air, and he's like, I take it, yeah. So I'm glad that we're gonna have arena now, and we're gonna play together. It was great here, but I hope on the next stage we're gonna do even better.
Dexter, before we talk about match specifics, let's talk about the journey so far overall. So you started with a win over PARIVISION, then you fell to Big, then you beat NIP, and you've just beaten out Passion in a best of 3. How would you rate the journey so far?
I mean, we are doing a great job. I want to give some credit to my ex-assistant coach, Alex, in BIG. He's coach of BIG. I'm super happy for him, happy that he qualifies. I feel sorry that the rules changed for him and they didn't qualify for Legend, but I don't know, maybe they will be still there. So I just feel sorry that it happens with them. And they showed us some interesting things. I appreciate that. It's always better to see your mistakes before you are in elimination games, you know?
Dexter, absolutely, and shout out to Kakafu as well, apparently. All right, let's talk about the matchup you just played. So you weren't able to get things going on Ancient. Why was that?
Honestly, there was a lot of things. I think it's all on us, the T side. On CT side, we did good job. There was one unlucky round, for example, when Fear just swing on me and I was holding the angle with AWP. I didn't kill him, and that's how round starts to be much harder because they didn't even use a flash. So basically, that was my kill, and after that would be much easier. But overall, the T side was really bad from us, and I think we're gonna fix that. I think we do that.
On the flip side, you absolutely changed your fortunes going into map 2. Was this the experience of your team paying off as you headed into Vertigo?
No, I think mostly, yeah, of course we have experience, but most of it it's because of humans that we have in the team, and I enjoy every single day and every single hour with them wherever we go, and that's how we are capable to do this type of comebacks. I always remind myself the comeback 10-2 against Vitality and I Am Rio. We was believing in that, and that's what we did today.
After Vertigo, going into map 3, was there a renewed confidence in the team? And then did Mirage play out how you thought it would?
I mean, yes, there was some hard rounds, but we pull it, so it's cool. I think our IGL did great calls, and I appreciate him that he helps us on T side.
All right, Dexter, congratulations once again. Let's just cover a few more small topics. Firstly, players always talk about the pressure of the RMRs being the greatest competitive pressure they can have in their careers. You're through them now, but did you feel that when playing through the RMRs?
Well, honestly, no, there was no pressure. I think nobody of us was really feeling the pressure. There was some moments like jet lag, for example, in a big game. We were waiting 8 hours for the next game. And then I can talk from myself, okay? When we were playing, I felt sometimes my mind is not working as how I should, the reaction time, and that's really important on tier 1. And when you don't feel it, it feels bad. But overall, I mean, of course, when you're losing some hard moments, some pressure is coming to you because you know that that was important moment. But overall, I think we are good at handling it as a team. That's what's important. We are doing it as a team. That's why individuals don't need to take care of that. And that's what I love in my guys.
Talking about your guys, does that guy, your captain, your IGL kicks and help out in those moments, bring everybody together?
I mean, yes, he's helping us. Sometimes he's here, as I told you, it was him who is showing me hand, Abdul, slap me. Even though I can't hit him at all, but he's helping us. Yeah, I appreciate you, Damien. You hear it?
Dexter, if we're looking at recent tournament results, 3rd to 4th place at Rio, 2nd at Elisa and Thunderpick, are you looking to peak here going into the major itself?
Yeah, for sure. I believe that we can go even higher.
All right, and with that being said, Dexter, anything else you'd like to say to the fans at home?
I would like to see you guys on the stage. Hope you're going to cheer for Heroic. There is some Tessus. I know that you guys really love him. So it's going to be amazing. I would like to see you, and I can't wait for it.
There we have it, everybody. Dexter and Heroic are the heroes of today.
You're my hero, Parla. Good to see you back. Right, let's wrap up, do some final thoughts. We can put this one to bed relatively quickly. Obviously, Heroic are through. We're feeling that, okay, they're getting slowly better as the tournament progresses. We'll see who they're going to go up against in the elimination stage in due course. But for Passion, their attention turns to tomorrow, and they've really got to do a mental reset. There's still some good teams that they could face down there. It's going to be tough. I don't know. Are you confident that they can kind of bounce back from this?
I feel like the thing with Passion UA in this is that what I've loved about when I watch them play, when they are being proactive, they are a destructive force. However, if they ever end up on the back foot, and sometimes you do, sometimes you have to be a bit more reactive. You have to play your default. Your defense will be spread at times. I haven't always loved when I just see individuals by themselves. They aren't always the best with just individually keeping themselves alive as long as you'd want to. Sometimes they're not always as good and thorough with their grenades and just making sure that they're able to disrupt the opponents as they buy time for their teammates to come into positions to help them. So there's little errors there, but just looking at the bracket and how it's going to shape up, they're likely to play either NIP or Astralis. I would have them as the favorites in both of those matchups, and then we can talk about the flaws later.
I tend to agree with Maui, and I think for me, though, it's not that they aren't capable of those things. Like, they're very clearly capable of those things. It's just about being able to deal with the pressure, and I know it has to be tough riding the high of starting 2-0, and then you have that first series not go your way, and you're like, dang, it's all right, we'll get them next time. Then you go up to the second series, and it happens to you again after winning the opening map, and it's just
double dang.
Yeah, can they just shake that off? You know, they're young, inexperienced players. For many of these players, this is the second LAN they have ever played in Counter-Strike, period. Fear is only this third LAN because he played the Academy League with Navi Jr. back in the day. So they don't have that level of understanding of how to handle these situations, but that's hopefully where Kane can kind of guide them. And like you said, hopefully they will be a favorite in the upcoming match, and they can still make the Cinderella story happen.
All right, guys, thanks for your thoughts. Get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow, but you guys at home, don't go anywhere. G2's Last Dance. It looks like they've mixed up the sheet music. They're doing a waltz, but the band's playing a polka. We're going to see if they can beat Spirit after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yeah, welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai European RMRB. It's the last best of 3 of the day. It's an absolute banger. It's G2 versus Spirit. And the good news is this death segment's probably going to be a little bit shorter than normal because we're kind of, right on the edge of the game starting. We've got Blair. We've got Yanko. We always bring Yanko in to watch G2. It is a form of torture. That will teach you. We're going to start with you then, Chief. G2 versus Spirit. You made a point to me when we were talking about it the other day. You said G2 have had the measure of Spirit actually and have done quite well against them over the course of the year.
Simple as that, Richard. G2 does not lose to Team Spirit. Like ever since this
so far.
Ever since this roster was formed, their first tournament, 5 days of practice, they go to EWC, play them in the semifinal, right, and beat them 2-1, even there at the first tournament. So it actually hasn't even really been competitive. They've just played at the last Tier 1 tournament we had before the RMRs, Blast World Finals in Singapore, best of 5 grand final, 3-0. Spirit couldn't get double digits on a single map.
And it's the head-to-head record. It's actually crazy.
And it's like, what, 12 maps played in total, of which Spirit got a double digit in only 4 maps out of the 12. That's how absolutely lopsided it is. I mean, you can just say very clearly that this is the most one-sided matchup in the upper echelon of Counter-Strike right now.
But just like Hunter tweeted out, after G2 finally took down Navi, no one beats G2 10 times in a row. Will we see a tweet like that from Magix today? Potentially, no one beats Team Spirit 6 times in a row.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, obviously we'll talk a little bit about Spirit just quickly as well. They've been a little bit underwhelming here at the RMR. In general, honestly, we've talked a lot about the supporting cast. Yes, Donk and Shiro can carry a game, but the reality is there's 5 of you. They shouldn't have to do it all of the time. And who's going to, kind of stand up? But you can see Donk is having a fantastic RMR. Meanwhile, Munisi yesterday, arguably the best player in the world. I think the best player in the world, Munisi. He kind of went missing, and you could see it on his face. He was at a loss to explain what happened. Very frustrated. I don't know if he's maybe got sick, picked up a cold, something like that. It happens when you travel. But for Donk, he's just still Donk. Like, he's ready to go.
I mean, that's the big one. These are the 2 front runners for the #1 player in the world at the end of this year, right? And Munisi definitely not playing on his usual level. Yesterday, definitely against 3D Max, right? A team that G2 should have, beaten handily. But I think the Veto gets interesting because Spirit can't pick Anubis again. They probably have to go to something like Ancient. I think Ancient for the side of G2, Mirage. It's a map that they picked plenty of times against them, won it every time. And now for the decider, I mean, maybe something like Nuke or Spirit wants to take it to Dust 2. No, that's the map they picked at the World Finals, lost. G2 picked it, beat them. So Nuke feels like where it was going to end up. And these are 2 maps. Well, Mirage, the G2's pick, they haven't played it yet in the tournament. Played Ancient against 3D Max and go also well and beat NIP on Nuke.
Yeah, I think looking at the maps, obviously, I guess I'm a little surprised. I thought Dust 2 would be something that they'd go for over there, considering how absolutely lost the G2 looked on the T side yesterday as well, right? But yeah, nothing too crazy. I think Dust 2 Decider would have been favoring Spirit quite a bit as well. What I'm surprised to see is Ancient coming in from Spirit. Are they going to be able to replicate the absolute madness that 3D Max threw on the CT side? I don't think so. I don't think they really need to.
We're going into the game and about to find out. Take it away, Harry and Hugo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is the big one. G2 versus Team Spirit. Major qualification on the line. And we don't have to wait long for this one to get going. Zontix, double opener. A commanding rush up through the ramp. And Nico is overran. It's just Hunter left standing. 1 on 3. As the Hunter lays his trap, pushing through the long smoke. Calls the bluff of Team Spirit. A lot of time already ticked off this bomb as Hunter tries to make his move. Spotted now. They know about him over on the long side, and so Hunter needed that first decisive strike. When that doesn't come through... Ooh, 1 for Hunter. Got the kit picked up. Buys himself 5 extra seconds. 1 on 3 to open. Surely not. Zontix started this off with a hat trick. Oh, and he is able to close. 4 for Zontix, stopping the Hunter in his tracks as Team Spirit pull up with the pistol.
My God, beautiful shots for Hunter. You wonder if he sticks it, whether he just flat out wins that round as well with the side that Zontic's push through the smoke on, but 4 kills, the entries and the ending shots for Zontic's. That's what you like to see. From the deaths to round 2 in seconds, this game comes in with a blistering pace. G2 Team Spirit match of the RMR, and there's no debate. Let's see if we can live up to the hype. If m0NESY can step up from a slow start to the RMR and deliver that #1 in the world energy that we know he has given us all year. Maybe Donk will have to match it. Maybe he'll have to beat it. m0NESY alone in the site. Deagle does not connect and he gives it up. We got a retake round for G2 if they want to give it a go. Would not be hard pressed to save in this situation either, given the unlikeliness of winning this force with no kit as well. They're on the clock.
Flash dodged. Zontic's and Donk, quick work made of that 2-man push out through the temple. If one thing's clear, we're going to see G2 really trying to press every chance they're given, every little advantage. The fact they get some space over towards the temple, they're hoping that they can land a wounding blow early to Team Spirit in a matchup that G2 have not lost. In a matchup that G2 have robbed Team Spirit of many opportunities in.
BO3s, even BO5, G2 have had no trouble. Only 1 map lost to Team Spirit this year on Nuke. It is a decider, of course, but Spirit would need to do something new entirely to get us there. And by winning one of these first 2. One more eco for G2 and they got D boosted up. Nico, who started CS2 hating the game, and his performance showed that as well, had a monumental uptick in the last 6 months. Back to his winning ways, not just as a team, but individually as well. Hits his first eagle in this round. Spirit sneak into the site. Chopper clears his corners. Nico comes through the smoke. That's a 2nd kill for Nico. AK on a headshot angle. I wouldn't want to trifle with this guy right now, but they come through on a split. A late lurk through middle makes things complicated. Puts it once again to the pistols.
Spirit have encountered a lot more resistance in this round, though, than they were expecting. Backstab in for Malbs MD. Usually look at this guy for the headshots with the MAC-10 pull. Gonna collect that first kill onto Donk, no less. Now it is just Zontic's and Shiro left up against this G2 eco. Zontic's can't hold on. It comes down to Shiro to be the man to make the difference. m0NESY dead in the clash. Shiro moving up. Malbs on the line. Shiro on his way to the clutch, and just by getting Snags off that bomb, it's going to be real close for Snags.
So. No.
I don't think he's got this. Team Spirit, they can rely on Shiro as he stands and delivers in that 1-on-3.
There's never a doubt that this guy's a clutcher, and he shows it very early in this series in a hyper-important round. Consider that's still eco for G2. They make it very close. They get the damage. They almost get the round. But Shiro stops G2 from picking up a classic G2 round. If you want to win this game, you've got to be in control early. You've got to stop those clutches. Spirit 3-0. Pace on the lane again. Chopper flashes himself through, up to Nico's face. Smoke break was a little bit early. Doesn't net Nico any information. They can be heaven as far as he's concerned. Ready with a resmoke.
Donk with a late lurk available in through red. Well, the rest of his team group up for this B hit. Now, m0NESY, when you compare the numbers on this, has had a far slower tournament than Donk, and that goes without saying. Some of the games that Donk have had is kind of defied even the crazy expectations for him.
Yeah.
And in spite of that, Spirit have still been struggling to find wins. It can't be the Donk one-man army, but you can rely on him. I'll see, you'd think, to create some space in a round like this, but Nico flushes him out in the backline. m0NESY's AWP continues to find success. Gonna need even more from the m0NESY AWP. 2 kills, felt like it would have been enough. He's got that bomb under his control. Spirit, with only 20 seconds left, have to turn their attention back towards the AWP cave eventually. For now, they go hunting these kills spawn side. They tap out Hunter for free. Now it's just m0NESY to get past. Bomb retrieve. m0NESY not able to catch it. Here's Malbs. There's no time. He's running away. And that will seal the deal. Team Spirit so bogged down in hunting, so fearful of the AWP back in the cave. Don't leave themselves enough time to win this.
The AWP doesn't even do anything anyway. m0NESY really tries to force that second kill, but it's in doing so, the delay Zontic's just enough for Malbs to get back in position. And G2 win their first rifle round. Nico wins his head-to-head against Donk as well. And that is a fight that he has come out on top of for the vast majority of this year. One of the few riflers to have such a stacked head-to-head in his favor.
2 cave, no, last bomb cave, no time.
Versus the world's best rifler. Nico puts that into question entirely. Still got the AWP though. That's something. Zontic drags in.
I mean, do not underestimate Shiro having that AWP and Donk being armed with an AK. These have been the power duo for Team Spirit in these games. Nothing feels safe, nothing feels sacred. Donk gets on the board, but traded out by m0NESY. Run through by Magix. That Tech 9 takes the space away, takes the cave away, and gets rid of the guy who was the big problem in that last round. Now Shiro holds the line. Magix still finds success on that MP9, and they crunch G2. Dead on the rotate, dead on the door. Team Spirit pull up AK and AWP. Hero weapons in the round. But it's the MAC-10, it's the Tech 9 that sings for Magix. And Team Spirit get to hold on to this early lead.
Some very explosive rounds on this B bomb site, and Spirit don't shy away from doing it again. They keep going 4 or 5B almost every single time, and they're doing it once more with pace. Nico on long, calling for support. They hear the steps into the site. Entry already found. Snacks with a double lineup. Big dig in the B site. Nico peeks out as well, and Team Spirit meet their match. They meet their maker. Zontic cannot tap out anyone, and Nico 3 kills alongside Snacks Kalat.
The Snacks collateral deagle. Who could have seen that coming? Swinging out. They line up for him. Talk about a Snacks wonderland. Look at that.
He takes a big bite. Sigh of desperation as it's out of Spirit's hands on that anti-eco. That was a round to just keep this game dominant. So it should have, really. Now it's throwing everything into question. Donk, of course, finds a way. AK given by Zontic. Gonna try keep a count of this head-to-head between Nico and Donk. It's raging on right now. Donk was the guy at the back of the Kalat in that previous round. Head-to-head is 1-1 for the moment.
Donk boosted up. This hero gun thrust back into his hands again, and he is the one you want to see with it. Slow roll to open up this map. Instead, we've been looking at other names for the Spirit squad, but Donk has kept up a terrifying form across the entirety of the RMR so far, so Spirit certainly need him to get activated. It's good that they're getting him on as many guns as they can. He is the difference maker. He is that guy.
What's so impressive is we don't always even see Spirit just send in pistols first. A lot of the time it can just be Donk just beating that first engagement, dry peeking someone and still finding the entry. Should be even harder.
Well, that re-smoke is a big problem.
Yeah.
They're going to have to go through this. Nico, this is open season, open sightlines.
Okay.
AK never even gets to fire a shot. Shiro retrieves it. Nico's got no reason to leave this angle. Cave is under his control. And it's a flawless round for G2 put forth.
And it's not like Spirit have a lot to play with either. They kind of have to do it again with a half buy, maybe something more poppy. I've already seen them explode on B. Magix has full bought this. This would be a crazy 4-buy for Spirit to go for. But they're going to risk it all. Chopper with a dangerous call early in this T side. He's got the mid flashes for Zontic. Just going to try send it. G2 meet him in the middle. 3 CT strong. Mouths is a rock in this position. And Chopper didn't even have a gun. He was Glock armor. He's gone. Snacks, flash peek on B. Goes wide and almost finds Donk as a result. Nico's still here.
Tucked in, he's got more than enough support. Everyone rejoins him over cave side, and so G2, they're going to start spamming. The spam might entice Spirit to push, and that's when Nico can get activated, swinging out from behind this box. Monacy's AWP now spotted over at short. Cognizant about the long player. Util in for Monacy, hoping that this forces Magix into an uncomfortable spot. Both the mollies fall a little deep, and so Magix is allowed to stay back there uninterrupted. G2 felt like they had good positioning, but they need that first kill to tip the scales, and Monacy has secured it on his AWP. Donk and Shiro, 2 left standing, both wounded, both hurting, and Shiro getting run at, out of ammo. Knife pulled and silenced by Monacy. G2 pull up, they take their time, they wait for the perfect moment, and Monacy provides it on that AWP.
Yeah, I can't believe Magix actually swings him. He knows he's being held by an AWP there, right? And he gets given a lifeline with a double molly missing. He just sits on the edge of the smoke, and he still gives Monacy the kill that just kickstarts the retake. I would have loved to just see him tuck in there. Sure, it's dangerous. You're leaving Monacy open to recommit off short, but to swing that early just allows G2 to slowly crunch down on Team Spirit there, and you lose the most powerful post-plant position. Both players trapped in the site. Spirit, the money's been a mess on this T side, all because of that anti-eco rush into B. Another Tech 9 half. And this has truly allowed G2 to build into this game. Good grenade, deep, does some damage. Donk blinded, but still gets the kill. Both players, full flash, thank you, Shiro.
They get rid of the sightline for Monacy as well, so he's unable to have any say in how this mid control's panning out. You've been waiting for that ball to get rolling for Donk. This could very much be the round. Double opener is the best he's managed so far, and it's given Spirit a serious leg up here. G2 are under tremendous pressure, and the man who's going to be able to withstand it is Snacks over here. Tucked in at B, he's got the full brunt of Team Spirit coming his way. He hears the footsteps now, calls for the rotate, but Snacks letting them pass. Checked at the last second by Donk. He thought he had their number, he thought he had the round. But Donk diligent, untrusting of his team, and then not checking that corner. Turns the tide. Nico's been spotted on this wrap round by Zontix, who waits for the perfect moment to strike, and now it is just m0NESY. 1v4, shot sail past Zontix, and so that round, Donk takes direct control. 2 kills in middle, the entry into B, and Zontix there is the closer. Spirit do not relinquish this lead yet.
Yeah, really good late pop mid there. Spirit actually have 2 players throwing flashes on a chain. So bang, 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 bang. That's how quick those flashes are going. G2 are just infested with utility. Kind of unbeatable in a way. And Spirit re-energized from an eco win, even removing that AWP as well. Oh, you wonder, Snacks, he had his opportunity, he had 2 kills. Could he, should he have just taken them? Back to Insta-Smokes, 3 down immediately. And again, this mid play for Team Spirit, not afraid to come through that molly.
I mean, these are the types of moves that Donk always looks to make. This was how he really caught eyeballs all the way back at Katowice.
Yeah, this was a great map. This was one of the go-tos for Team Spirit. This is a map it was their debut in Katowice. They 13-0'd Apex on Ancient. And it was always these late mid retake rounds, essentially making it meta.
The whole map has been cut in half right now for G2. They are stuck in this 3-2 split between B and A. Malbs is considering the aggression. He's restless over in main. And with mid being a huge question mark right now for G2, they might eventually start to feel a little desperate for that info. And so Malb starting to edge out through main now. Gets the better of Zontix, deals with him in that hole. m0NESY watches on. Magic's dead, out in Donut. Spirit trying to go fast here. But the molly slows them down. The molly stops that push.
This is so awkward. They have no map control. They have nothing to fall back on. They don't even have a util to cut sight lines or push this orb off the position. Honestly, a save is the right call here, but Spirit might just go in because they've got the, because they're all together, because they kind of have to. Donk moving, flashed out, Chopper with a backstab, lines up 2 kills, and don't save. You've still got a chance. Spirit now advantaged.
Hunter moving in. Hunter stops the play. Oh! Hunter's robbed the round. Snacks wins it just by survival. As this one's all about Hunter. That is a ballsy move, a brave play. Just finds the gap. G2 will not let up. You thought they were done. You were ready to write them off. But a momentary lapse in judgment hangs Donk out to dry. They're not able to deal with Hunter in time. These are the margins of this matchup.
Oh dear, where's the swing? Where's the commit? You'd rather an overcommit than an undercommit there from Magix and Donut as well. Chopper stuck in main, too late to trade. And that's 2 rounds G2 have won in similar fashion. Dropping a player or dropping the bomb, leaving the clock to decide it all. Donk had enough with playing late, would rather just be that entry man. Looks to put pressure on B. There's 3 cities here, and they don't even need to trade. Nico yet again gets it done.
Flash for Malbs. Good for the one and done. It's Hunter swinging out spawn side. Well invoked there, Arthur Shiro, trading out onto the AK now. He puts that AWP aside. Snacks is waiting with another flashbang back here. It was this smoke push that was the salvation of G2 in the last round. This time they've got a flash to tee them up. With Spirit so recently having been burned by the CT push, they left nothing to chance here. Smoke still for m0NESY. That comes out on the bomb. You haven't been peaked yet. You know it's flying for Donut. You know this is where Team Spirit are.
Good angle, though.
Snacks on the bomb, just sticking this defuse. It's the full 10-second commit for Snacks. No kit needed. As Shiro can't win this, those rifles bear down upon him. And so G2 take the lead heading into the last round of the half.
Yeah, slow and steady for G2. It's the wide stick for Snacks. It's the position from him that actually wins the round, because you can see they have plenty of chances to spam, but they're shooting on the right side. He's just too far left for them to realize. And it's again the same two, not Magics, but Shiro and Chopper in the donut, who let Donk down in the previous round, who can't complete this post-plant either. Spirit have had chances in this half, but G2 keeps stealing it away at the final second. Donk again. Sprinting out mid. He goes up top. Oh dear, that smoke was down. He's still holding it. That allows Shiro to pick him from the bottom side. Spirit just go hog wild. Send it. Donk into red. G2 make a gamble. They make a concession. 4 strong. Trying to get that info mid at the same time. B is completely open, and Spirit are walking into a trap, walking into a pre-dug grave.
They won't have anyone to tell them otherwise either. They have no control over a B, but with Malbs falling up here in main, Monacy Zorb now feeling the pressure, just the tag.
They're coming.
Hunter swinging it wide. Even the dink down range onto Magics. Team Spirit still have the advantage, but they've still got this Monacy Orb left to get past, and it continues to be a problem. Smoke spam for Zontix. This is now all on Snacks. First kill found. Snacks can't clutch up. Team Spirit comes down to the wire. Another one of these tight rounds that they narrowly take over the line for a tie half. Just as they give over that lead, the first time G2 take it in the first, they immediately reply.
Oh, you would have bet your house on G2 winning that round, right? Not just with a stack, but with the way it goes. Monacy, a great position, getting spammed through the smoke. Zontix, very nice shooting. A high-risk move, but tees up his teammate for the clutch that Snacks doesn't even get to fire off in. Still a split game at this point. And some uncertainty for Spirit. But they're happy they finally win one of these close rounds, that it's not robbed away from them in the final few seconds, as so many have been. Hunter's impact has been immense as well. It's a very good sign. Shiro's dually is always a delight, dropped over from the captain. Got a smoke ready at A to bait for Donk in the donuts. But this is G2 poising for a B hit. Will they commit off this? Are they going to give Hunter some time? He's taking a lot of space. Donk just swings in. Hunter. Oh my. Dink as well. Running down Zontix. Fearless for Hunter right now. He's still forcing them to commit to B. He's got 2 kills on this A site, but they're going into the stack.
3 strong here for Team Spirit. The dual Berettas as Shiro hold the line. Snacks given a moment to get out of there, but the bomb is lost. The bomb is away from G2. Hunter finds so much success over on A. G2 walk right into the trap. Now it's Shiro and Magix. They don't know where to look. Hunter's about to make his presence known, and Magix deletes him. Hunter did all the work, opened up the A play, but G2 remains stubborn. They stick to their guns.
Yeah, I feel like if they go a few seconds delayed there, maybe there's some adjustments for Spirit, but as soon as Hunter gets this kill, they start lobbing in the X-Sec, and Spirit go, hey, there are nades here. Let's just stay in our positions. We don't need to move. That could have just been Hunter winning the round in middle. It felt like it was. But Spirit stick to their guns, and G2 jump theirs. Shot through the pocket. Now it's just a farm. Donk ready to harvest, but the Eags out middle are taking their time. Nico on ramp is a terrifying prospect. They'll smoke him off instead. And Donk not willing to get overwhelmed and give a gun to a mid contact. G2 walk all the way to red.
Only Chopper here, but it's just pistols to beat. If he can get out with a couple of kills on this MP9, that's awkward. Modesty trades one out. Shiro just arrives with seconds to spare to hold the line. Bomb dropped. The two Kovacs, but they've been hitting hard here for G2. Oh. Hunter is bringing his A game. Nico now lent a bit of room as Hunter works this red control. Gun retrieve, but double swung. And Hunter is silenced, leaving it just on Nico. Knows that two float around this red room, but every shot, every peek has to be perfect in its design. Nico already whittled up, and there's Magix to deal the killing blow. The Deagles locked out as Spirit stick the landing on these early game fights. This quick conversion in the red room. But that was just the pistols. G2 play into that with nothing but two Deags and some Glocks. Bonus round for Team Spirit.
No surprises. G2 announced their mid presence. They're still taking their time with it. Already now burn almost all their util. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. So a costly take of this position. Spirit adjust. And look to play retake on the B side. They're going to crunch middle as a group.
Hunter up close. First kill found for Hunter. Oh, and a little bit more helped out by Modesty. Hunter not missing a beat. A wry smile on his face there at the end of that double kill. Donk left back in Donut. And they are all grouping right on the other side of this smoke. They're going to come running into him. Donk has to put a stop to this, and it's just the one and done. You don't want to match up against Hunter right now, not with the game he's having. Him and Nico up top of the board for G2. So the bonus round for Spirit does not accomplish much. And even though, you know, they still have SMGs in play here, they still have weaker weapons. Thanks to the damage done in that last round, it's not like it's plain sailing moving forward for Spirit either. It was a bonus out of necessity more than anything else. There's no money for Donk, no money for Shiro. So this gap might continue to close.
Yeah, Nico's 4-2 in those head-to-heads that we talked about against Donk. Stiko made a great video about all these fights that have happened this year between these two players and how Nico has such a considerable advantage. How he's countered the Donk slide, crosshair placement being the key, not panicking when Donk hits that crouch to move his hitbox. Nico still reliably finds headshots. Where Donk sets off so many players, Nico remains calm. And when you're having Hunter perform behind Nico, just like this, I say behind, he's by his side right now. That makes life so much easier. Stalemate. Do a cave smoke this late as well. It's going to give Nico runway to go up towards Heaven to take mid at a minute mark. This is extremely late in the round. Keeps the pressure on. Chopper retakes mid with a flash, but he has only a 5-7. He can't afford to go down here. May as well just give up this pause. Play a tucked angle in Donut. Hope they don't check him.
Ollie's going to force him out. Chopper does survive the crossing. But G2, late mid-take, has left a lot of options open here. You don't want to overthink this. Spirit don't have much to work with in this round. Magic's push down towards the bottom of B ramp. Nico has held this all round long. Right now, he's looking the wrong way. Right now, the swing comes in, and Monacy bails Nico out of trouble. 15 seconds as the B play comes in. Donk dead on the swing at long. Malbs takes heads off. And so Chopper, the one that got away back in Donut, is promptly found on the long slide. It's a lot of damage from Zontix, but it's damage on his way out the door. A door that G2 close firmly shut. 8-all. This game has been neck and neck, and you wouldn't have wanted anything else.
It's still a better showing from Spirit so far, right? Because even though we talked about G2 having their number in every series, every time they've played, it feels like those games have been also mostly dominant for G2, especially in that recent final. Spirit didn't get more than 7 rounds in a map. They got 3-0'd in a BO5. They've had a couple of close games, but they've also been, think about Cologne, 13-1, 13-3. G2 have been the only team who can consistently hand out one-sided matches to Team Spirit, one-sided maps as well. So Spirit already showing a bit of a better face in this game, but it's not the Donk show right now. He's 9-14. G2 didn't really give him the fight he wanted in mid on that T side. A couple of rounds of the Tech 9. But by and large, avoided. Despite that, Spirit still sit side by side, neck and neck, 8-8. But I think this is where the gap may begin to widen. Certainly in this round, full eco with his saved SMG on the wrong site.
I mean, this was one of the changes for Spirit coming into this series, right? Them picking Ancient. Usually this is left to the decider, this is left to the third. But G2 have had a bit of a troublesome time on this map recently. They had the 13-0 back at Blast, and then the troubles look like they kept up here with 3D Max picking this map up over them at the RMR. So Spirit trying to exploit a vulnerability of lent into Ancient. Wanting to deal a harsh punch to open up this series.
But that's the thing, when you're having a bad map, you have a weakness, you're not working, you're not going and working harder on your good maps, you're trying to improve your floor, you're trying to improve what's at the bottom of the barrel, and G2 certainly would have been ready for that. Coming into the RMR and all-important major, a major which they need to qualify for. Both these teams desperately do. But here only one team will in this matchup.
Nico. Oh, we might not get that clash just yet. Feigns the donut aggression and forces Donk off the line with that flashbang.
He's still so confident though. He still swings back in, Harry. Checked it one more time before he finally left. The second flash, that's the one he believes. Cheeky.
Quite the man to find as well. Now you've got all this lane control of your Spirit. You've got a very clear picture of where G2 are in this round. At this moment, Monacy taking Red Room. He's got the AWP to do it. But only one man to challenge him. It's Shiro on the other side. If he falls here, they don't just lose out on this ability to cut down the rotates. They give Shiro his weapon of choice.
Oh, okay.
Snacks! Domes Donk on the smoke.
Just crosses into the spray. It's only Zontix. And even if he knows that Hunter lurks in main, the timing is the issue. When do they split him through Donut? They await this smoke to fade. m0NESY holds rotates, and right now it just feels like a 3-on-1. Xontix needs his main kill to get a new position. m0NESY gets backstab but lives to tell the tale, and here they come out into the site.
Shiro narrowly got past that AWP. Can he be a difference maker now? Wasn't even supposed to be able to get here with that AWP covering. Shiro can't run down the plant. Right into Hunter's spray. There's Snax clotheslining off the plant and into the fight. Chopper all alone, flying solo in this 1v2. Last seen over in heaven, but so much time has elapsed. G2 are careful, eyes locked around that plant, and Chopper just bows out of it, conceding double digits to G2.
And the fact that we have, it doesn't feel like m0NESY is in #1 form right now. He's missed a couple of shots in this game, and still G2 are coming out with rounds. All the more impressive. I also think Snax has had so much impact as an individual in this game, right? He almost wins that clutch at the end of the half. What he did do was win them an eco on the B side with Nico with that collat deeg, and right there, spray the smoke, get the trade on the CT rush, finishes what m0NESY started.
There's also no ignoring the elephant in the room here, which is Donk, bottom of the board for Team Spirit. Tied up with Snax in the kill count. And even though Snax has had some good maps here for G2, the stars of his team are all shining bright.
Yeah, he had his first top frag for this team against 9 Pandas in that comeback game, that cinema game that G2 closed out in overtime on Dust. Had a lot of impact even off of the second AWP there as well. Don't think we'll be seeing that here on Ancient. But yes, Donk, absent, required if Spirit are going to wake up and steal their map.
Around that way of thinking, like you can say that Donk's been dealt some rough moments in this game. He has been on the rough side of spams and whatnot, but Spirit are constantly giving this guy guns. They know how important it is to get him switched online. And this is still a choice. You expect a lot from Donk. When you're giving him the AK in rounds like this and nothing materializes, it could have gone to someone else. More impact could have been found. They want Donk online, and they are prepared to risk everything to achieve that. Just the one and done, as once again, Snax best Donk in the head-to-head.
Irretrievable AK as well. There's no saving that. There's no making it nicer. Donk may have hit a good time to get past against m0NESY, but they had him trapped. No escaping. Certainly not with his life. And one just won't cut it in this eco. Spirit just have 5-7s. Snax trying to extract value from the AWP, clearing spots, spamming the box. And G2, it's a scary call to make to recommit here because they don't know what's in the site. It could be a stack. On an eco round like this, it wouldn't be an unreasonable call. There are 2 players close. 5-7 atop the box. Snax 1 shot from death. A keen headshot here for Xontix makes all the difference.
Firing off too soon though. They know about Xontix up here now. They're ready to clear him as they move in. Malbs MD on the opener. Shiro can't hold the line. There's wave after wave of spirits. But G2 get through all of them. It's just Magic's left. He has dealt with Snax out in the open. There's only 20 seconds here. G2 are pressed for time. Nico sneaking up. Magic's gets the spot. Not an element of surprise anymore. It's the Kovacs closing in. But Magic's able to withstand it. It takes Hunter to seal the deal. Break him down in the clutch.
It's not pretty, but you'll take it, right? You walk into the 4-man hold. All 5-7s in the site. And I was scared for a moment when Nico goes ahead of Hunter. But a trade with enough time, and that's the difference maker. G2 don't get eco'd. They don't make this game more than it has to be, and they can win it out entirely right now by taking this rifle round. Spirit's final shot at redemption on this CT side. It has been a poor half for Spirit. Pistol in their pocket, nothing since the conversion. Nico with a blistering pace up heaven yet again. He just picks Xontix out of the mud. Donk in the open, still turns around for 2 more. And right when you're ready to write Spirit off, Donk stands up tall. It's taken all game, but it's come in just in time, potentially for the ace. m0NESY denies, and let's see if he can get activated in this round instead.
Donk's been absent almost all game. He just gave you a 4K. If you're Spirit, you cannot let m0NESY win this. That is the back-breaking round. That is the round that you cannot recover from. m0NESY is no stranger to these clutches. Low on health, sure, but the trusty AWP on his back, ready to go. He holds for any sort of re-aggression. Spirit, they thought this round was over. They thought this round was done. Now they slow down entirely. This is giving m0NESY a blank canvas in which to paint this picture on. He's got all the room. They're going to wait for the info before they even react.
Yeah, it's a smart play. Don't give him picks.
Does give over a chance at a 1v1 for m0NESY, but one bullet would seal the deal. Magics has to hit him once, and that is the round locked in. Back turn for m0NESY. Magic's on the line, and so Spirit do not let him break back through in that 1v3 attempt.
Oh, about time. Look at this from Donk. What a sequence, just turning back and forth, back again. 4 kills. Rushes through a Molotov as it comes down. A respectless round from Donk, and that's what Spirit desired all game. Maybe alive just in time.
You can't win this without him, and so you need that round to have gotten Donk activated. Was that the first spark that reignites Team Spirit, reignites Donk? Or was this just one quick flash in the pan, the final embers for Team Spirit? Shiro holds the line in Donut. He actually wants more out of this, taking a bit more of an aggressive line. Hunter, the one homed in on this position while Malbs and Snacks try and work their way up through the red room. Yeah. m0NESY now takes the line with his AWP. Shiro didn't get this spot. He's going to go walking right into it. He sees Hunter first. They know about the AWP now, trapped in back Donut. Molly going to force him to commit to the swing, and that's when m0NESY strikes, getting the edge over his AWPing counterpart.
He's picked it up later in the game. Donk has a great off angle though. Oh, he stepped. He just jumped up. Now they've heard him. He's got his knife out. Shot in the back of the head by Malbs MD. He was hero all along in red. G2 have won it. They have locked in 12. There is simply no route back in for Team Spirit. 2 standout players removed with ease. Shiro had his chance, and Donk fumbled. So G2 take a 5 alive round.
And G2 are left with 3 chances to close this one out.
They're not making a meal of this game by the looks of things. They've been very clutch. And conversely, stopped all of Spirit's attempts at the same thing, other than one Shiro clutch very early in this game. For the most part, it's been G2 putting them down. The effect of a star-studded roster versus a team that relies on so few players.
Missed Molly. Donk's allowed to stay here.
What?
Oh!
Just tapped!
And that might be Donk's final round in this opening map. That is how it goes.
What can you do?
Smoke spam from Hunter. Malbs taking heads off. Route to the A play is open, and G2 approach this one quickly. Malbs taking space. Malbs moving in. Spirit have everyone here, everyone in the right place. Last time, G2 were very paranoid about this main position. If they show that same diligence again, they could have stopped this. They could have prevented that swing. m0NESY out of the round. Chopper with the equalizer. Lobbing in flashes, trying to tee up Shiro. Flashes dodge, but they play together. Snacks dead on the wraparound. It's Nico or it's nothing. G2, can they rely on their star? Moving in. Nico spots out the first player. Dinked, but down. Shiro dead. And now just Magix left to beat. Nico might be wounded, but Magix is no better. Bomb retrieved. 40 seconds. Does Nico go around the world?
It's quiet. It's maybe too quiet.
Magix can catch him on the jump, but doesn't elect to try and take that fight. Doesn't want to end this in a head-to-head straight away. Wants the info, wants to know where this is ending up. That gives Nico a free bomb plant over at B.
Does he even know what side it is? He's stuck in the middle. He actually has no info. He has to run to figure it out. Now he knows. Smoke kit, but Nico just needs 2 shots. 1, if he keeps up his clean consistency. And Magix creeps in.
He knows, he lets us all know there that he knows Magic's noise made. Nico has the drop on him. Nico has every edge. Stick on the bomb, the nade comes in. Touchdown as it blows it open. And Magix can't win this anymore. It dies a slow and painful death. G2 might have fallen down on Ancient just yesterday, but here they exercise these spirits to take the first map in this elimination qualifier game.
So G2 still have Spirit's number, it seems, Yanko. They're able to get up and running in this series. But yeah, I can see. We're not going to take anything for granted, but so far so good.
Yeah, definitely from G2. The problem yesterday was, especially on Ancient, the gun rounds were atrocious.
Yeah.
You know, they had a couple of ecos on their CT side to make it respectable. T side wasn't that great. Today it was quite the opposite. I mean, they lost both pistols, but when it came to the gun rounds, that's where they were doing, you know, some really good work. And obviously this round was the turning point, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Spirit had all the momentum, 4-1 up against the pistols, and then Snacks out of all people with some deagles and some help from Nico, and that's where the game started snowballing G2's way.
Yeah, I mean, Snacks obviously having some pretty big moments in the wins they had on day 1 as well. But I agree, I think that was a pivotal round for the switch up, so to speak, and it, of course, ended in a 6-6 manner. Listen, this is a messy game. I think both the teams made a lot of mistakes. We saw some massive whiffs from players, mistakes being made from players like Dong. We saw that, I think it was a 4v4, making a footstep towards near Temple, for example, something you don't expect from someone like him. But then you see a 4K from him as well, right? So, game of mistakes and errors. This is a round we're going to touch upon later on, obviously, being a bit of a mistake there. But I think the difference here, if you juxtapose it to what we had against 3D Max yesterday, right? 3D Max were the last few rounds on their CD side, they were just full sending into G2, and G2 had no answer. We didn't see that from Spirit this time. It was much more measured, and I think that's what G2 had a reasonably more comfortable time here.
It was very surprising how much space Spirit was giving to G2 on G2's T side, right? I mean, you could see that yesterday they would struggle against some of those moves and aggressive plays, and you gave them room to work with, and G2's plan was pretty clear for the T side, just abuse the A bomb site, you know, take mid, they would find entries, they would keep splitting that A bomb site, and Spirit couldn't do anything about it.
And it's also like, you know, even in that particular round where they tried to go for a fast A and they were kind of stymied with their one smoke, they didn't go back to plan B or C. They're like, we're just going to wait this one out. We're going to double pump it, another layer of execute. And they kept hitting that side, and Spirit didn't really go for that control. We're just curious for me, because surely, knowing you're going to pick this map, you would have watched a demo from yesterday's game against 3D Max. You could try to at least emulate something that 3D Max are doing, but we did not see that.
Yeah, and we got a thing that we talked about yesterday over on the Team Spirit side, which is we said, you know, look, Donk and Shiro have been dragging this team through matches. They're popping off. But what happens if they don't? And then you kind of saw there, it's not that they had a bad game. Of course they don't. They're incapable of that. But Donk and Shiro were just kind of ordinary by the very high standards that they set, and Spirit weren't really able to, you know, kind of capitalize in a couple of rounds that were pretty dicey, honestly, from G2.
I think the problem was also just because they were tactically outplayed in the second half. A lot of times, you know, either Donk or Shiro, like, they're not in a great position to find impact and find kills outside. I mean, Donk had the crazy 4K. All the other times he just gets traded because he's sort of isolated, they don't have good information, they don't have control, and G2 is just there in force, right?
Yeah.
And no man, Donk is a great player, but he can't play, being mollied out and having to swing, kill 3 guys, right? Like there's limits to what a player can do. So that was, I think, the problem for them. Their players just weren't put in a position to have success.
Even the 4K, if you just take a look at it, he was basically on an island by himself. He shouldn't have got that 4K, in all honesty. But the fact that he was able to pull it off, again, just Donk things, right? But it's not something you can replicate every single time. As Janko pointed out, he was getting punished time and time again. And Janko's boy right there.
Well, there it is. It's master and the student.
And a very fitting 1v2 at the very end as well to close it out.
One of the few players that has Donk's number, actually. I mean, just in being able to sort of counter him and counter his aggression. And yeah, Nico had a really good first map as well. Both sides was able to find great impact.
Yeah, and there it is. I still think we haven't really seen Munis at his absolute best here at the RMR. Hopefully we do. But you can see here he was improved from yesterday, and he did enough to kind of help his team.
He didn't make us. I mean, he was still whiffing a lot of shots, right?
Yeah.
Like something. It's uncharacteristic. It might be again under the weather or whatnot. But I feel he definitely had more impact than Shiro did. Because Shiro on the CT side, I don't barely remember him getting any kill to the AWP, which was entrusted to him at least a couple of times. So Shiro, despite what has been incredible form for him heading into this particular matchup, I think him going a little missing really hurt Spirit there.
Yeah, you've got a round that you wanted to highlight that kind of illustrates, what G2 were doing.
Yeah, turning point in the first half and probably of the entire game. I mean, Spirit did a very good job early on to reset G2, to keep their money low here. They keep going for that B bomb site, pop off. Kill Monesi, potentially the far player, then snacks the collateral with the Deagle. Right, obviously going to create a lot of chaos, draws attention to himself. That's when Nico pounces, finds the first kill, the second and the third too, and just mops up on that B bomb site. And I mean, such a huge momentum swing.
Oh, of course,
G2 won one round, they had one player left alive. Spirit resets them. Like, G2 was not in the game at all up until this point, right? It was very suffocating the way Spirit was playing, and they just completely flipped it to the other side. It was Spirit who was, they decided to sort of drop the hero AK after this round, and they didn't have great, they were like ecoing with a hero AK.
They went for some weird
but
buys.
after that round, they had like 3,500. So it's like, well, we didn't fall. Are we gonna just eco twice? So they bought out with, Galils and not a great buy, and that really got G2 rolling.
Yeah. There was also round 10 that we wanted to single out.
For me, this is crazy because this shows how messy and sloppy this game is, right? So this is 5v5. Malbs pushes out, finds one kill. Monesi is holding donor the whole time. Great setup, 5v3. But now for all these players, it's like the panic is going to start. Like, they're checking temple, they're checking like if there is a flank. I don't know how they feel there could have been a gap. They completely forget about main. All of a sudden, from a 5v3, it's a 3v2 for Team Spirit side. They're supposed to win it, but Hunter with a push through the smoke, basically just denying the plant. Complete and utter chaos that shows you, first of all, what's the communication like in this G2 team, that in a 5v3, like, you're so paranoid, there's like so much confusion, right, that the round slips away. But then on the Team Spirit side, you don't cover the planter, and you don't close out like the get to the post plant. It was just an absurd round.
There's even one more round where it's like I think Monesi gets 2 kills at mid. It's a 5v3, and then Snappy Snacks goes, witness me, just flashes himself, runs straight into ramp, and just dies.
Leroy
Jenkins.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you, Janko. Right, we go on to Mirage. Let's talk about victory conditions on this map. Blair, I'll start with
for Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, this is
okay. So they won 0 rounds in this infamously when they played against G2 in the Blast World Finals, right? And it was especially in the first half, the first 6 rounds, G2 were playing very off the spawn call. They were heading towards the B bombs, at B splits again and again and again. And Spirit played such passive CT sides. I think it was only 2 rounds where they started pushing towards Ram or Palace, which is on an eco. So if they're going to do that, G2 are going to abuse them time and time again. And then switching off the T side, man, we'll get 0 rounds. It was so tepid, it was so insipid the way they're approaching it. So hopefully the T side, that's what I'm going to say. They need to start getting off to a good start on the T side, or else G2 just going to 2-0 it.
Well, I don't see them getting 0 rounds again, Janko.
Yeah, I think absolutely Spirit needs to be more aggressive on their CT side. Like, they gave way too much space to G2 players on Ancient, too much room to work with for someone like Snacks in terms of the calling, and it's going to be tough because you could see, I mean, G2, if the game goes this way on Ancient against a different team, I mean, it might get dicey, but they're just so comfortable against Spirit because no matter what goes on, they just beat them every single time, and that makes the players a lot more calm. Even things start going badly for you, there's always this confidence at the back of your head, like, we'll come back into this game, you know, we have this team, right? So Spirit will really have to go above and beyond to sort of, you know, change that and just for their players to play with a little bit more confidence.
I think the most annoying thing watching the Spirit CD side of Mirage is basically, it's like, all right, we're gonna fight mid, donk, go kill. And sometimes, once again, he's left by himself, he sticks around a little too long, I think he tries to do too much by himself, but the extremities of the map, there's no presence whatsoever. They don't really go for try and contest ramp, they allow G2 onto the bomb site, and because you have no control towards the apartments or palace or ramp, when G2 try to go for that pop, the reaction time for your rotators, it's so late, it's so far away. So yeah, aggression and extremities, I think, is absolutely the call of the hour here for Spirit.
If you're Spirit, you just have to have a plan for the first couple of gun rounds. Like, G2 is going to play default.
They have the concepts of a plan.
G2 is going to play default, right? So you just have to have, either you're going to fight mid and fight them on mid as a team, or you are, like Blaise said, going to leave it a little bit and maybe try to take the extremities. But it has to be something. If they don't do either, they're done.
All right, well,
it's going to be 12 maps in a row for G2.
We're going to find out. We are going to take a quick break and see if G2's last dance can waltz their way to the major or whether they'll run into a spirited defense on Mirage. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
In a game for glory and major qualification, we enter Mirage, map 2 of this series, a series where G2 have an unblemished record. Not only has Mirage appeared in every single time these two teams have faced, G2 have never lost it once to Donk. I mean, this was a breakout map for him in Katowice. It was Mirage, it was Ancient, the first two of maps of this game where we saw Donk absolutely make his own against near every team in the world. But G2 have continually put up barriers, put up defense, offense, and put up destruction in this head-to-head.
Yeah, going to be a lot of eyeballs on the Team Spirit T side. That was where most recently they weren't able to field a single round. But they start this one off on their CT half. G2. A map in their pocket already, a 13-9 win over Spirit with a couple of real back-breaking rounds in there, and a slow start from Donk does not bode well for this Spirit squad.
It's definitely a messy game, but G2 cleaned up house for sure.
They've had a lot of opportunities to research how G2 play this one. They've done a lot of learning in the field. And on the field of battle here on Mirage, this pistol round looks to tee us up with an A split. Hunter moving up through the connector. Monumental opening map from him. Shiro's dualies fire off first. Success might be short-lived here as Shiro runs the risk of being iced out. There's Donk with a bit of support. Shiro gets to keep on fighting and keep on killing. These dual Berettas destroy G2. It's just Snacks left standing. And this round is all dualies, Team Spirit. They get off to a rip-roaring start. Shiro bailed out as Donk moved in to lend that helping hand.
Yeah, the Shiro Donk show, it's what we expect, and frankly, it's what we need every single time for Team Spirit. It wasn't even enough in that BO1 against Passion, where these two players dropped nearly 50 kills combined and could not close that map. Question of Spirit has often been depth of this roster, of the other players. But Donk was undevastating in that first map. His head-to-head against every player in the red. Didn't out-duel anyone on Ancient.
And not only not outdueling anyone, but falling down the hardest in that kind of title head-to-head of him v Nico.
Glocks into B, and Zontix pulls back from mid at just the right time. G2 are about to walk in with Glocks. As soon as contact's made, they can sprint, but MP9 should shred through these armorless players. Nice kill from Snacks, but it's not meant to be. Team Spirit 2-0, G2 with a rifle round.
Spirit really want to get off to a hot start here, especially with very much a waning T-sides versus this G2 squad on this map. Every CT round feels so important for that reason. Donk trying to play confident, drops down into mid. This is very much what you expect to see from Donk. Moving out, Snacks spotted, takes one to the dome. That's going to slow the roll of G2 out here in middle. They get the control, but you can see Spirit have not let up on this. They are holding all the extremities. They are ready at a moment's notice to pounce into action on this mid control from G2.
Donk's half healthy, still willing to fight. Big risks here. Re-smoke it to give him control, and he gets flashed in at the same time. Malbs rather catches Zontix aggressive on Cat, and Donk tucks into the connector. They can spam, but just a few centimeters away as G2, meanwhile, have already opened up the B-bomb site now to his entry. And Hunter with the space. Smoking off the market, meaning only window is available. Shiro looks for a crossing shot, but they're already out.
You're not going to get that chance on apartments again, Shiro. So with no opportunity for this AWP to get involved early, G2 now set up rigid in these post plants. They're not moving a muscle. They're not giving anything over. Team Spirit, bitter pill to swallow. This one was out of their hands.
That's a really nice move for G2, not only just to get everyone in the site, burrowed in, but then to tuck as hard as they do. No one's swinging market door. No one's giving the AWP away in. They're all peeking very safe angles that are only angles that matter if Spirit actually commit out market. So no exits, no glory, and a couple of SMGs killed in mid has resounding consequences for Team Spirit.
Terrorists win.
You can't win a game in the first half, but with that much needed context that you added, it feels like you can lose this game in the first half. So Spirit take note of their economy, put together a decent buy yet again, and look to respond swiftly.
Already good impact from Hunter in this game. Nico might have put up bigger numbers in that first map, but Hunter had some super consequential rounds in there, some back-breaking rounds. Mainly that one where he goes and denies the bomb plant and completely changes the nature of the game. Combine that with strong showings from Nico.
They have no idea.
Get a potent mix. There's a boost up. Zontix.
Seen him. He's telling his team to wait. He's got the clear.
That's Donk dead. Nico.
Just feels for Donk, it feels like, how the hell did he see me? How the hell did he clear me so hard? He had no idea, but Nico just caught a whiff. And so Hunter doesn't move while Nico closes the distance. Boost again.
Spirit want to be active. They want to try and react to this. They boost up Zontix, who once more finds one from atop the boost. Shiro's AWP lends a helping hand, and Hunter left up in this clutch all alone. 45 seconds left to work with that molly. Two smokes come out. Knows they're both stuck there. Nade onto Magix. He's dead as well. Hunter might be onto something here. Both players for Spirit adorn the catwalk. Hunter picks up util, picks up flashes. The utility has done so much for him in this round. It takes Chopper to reel him back in. Hunter does not let you sleep. He does not let you get comfortable. Got to have one eye open at all times when he's still in the picture. That's a lot of pressure put on. And Chopper thankfully there to keep it contained.
I mean, even moves like that just are consequential in this game because they keep Spirit's economy honest. Getting 2 more kills in a 1v4.
Nice try.
Means Spirit aren't winning the money game for long. All it's going to take is 1 round for G2 to break in. So they buy again. 2 pistols, 3 AKs, going for a faster approach on ramp. Timing of the smoke is good, but G2 don't need to respect it. They're up and past it. Shiro taking down Monacy at the same time. He's warmed very quickly into this map. 6-0 is Shiro.
Oh, Nico!
Yeah. The dink.
Burns alive. This round is all Shiro. Starts it strong with the dual Berettas and the pistol, and he's kept up appearances ever since. That could be a real X factor for Team Spirit. If Donk is going to keep falling short in the head-to-heads, if he's going to keep getting outdueled and dealt rough hands by Nico on the opposing side, maybe it's Shiro who can pick up this slack. The one guy who's been up there alongside Donk in these star-studded performances you've got, it's been that duo that have kept Spirit competitive. Shiro is shockingly aware of that fact. There is a lot of pressure on him to perform, and he's certainly living up to it right now. 40 seconds left in this round. And G2, sure, they're grouped up over here in the apartments, hoping that something's given to them. But this is starting to feel just like the save for the G2 squad.
Yeah, don't want to throw away these guns. So Spirit, hold on to more economy this time and keep up a beautiful beginning to a very one-sided game.
Something that's felt nice for this CT side is like how active they've been, right? Like it feels like they're always trying to make a move. They're always trying to get ahead of G2. That round there, they kind of crunched the ramp control with Shiro covering on the AWP. But even think about the last one. Sure, Hunter made it interesting, maybe more so than it had any right to be, but it was the quick boosts over on Shore, that constant, push and pull of the catwalk that kept them in it and kept G2 modest. Timeout called in. That pressure on early with this rip-roaring start that Spirit are off to.
Yeah, they went for the buy before this pause, so they've got to get a move behind it. It's again going to be lacking bits and pieces, extra util, no AWP. It's also putting their economy on the line here, so G2 need a round and they need it fast before Spirit start to snowball and pick up pace. All the makings of a different story today for Team Spirit. Can G2 put it back to bed? Coming out from under, Donk. Looking very keen. Could be a good grenade as well. 3 players there. Keeps G2 very honest in middle. It's only m0NESY with any room.
Tries to convert the spray. Donk on the reswing. Was not ready for that. m0NESY caught early. 1 and 5. Slow start from him. Meanwhile, as we've touched on already, Shiro lights out from the word go in this second map. Donk reroutes. Smoked off in the connector. He'll look for fights elsewhere. Nico going back for the bomb here, but this is being left down to the wire for G2.
Yeah, they've nothing.
All posted power position for Shiro. Deals with snacks as he attempts to turn up through the connector. Nico dropping down, wants this con fight. Meanwhile, Hunter has actually found a bit of a gap here in through the window, taking the bomb with him as he goes. Wrapping jungle. They're looking for this A split. Shiro gets the spot. They are still in connector. That gets Sontics interested, who takes position over on the catwalk. They've got that ability to crunch on the com play, and they don't even know about Chopper yet. That's the nasty surprise at the end of it all. 15 seconds left. That Shiro AWP ready to swing out from spawn side. Lend a helping hand. Spirit scrambling, moving over. Plant comes in. Can they deny it? Yes, they can. Malbs unable to get that bomb down means Nico can't win this. It's another save from G2. Oh, and they even hunt him down right at the close. Disaster for G2.
It's going very wrong. Those are the rounds G2 was winning in the previous map as well, right? Those last second bomb denials. So for it to start to be coming in for Spirit, hunting Nico after time, devastating consequences right now. Said it has the makings of a Spirit surprise. Well, we're getting a bit of a treat here on the CT side. Shiro yet to fall as well, playing very passive, really bleeding the time out of that round. G2 desperately trying to force engagements. Not going to be happening today. Shiro on the smoke break is ready for Nico out mid. Want to see Molly back on B. G2 just out on a limb, looking for Deegs. Malbs precise with his, but caught in the sandwich and a dead man walking. Gonna be no saving this eco here for G2. Times are getting a little desperate. Nice angle for Shiro.
This would be a flawless round. That's what we're on the verge of. That's Team Spirit really looking for a runaway game. Ready on the jump up. Shiro is 11. In his element right now. There is no stopping him. 11-0. Just Hunter left. The dying moments of this one. He's heard moving in through window, and Magix is on the line. So 6-1 reads the scoreline. Spirit have got Shiro to depend on. And in all the times they've played, the closest games are where Shiro is playing well on this map. The ones where they felt the most one-sided have been quiet matches from Shiro. He really is an X factor for them here on Mirage. And with the form he showed up in, with m0NESY still yet to get going, this is all the makings of something brand new and altogether terrifying. Spirit having never won this map over G2 before. They're doing it right now, and Donk is not even a part of that conversation.
Yeah, the conditions are perfect for it as well, right? We already talked about m0NESY having a bit of a slow start to the RMR with some shots on the previous map, had a bit of a comeback at the end of Ancient, but still waiting for the level we know he has, that he's shown us so many times, that MVP form. And when it's all on the line, when the major awaits for the winner of this game, Spirit stepping up to the plate. Do these conditions keep coming for Spirit? Can G2 turn the tide? Full out mid again, slow and steady. Magix on an off angle for that bench headshot position as Zontix gets aggressive. Magix falls back, tapped through the smoke. Zontix doesn't know there's also another player, but m0NESY's seen him, and Zontix wins that fight. Another awkward win for m0NESY. Snacks gets one, Donk denies, and Nico is trapped out right now with information from Team Spirit. They've got the bomb at their feet, they've got the round in their hand, and Shiro won't die yet.
Miss shot. Oh, could it be Shiro's first death as he's trapped out on his own, trapped in a cage with Nico? Oh. No, he backstabs him. Deeg pulled. Still flawless for Shiro. Even as the big bad, the wolf for G2, hounding him down. Shiro able to withstand it. 12-0 on a 7-1 run for Team Spirit.
These rounds are petering out for G2. They're just doing slow mid takes, coming out from under. And you said Donk is irrelevant, right? Like, he really is. He's not even winning all these crazy con fights. He's just backing out, sometimes getting picked, sometimes getting won. And G2 are losing to themselves. No explosive executes, no entry kills. Gonna try and force it at B now.
Good timing on the Molotov. It split the forces in half here. Magix over at bench, takes one of the dome, but gets out with the kill. Crucially still alive here, buying more than enough time for players on the rotate. Oh. Hunter pushing forward, but there's that Shiro orb, not missing a beat. Donk in at bench, but it's all Shiro. It's his story. m0NESY left up all alone, given a second chance that Donk will swiftly silence. No resistance, no path forward for G2 in this first half.
They can't even get an opening kill, Harry. They've had one in the map so far from Nico. Spirit are picking them where they stand. The rounds m0NESY's had an AWP have gone nowhere. And Shiro is everywhere. This is a completely different game to Ancient, which was brawly, aggressive, full of rushes, clutches. This is just decisive CS for Spirit. They are picking G2 apart at the seams. Unstitched. Does G2 have an answer? Another attack comes to a close.
And as much as this was, you know, the clash of the two Titan riflers of our age in CS2 right now, it's the AWP head-to-head that's most compelling. The difference between the m0NESY, touted by many as the best AWPer, the guy to beat with that gun, and it's not even a contest right now. Shiro This guy always had the ability, but never found himself with the right squad. That's why him linking up with Spirit was such an enticing prospect. He wants to remind the world exactly what Shiro is capable of.
Yeah, he joined the achieved CIS players, right? That Cloud9 squad. The old Gambit guys. He came up with youngsters. He joined some of the best in his region. They went nowhere. They bombed out at an RMR for Paris. But squad up with the next generation, with the next big thing. And now he's doing it once again. Entry on ramp. Donk this time trades his captain, and he is in a pivotal position to pop off 3 headshots.
And now the Donk's starting to get activated as well. Now the Donk is switched online.
There we go.
The terrifying duo that look to bring the end times for G2 on Mirage have arrived.
Nice to just see Donk trading for once. So often is he the first fight, and don't get me wrong, he has great success rates, he's excellent, but sometimes the first guy just gets peaked, and you need Donk behind him to find clinical headshots. Set up by Chopper, shuts down the round. G2, again, a contact play once more with rifles. And you can't trade Donk. Shiro, there are 2 rounds left. He might go flawless. This one is under question. Pistols exploding out the ramp.
Yeah, he's been flawless across this game, but this is the round where he's running the risk of dying. Every single shot has to hit. Every single shot has, but down to the Deagle. Nico finally deals with Shiro. Looking to break G2 through.
Hunter's got it. Wait.
Zontix pushing in here, smoke blowing open, but they don't see him. They don't see him just on the lip of that still. Good position for Snacks. Nico naded out. The one that opened this round on the Deeg is removed. Magic's in the clutch. Hunts down the man in the sight, but the Snacks swing over the stairs. Finally, G2 get back on the board. After one hell of an absence, it takes Nico opening on that Deagle, bringing the end to Shiro's reign of terror, handing him his first death in the game in round 11.
Yeah, insane form for Shiro right now. It's only because he's in the midst of the madness. He doesn't get a chance to depart, play his peaks, play his repositions. Just has to fight head on. Nico, some beautiful shots. And it forces G2's first round. Couldn't find it, but they got money. And Eco went for G2 at the end of the half, and Spirit call a pause to ensure this stays dominant. Because remember, I'll draw back to what you said, Harry, right? Last time we saw Spirit play G2 on this map, they got no T-side rounds. That was in a BO5 where they barely got any T-side rounds. They were blown out the water by G2's defense. But on this map specifically, it was abhorrent. So Spirit need everything they can get to keep a lead, to keep the boot on G2's neck. Monacy 1 and 10. No time like now to wake up.
Oh, it was good timing on the swing out through ramp. Donk arrives, though, very, very quickly out from the connector. That was a golden chance for Monacy Zorb to make the first incision. Instead, Donk gets a second chance at life and leaving this guy alive. Taking a swing at Donk and missing can sometimes be the difference between success and failure.
Bomb spotted.
Wait, Chopper gives them the kill. Man advantage taken. G2 shooting for a third round here to close out this first half. But that Shiro AWP, spoken about in hushed tones as it strikes fear into the G2 squad, holds the line. This cross depended on that molly to force him off the angle. If they go late, if they let him set back up again, Shiro will be here. Shiro missed shot right through the middle. G2 managed to get in, but as he goes through the motions, as he falls back, it's all to bring them into the crossfire. Shots aren't landing now for Shiro, and the sight falls with it. Magic's out on the catwalk, quickly traded, and so Shiro left up 1v3. He's been the man to beat, but G2 finally on to a winning recipe. They find a third on the half.
Oh, a lot of missed shots from Odyssey, but he hits the ones right at the end as Shiro starts to wane in form, but it's only one round. That's what Spirit tell themselves. Wipe the dust off and get back to the T side. Still a phenomenal game from Team Spirit. And a comeback for qualification required from G2, or we go to Nuke. The one map Spirit have beaten G2 on ever in this one-sided head-to-head in these 5 matches, BO3s and a BO5. Winning Nuke once in overtime. And that was the first time Spirit ever played this team. A long time ago. But every now and then, history repeats itself. Can Spirit take us all the way?
T-side woes have been the problem for Spirit here, but they could alleviate all that pressure with a win in the pistol. This is the round that really decides how much intrigue is left on this map. How much of a chance G2 have to keep their flawless track record up on Mirage. It's all weighted on this pistol round. Oh, Snacks caught on the jump check. Oh, Donk is hounding him down. Chases Snacks, but Snacks holds his ground.
Ow.
Donk now dead. Space Taker removed. Spirit, the site starts to feel a lot more claustrophobic. The safety of these smokes about to dissipate. But now Spirit hold these angles, hold the line. But in moments' time, the avenue of shore opens up. Nade onto Magic's. Malbs making presence known. Suddenly, it's just Chopper and Zontix. And while this felt like Team Spirit had success lined up, it's a flawless pistol for G2. A team ace coming down the pipeline as Snacks survives the onslaught of Spirit. He brings his squad back into the fold with a pistol round win here.
Donk was destined for that kill, right? It's Snacks hiding out in the back of the smoke, a classic Snacks maneuver at the back site. And Donk jumping around the corner knowing he needs one bullet, cannot connect it. Beautiful retake for G2. They just put it together piece after piece as this house of card crumbles in the wind. Frustrating way for it to go for Spirit, especially considering the T-side woes. G2 start believing again. Eyes really are on Chopper and what he's going to call when we hit gun rounds on this T side, right? Because while there's no doubt that the environment that Chopper, Halley, Spirit in general create for this roster, questions have been put down on his calling. Over the years, Chopper has brought so many young CIS squads deep in majors, made deep runs, and then those very same rosters have fallen off a cliff. Here with his best pieces in his career. Chopper needs to stick the landing with this squad. They need a good placing. They need to get to Shanghai. They need to go further. But right now, G2 trying to pull this Mirage all the way back. And while it's only an eco, it already feels
They're
tense.
flashing, but they don't reach Nico here. They're trying to hunt him down. Gets a little lost in the sauce. They do all that, though, just for one kill. I know they can't win this round. Let's try and make it expensive at least. Ooh. That's the goal. Donk out in mid with the scavenged M4.
Get out.
But no more fights will be given to Spirit here. No more chances to make this round costly, to make this round interesting. Donk save denied up in the top of middle.
Good read from Hunter as well. I mean, Donk hangs around. He just lets his teammate run into A and try and plant that bomb on his own so he can kill a late player from an unexpected position. It's a bit of damage on the eco for Team Spirit that they'll have to capitalize on in this first gun round. Can't afford to start slow.
Spirit were given an absolute gem of a first half on the wings of Shiro. They have to capitalize on that, because if they don't start breaking through those memories, most recent matchup in a final, 0 T-side rounds, these all start to flow back to you, and they're flowing in G2's brains as well. They know that this is winnable.
Very slow pace. G2 hold on to their util. Smoke and a molly still remain at a minute. And Spirit start to take mid.
3 players going to come swinging out a connector. They hear Chopper's util up in the top of middle. They know they've got someone pinned in behind these boxes. Shiro dead. Chopper has to swing out, but there's Donk playing it late through the lower tunnels. Good chase from Monacy. Gets rid of a problem piece. You've conceded the A site, though. That's the price you pay for that chase onto Donk. Plant comes in for Team Spirit. 3 on 3 in the post plant.
Spawn is big. It's only Snacks here. He's got a bit of util to get himself back in if he wants, but he hands it off. Going to be pushed forward by Hunter's utility now. The MP9 up close. Zontix needs to hit this blind shot. He's committed to this fight. Full blind. There's the swing. There's the trade. 2v2 now. Trying to buy a few more seconds. Chopper, late reset. Round the world. Back again. Needs to do it all on his own. And Monacy has him trapped in a box. Molotov.
Plays ahead.
And he's won the round from the clock alone. Monacy cannot get on that bomb. And jumping into the site. Too little, too late.
Such fine margins on that round. Bottom of the board, Monacy might have got the kill he needed, but didn't do it with enough time left. Chopper delivers a T-side round to Spirit. And that might be their salvation. This might be uncharted territory we are about to enter. As G2 cobble a bye together, this is their lifeline on Mirage.
Yeah, they didn't even get enough rounds to build up an economy, to have something to fall back on. It is simply reliant on what Monacy can do in this round. He is 5-11. He has had a quiet game. He missed the impact in that previous round. And now G2, they pay the price. He's in the right place, but Spirit looking to negate this AK, cut it off with utility. Smokes aplenty over the A side. Double ramp push is good timing. MP9's up close, you never know.
They actually play ahead of that volley of util. That's all the utility for Team Spirit. They need to go on the back of this. They have to use those smokes while they're still up. Mouths MD, a lot of damage, but just the 1 kill. Team Spirit managed to break apart the double ramp push. Hunter fielding a phenomenal game. First man on the scene here. Nade to break the smoke open, but it fades ahead of time. Spirit get in, boosting up onto the stairs. They've spotted these players back spawn side. Monacy needs to deliver something here. And now 1 critical kill as Hunter burns. Goes unpunished. Spirit are nervous.
They know 2, not 3.
Don't have the full info. Don't have the full picture. Hunter going to try and send them in with another one of his flashes. Monacy falls. Chopper holding the line once again. Gets the better of Monacy. Snacks moves in. Does have a kit to work with. Has had impactful moments at this RMR for G2, but they're asking a lot of Snacks right now. Does all he can. Hunter manages to cross. Tap on the bomb. Shiro, will he take the bait? Chopper swinging out later. Deals with Hunter jungle side, and they trade contact perfectly. G2 never knew which way to look, and they risked it all with that buy there. Faith in the Monacy AK. They assemble SMGs around it, but they were all in. They are now broken. Spirit, for the first time in this series, have the golden opportunity to take Mirage.
And more than that, they have no excuses to take Mirage. 11-5 with a full eco from G2 playing for overtime. This feels as good as done. And Spirit, despite any T-side woes, absolutely have the room to end this game, to take us to Nuke, to make G2 work for it. And Donk has gotten better and better, aged over time. Shiro with a strong start. And this time it's wasted on no one. G2 come swinging in to the rifles in middle. They reap what they sow. 5 kills in the connector. And 7 rounds to shut this down.
(21-5) on Shiro. There is no doubt he's been plotting, he's been scheming, he's been planning this revenge for a long time. Donk was absent to open up this map. He could not find his impact back on Ancient. But Shiro fills the void, keeps Spirit more than competitive with the game that he fields long enough for Donk to get activated. And so this is it for G2. They have to be flawless from here on out. They have to stop every Shiro highlight reel moment. They have to slow the roll of Donk. And they have to do that time and time again all the way into OT. Team Spirit, they have 7 chances to finally win Mirage over G2.
Shiro hears m0NESY is the best AWP in the world. He says he's not even the best in the server. Towering over him right now. Chopper's got to be careful. They've pushed up mid, but they haven't cleared him. I feel like because he's tucked for so long, they have no idea he could be here. He could catch a whiff. A little gap through the box, perhaps. Looking out into mid. Nico back turn. That is a annoying death, and he knows there will be more. Hunter at the top drop as he covered the side. Malves gets one, but it's too little, maybe too late. Snacks alone in the site, overwhelmed by Zontix on top, and the bomb is coming in.
m0NESY's first on the scene. m0NESY's the only man who gets to decide if this round gets competitive. Malves is still a ways away. Lobs a flash over, but a misspray from m0NESY, and that seals the deal for G2 here. Team Spirit, they have never managed this feat before. They take G2 down on Mirage. This series now goes the distance. 1 map between these squads and the qualification to the elimination stage of the Shanghai Major.
Yanko, wake up.
Hey, you started it right after Ancient.
I know.
I said, don't do it. You don't go there yet. Don't go there yet, Richard. I was right. I know what I'm talking about.
No, you've been here a million times. You've watched G2. It just such a day and night contrast from the first map to this. They went from being, confident, brash, bullish. Yes, some of the rounds were chaotic, some of the rounds weren't clean, but this was something else entirely. This was, I don't know, I don't want to say scared. It's just a very uncharacteristic G2 performance.
This was a really good CT side from Spirit.
Okay. Yes.
Tactically and the approach and the game plan, they were talking about how they need to have a plan for G2's default. How are they going to approach it? And we'll get into it in a bit, how they did it, but they had one, it worked. They managed to put G2 in a hole in economy-wise, right? That's one save, and then Nico dying after time, the following round really messed up G2's economy. Like, they didn't get as many gun rounds, like good gun rounds as they possibly could have, and, Shiro was also pretty good, pretty lights out.
I also want to say, m0NESY, wake up. He's just been quiet and missing, right? And then it's even more evident when you see the side of Shiro, just the unkillable king in the server, just refusing to dive with the AWP. But I completely agree with Yanko here when it comes to the CD side. From the side of Spirit was absolutely well prepared, very well prepped. They absolutely knew this map was going to come into play, and for me, it was very evident from the the first round itself, right? The previous map, if you remember it, it was the previous time they played in Mirage, it was G2. They went for a B play. What did Team Spirit have in a pistol round CD side? They went for a bit of a B stack, and they just seem to have the number of G2 time and time again, and they did exactly what we said they needed to do. They were aggressive, they were brazen, and they kept taking the fight to G2 and just disrupting what was a very kind of tepid T-side from G2, just trying to go for this contact plays, very slow mid control, and Spirit just slapped them aside.
Let's get into the rounds, Richard. We'll break it all down.
Do it. Break it down.
So first gun round, G2 wins the first gun round, right? Like by just sort of doing default, like Spirit tries to do that boost up on Cat. They get the 2 kills on the B and the Cat player. Hunter goes out B apps, secures the site. They win the round, right? Like there was a couple of guns that were saved there for Team Spirit, which enable them to go back into a buy. You can see here, I mean, the score was 10-1, 9-1 really, like for Spirit. So it was sheer and utter dominance. But in that reset round for Spirit, which was all important, right? We saw how they struggled in gun rounds on Ancient, was when they sort of just went back to the same thing, right? Which probably have caught them a little bit off guard. So here you see initial exchange of utility, molly behind boxes, right? Breaking the smoke, all standard stuff here from the side of Spirit. And then the boost comes in again, right? And Zontix, he finds the kill on Monacy. Okay, Nico will trade it out here. It's a 4v4. They reboost, like delayed, and find the kill on Snacks. They mop up on Cat. Hunter is going to try and clutch it out, right? Find 2 kills, but he can't do much more in that. So first of all, courage, brave from Spirit. They keep going for it. They're not scared. It works out really great. And we can play the next round back to back, because this is what it does to G2. This is the setup from Spirit. Now look at the time. 140, we're gonna play close ramp. Why? Because we think they're gonna adjust by trying to do an A execute. So that's why Spirit is like in position to find 3 kills here. G2's gonna have to say round is over with 130 left. So they did default 2 times. One time it worked, one time it didn't. Because of the buy, they felt sort of pressured to have to do an execute. Spirit read it perfectly, completely shut it down. And after this, if you're G2, what do you call? Like, you can't really do another execute. You have to go back to trying to win the round by default before you can change the pace. So they were really conditioned to that style that they had to play, and Spirit did a great job.
I think we also have a round later in that half just to even further underline how much of a read Spirit had. I think it was round number 10 here. I just want to keep you got to keep an eye on the clock as well, right? You can see it's a minute left on the clock, and look at Spirit. You can't see it because there's no radar here, but they're completely giving it the B bomb site, because they seem to know the cues for G2. No utility, no presence towards B. They're like, we're going to be stacking A. Now, Donk, granted, pulls up an incredible triple kill, but even if it gets traded, G2 are walking into all 5 players waiting towards jungle and mid. They had the perfect read, and I love that. Despite the fact they're 9-1 up, that's when you can be totally allowed to just take a step back, take it a little easy, play a little default. They're like, no, we're going for the throat, and that's what they did.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that they're on the precipice of what would be a historic victory over G2 given their record. But with that in mind, I suppose we should we can talk about this guy first of all.
Bro, he didn't miss.
I mean, right from the dualies, when he just had that insane pistol round, you were like, oh, okay, Shiro's playing now. And this is what we've talked about throughout the tournament. This guy is so important to what Team Spirit do, because yes, it's going to be the Donk show, but Shiro has come in, and since his Cloud9 days, he's elevated himself. I mean, he really has been just getting so much better, and he's so much stronger.
It does feel like this RMR has been a bit of like the resurgence, the renaissance, so to speak, of Shiro, right? Because he's always been solid, has always been very stable for the Spirit team. But obviously we've seen Donk being the Donk basically, and kind of overshadowing what Shiro can really bring to the table. This RMR, he's been absolutely lights out. Even the one loss they had, he's never been the guy, the liability, so to speak, for this team. And incredible showing here in Mirage. He just refused to die and miss.
Yeah. So now we can turn our attentions to Nuke, Yanko. G2 have had a long history on this map, ups and downs. Whereabouts are they now?
I mean, City side pretty strong. Feels like one of the best out there. T side a little bit of a struggle, and this is where we will again have Nico and Donk, right, on that outside area of the map, especially on G2 CT side, right? Like, will Nico be able to slow him down? How is that fight going to really go? And G2, one more thing, I mean, at World Finals, which they won, they were 18-4 in pistols. You know, so far in this game against Spirit, only one pistol round win out of the 4, and that was on the CT side. It really helps their T side if they can have that good start early, if they can have a buffer for their economy so that the players can play with a little bit more aggression.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a map that they haven't played a lot recently, and it's usually, you know, because their opposition picks it against G2, but they do have 100% win rate. And Spirit, they had the opportunity, throw your mind back to the Veto, they had the opportunity to allow Dust2 through and punish them. Instead, they said, nah, we're going to be doing it on Nuke. I really need m0NESY to wake up, despite the fact that CD side has been really good so far. One of the huge nukes that they have is m0NESY with the AWP being everywhere, being in your face and getting those opening kills time and time again. And if he doesn't wake up here, I fear Spirit might pull it off.
That was exactly what I was going to ask just before we go to break. Obviously, m0NESY's playing on the rotation role, and he's not having a great series. Didn't have a great series yesterday as well. We don't know if there's a reason for that yet. He's for a young kid, he's very classy. He wouldn't make excuses, I don't think. But it's such a pivotal role that he fills on this map. I guess that's the worry, right? If he can't find his form.
I mean, absolutely. And it's not like that he needs to have 20 plus kills every time. It's just a couple of extra kills that he usually gets that he doesn't find. Even in the rounds we show on Mirage, right? Like, he's unaware about the boosts. Like, he's the guy who dies there. We had the 2v1 against Chopper early on in the second half of Mirage, where, like, he usually gets that kill and they win that clutch, and maybe they get rolling. Like, they had a flawless CT side against them the last time they played. You know, if they start 4-0 on the CT side, all of a sudden it's 9-7. Who knows if you have a game on our hands? So that's what they're missing, and I'm not sure they can win without him.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, guys. We're going to go to a break. The decider will be Nuke. Will the last dance have to go into the last day, or a Spirit going to falter? We will see.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We enter uncharted territory for these squads. A third map needed as Team Spirit picked up the Mirage win, helmed with a phenomenal performance from Shiro. Going to be a lot of eyes on him to see if he can keep that going. We arrive now at Nuke, the third and final map in this series. G2 blessed with a CT start. This is where they're going to have to do their best work here. Their success in the pistols has not been great across this series. They've won just one of them.
That's pretty rare. G2 have been solid on pistols as of late. Hunter's still very involved with calling these rounds, putting them together. So we need G2 to start off with a bang. When you consider what's on the line, major qualification, top 16, elimination, Spirit storm out the A site, Hunter with a quick tap, and Spirit, oh, they get messy right now. These Julies shred them into tiny little pieces.
Hunter's going to need to keep up these sort of numbers. Him and Nico, huge driving forces in the G2 effort here at the RMR. Just Shiro and Chopper left in the round now, but still interested in giving this a look in. They're going to group up over towards the lobby. Shiro leads the way, but right now it's Hunter, and it's been all about his dual Berettas in this pistol round. 3 kills deep, 2 players left. Can Hunter get the ace to kickstart this map? Vent drop open, Hunter just looks away. Chopper's made it down. A bomb plant here can still feel like a win for Spirit. Hunter, 4 kills deep, gives chase. Chopper focused on getting that plant. And Hunter means business. As he rounds the corner, it's all 5 for Hunter to open up Nuke.
Cannot ask for something better than that. Top site Julies. And hunts down the finishing kill as well. Hunter, highlight reel in the pistol. G2 take the first.
Counter-terrorists win.
Wonder if m0NESY saves the AWP here. It's not been the m0NESY we know and love here in this RMR, here in this series either. Ancient was far better than his Mirage. And Shiro absolutely stepped up when Spirit required him. Smokes go outside. Despite Spirit forcing, there's not a rifle in sight. They prioritize utility here to keep G2 guessing. Vent smokes in, and the wall as well for Chopper.
Slow burner of a round for Spirit. With money put into this one, they want to try and upset early. m0NESY going to take up ramp as Malbs has already dropped down lower, but he still has support. Nico waiting in the wings, meant to lend a helping hand, but takes one to the dome straight away, and they're already past m0NESY. Spirit now control the ramp room. G2 start to shuffle bodies down lower. Chopper crossed earlier with those smokes, if you remember, so he's still taking space in the meantime, while the rest of Spirit are working this ramp control. Malbs and m0NESY entrusted with the B site hold. m0NESY falls straight away. First hurdle, Donks Deeg. Quick work made of Malbs MD. And Snacks is caught in the vent. This is a disastrous round for G2. Where Spirit get all the map control they were looking for to launch that lower take. And they've got the shots to back it up.
G2 had absolutely nothing right there, right? They're still dropping down the vent like there wasn't a wall out of spawn, but that's what gets Chopper his advanced position. His job is just to kill any silly vent rotates. And Snacks walks right into the trap. That was an awkward setup as well, because the top side player is jiggling, and so they can be spotted. So you really need that dark player to come out with value, because as soon as Spirit find the first pick in B, they know where the second player is. Donk's ready for the swing, hits the headshot immediately. Spirit make the force buy work with nothing behind it but pistols. And nothing worse on the CT side than being in this predicament for G2, saving a couple of guns and having another crack at it.
So they win their second pistol of the series here to open up this map, but the victory is so short-lived. The Hunter ace gone in vain. Good timing on the smoke break. Donk still manages to make it down. A little wounded short.
When's that ever stopped him?
He knows they saw him crossing, so how does Chopper want to use this? He's aware that G2, cognizant of the player, made it in towards Secret. m0NESY on the scout, but they're already up and around him. Chopper aggro over towards the spawn. Malps MD tries to lend a helping hand here, but this is a lot of info. For Team Spirit, they've spotted 2 dueling out in the yard. They're going to try and accelerate the pace down here at lower, and they're not ready for Nico. Suddenly, he's one of the only hopes here for G2, and as he looks for even more, that's when he's punished. It's just left onto Snacks. Was never involved in any of these earlier fights. Instead left roaming, rambling in the top site. A quick trip down the vent. But Team Spirit own A. Chopper bypasses Snacks. This bomb still has not moved a muscle. They're waiting right now. The timing for Snacks is wild. They held this that entire time. He's missed the chance to drop the bomb. He's missed the chance to cause chaos. Find that early opener. But he does still have an element of surprise here. Arriving in main so quickly. That's nearly the lineup for Snacks. Shiro and Chopper both pinned in at the back of the site. Snacks makes his move and they swing him together. Team Spirit handle it well. A countdown swing.
Even more important than that swing is the routing, right? Like, he just misses the timing to catch the bomb, but they all go back site. They all just push together. Knowing it's Snacks, he can be sneaky. He can be anywhere. It's Nuke. He's just walking around, Harry. So better to just group and trade out. Spirit hit the nail on the head despite some nearly awkward timings. A nice double setup down lower for Nico and Hunter. Not enough. As Chopper uncovers the MTA. Full eco now. A couple of pistols for G2 on ramp. And Spirit, hold on. How patient are G2 as Spirit throw in upper utility. Beckoning G2 to push into the lobby. But it's Spirit who just contact out A with a man through main. Thanks to those outside smokes, they can clear a lot of corners very easily. And Spirit have already won this round. Now it's just about damage. Yeah, they can piece it together.
Stat pad for Shiro. Has support from Magix. It's a little ugly, but well recovered. And so all in all, falls cleanly in Spirit's favor. 3-1 up. Now the guns come back out for G2. m0NESY does save for that AWP. So he gets to field that early on. In the same way, you know, we've had Donk under a real microscope here because it feels like Spirit will struggle to win this series if he just offers up an average, not even, his average is crazy high, an okay performance.
Yeah.
Same can be said when you look at m0NESY and what he brings to the table for this G2 squad. And it's been quiet. On Mirage, you really felt it the hardest. You felt it the worst because Shiro was stepping up to such crazy levels on the other side. And so map 3 when it really matters with the movement into that major elimination stage on the line. You need the best out of m0NESY.
Yeah, you can't have this not last dance, as we're framing it again for Nico and G2. Just be him tripping and breaking his ankle on the dance floor. They need to make it to the major at a bare minimum. Anything less is underwhelming.
Alps has instantly started lower. That's because Spirit like these outside smokes. They want that info ahead of time.
m0NESY not forcing this opening kill, but in a great position to get it. It's a hard angle to clear with all the off positions on ramp. Even harder angle to flash. And so Static sits this AWP as Spirit group up. m0NESY gets a shot. Oh, look at the
they
bait,
tried so hard to bait it out of him. He bites his tongue, but still comes up short when they finally give him the swing. At least you don't fall there. That's what you tell yourself. It's still this 5-on-5, but look at G2. They are all down lower. And they know this is a lot of resources to have there, so they're going to start re-clearing ramp now.
Sooner the better. Spirit wanted to go. They got smoked at door. Donk's lurk outside is yielding no fruit. And Magix waits for exactly this.
He's got a lot of angles to worry about. No. Spotted on the push up through the ramp. Nico even plucks Zontix out from the lobby. And so Spirit, this had all the makings of their round, but they lose 2. Suddenly G2 are right back in the running. Donk's going to try and open up this top site. He's going to have to. Chopper in there alongside him. And Snacks does not even want to fight this. G2 in such a commanding position. They give up the site with no time left. The bomb lost. Spirit, this one is out of their hands. That re-aggro back into the ramp room saves G2.
Yeah, Spirit changed their mind. I'm not sure what caused that to happen when they had perfect positions to actually just do a top split. Obviously, they don't know that G2 have triple dropped lower and are re-clearing, but they brought the bomb back ramp. That's when Nico comes up. Him and his teammate catch 2 players on ramp. And at that point, the round is lost. If Spirit seized the moment and Donk came in through main earlier and they just split A, they would have had a 5v2 essentially. Not bad odds for a top hit. But a bit of lack of faith, a last second doubt, and Spirit waltz into the stack. So what initially looked like a very risky reposition for G2 actually turns out to be the round-winning move. They keep guns up as well. Shiro's AWP with a first spawn. Let's see his pathing. Maybe looking for a pick. Pretty common to see the blue boost. But he's going to run the molly instead. Oh my god, he fully tanks the molly just to get a deep position. Look how far he's gotten. They have no idea.
Oh, re-swing out of m0NESY though. That's not a fight you saw m0NESY winning out a hell of a lot. Not a fight he's fared well in across this series, but Shiro cancelled out after a wild push on that AWP. He was even ready for the re-swing. Fast stuff from m0NESY to keep this even in the 4-on-4.
You wonder if they missed that smoke on purpose, because he went gunning for that angle, right? They hit the top main smoke, but it didn't bleed down like it's meant to. Could be a mistake, but he just seems super aware of it. And Nico's just standing in the open. Well, m0NESY says it's molly, they can't cross. But that's a CT molly right now. The meta is very much that you could disrespect it, especially if you have good timing. Those first few ticks don't do a thing, and even though that was fully down, it did less than half damage. For an AWPer, that's light work. G2, though, push back in the lobby, re-clear everything as Spirit set up smokes. G2 are going to have an early warning system to drop lower if they want. That's the gamble. Or do they call the bluff and stay inside?
m0NESY going to be the first man on the scene. Sent down there with the AWP while G2 hold on to this lobby control. Now the vent rotate is out of the question for G2. m0NESY plucks Magix from the round. This orb starting to get roaring, but Zontix is swift to silence it. Hunter tries the vent drop. Wishful thinking with Spirit all down secret. And Donk has just tapped Malbs out of play, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Snacks has no choice but to respect this, but to leave. And hand Team Spirit an early lead to open up Nuke.
Fantastic kill for Zontix as well. Donk's the pretty one, but Zontix takes down that AWP right after Monacy finds the first shot. And in the one game that we saw Spirit ever win over G2 before this series on Nuke, it was Zontix who performed at the top of the board. Donk was actually really quiet in that game, using the negatives. He was kind of underwhelming, but it didn't matter. Zontix put up a rock-solid defense, a ramp anchor. Big fan of Nuke, and already beginning to showcase some of that as well. Beautiful kill. And every time G2 have crept down the vent, they have been punished. When Spirit throw these smokes, G2 better start believing them. Oh dear. Out of there.
Outside smokes again for Team Spirit, and once more they're making moves behind them. Smoke blowing open for Snacks. He gets the spot off at least. Zontix back in the lobby. That's going to get first contact in this round. Whoa. Just the one and done. Nico's Deeg. Good for the trade. Spirit have still managed to cross players into secret. And they're doing a lot to try and keep G2 nervous in these rounds. You know, they could be down lower, but still the yard is unsafe. A pretty large question mark right now for G2. Monacy's seeing more players trying to make it down there.
Snacks or bust.
Already here. The hero M4 that was saved forward from that last round. Hang on a second.
Oh, they're getting
Hang on a second. Spirit are going to try and go up, but in dodging Snacks' rifle down on B, they run the risk of playing right into the maws of Nico. They're going to be flying up a vent, coming right in to this AK. Nico, it's quick work, it's light work. Just Shiro, 1-on-4. And look at the lower bomb site. It is infested with G2 players. He swings out and takes one to the grave with him. But Snacks drops in. As Spirit drop out, that round falls apart.
Yeah, super risky move for Spirit. They know that G2 have a stack down lower. They've read it very well. They've seen what G2 have been doing with these hyper-aggressive B drops and then re-clears late in the round. So in some sense, it's a logical move that A is weak. Nico just has such a good position. And doing that move without a lurker, without a guy in heaven or someone in main to provide a bit of cover, to throw some supporting utility, it can be a death sentence. Magix also jumps. Two players come up the vent. Magix jumps after Chopper dies, so just didn't even give himself the chance to trade that kill. Bit of an ugly round for Spirit. Would have fared better in a B stack than Nico with the cross. And G2 fighting back on the CT side, trading out rounds now.
This is something a bit more up-tempo. It's really feeling like it. Fast in towards the top side. Monacy's orb strikes first. They do manage to get past Snacks. Awkward timing on the pole, but he's got forces there to back him up. And in all fields, the rest of them find their success. Top side play repelled. Chopper's called a very slow game thus far. That was an attempt at the pace change. And so it's very important that G2 are able to stop that. Make Chopper feel like he has to go back to these slower rounds.
Yeah, back to these outside smokes, these donk quick crosses. They've avoided ramp in fear of giving m0NESY just easy fights on the AWP. Even the one time they ran into him there, they managed to bait out the shots. It took everyone to do that. Chopper still outside, but this might just be a very late save. His team have a bit of money. He does not.
I mean, he has kept G2 very nervous here. They even have Malbs down on lower because of that smoke he dropped out in the yard and the fact they lost all the info there. But with 25 seconds left, doesn't look like Chopper's going to do anything to capitalize on this confusion. Instead, it will be that save. Trying it again in the next. G2 feel happy that they've removed the threat of that fast topside hit. They dealt with it swiftly. A decisive win over Spirit at the turn of the pace change. So well handled, well contained.
Yeah, still some mind games in this match to come, I'm sure. Haven't played Nuke against each other since Cologne. It's been 3 months. m0NESY peeking wide outside. Spirit discussing the smokes. m0NESY has no HE here to break these either. Only sits on Hunter, who isn't in position to assist. So this should be a path for Spirit down lower. Nico could opt for a quick rotation down the vent, but he has to do it as soon as the smokes come down to avoid Spirit taking good spacing.
Oh, m0NESY Zorp, right place, right time, catches them around that smoke.
There goes Nico.
m0NESY wants even more from the yard. Doesn't catch that timing on them crossing into garage. Even on the check, he's missed the window. Spirit split the offense here. 2 out in the garage. Little run boost across to get Donk over the eyes of any watchful AWP, but m0NESY wasn't there.
Stacked.
A lot of bodies here for Zontix to try and break through, and he fails at the first hurdle. Nico, that's a thing of beauty. Transfer between Chopper and Shiro, and with just Donk left, it's another round left to the final 10 seconds where Spirit make their move. And so Donk never even gets to play his game, saving the AK, the best he can hope for here.
And the call's actually quite nice for Spirit. They leave so many options open by going for their split. Zontix main, Donk heaven, and 2 lower. But nothing works out. They all lose their fight. Zontix maybe goes a bit early, but he feels unsafe in his position. And Nico repositions really well down the vent, playing the double door side, peeking late after contact was made upper. But it lets Spirit come up the vent, it lets him commit B, Donk can flank ramp late, or he can go heaven. But none of that materializes. G2 win every fight. Important kill for Snacks on top. And again, we might see another pace change. Donk given in hero AK, smokes go down outside, but Spirit crawl towards ramp. Again, that quick rotation. m0NESY in position with Yorp. Spirit, they can't avoid him now.
First shot right through the middle, but there's Malbs. Helping hand. Containing this play out at ramp. Snacks even flings himself into the action. Thinks better of it. Nico's already down at lower. Snacks can contain the wrap into hell.
Where do you go? Off angles on your retreat or offense, and if you go B, it's a stack. Every route full of danger. Monacy, surely he won't miss a third shot. They smoke him off, he has no option. Trying to set up Nico, who could play wide behind the site.
Two players parked out on the right-hand side.
Oh, he's missed him.
Nico able to catch the first. It's Donk. Quick work on the AK. Dropping in now, has to also be the one to plant this bomb. Zontix trying to cover if this door swings open quickly. Hunter could have stopped that. Zontix given a chance to play around this bomb. Not in a comfortable spot, far from it. Knows one man is down at Decon. Windows were broken. Here's Monacy moving around, but it's Snacks late on the ramp side that Zontix is unaware of, and so much attention is calling him elsewhere. There's the side swipe from Snacks. G2 keep it calm in that retake.
Yeah, Monacy doesn't rush that by opening a door. He's jump spotting back secret, making noise as Hunter in single. They're just keeping Zontix's attention in the wrong place for that flank to close in. Seeing a very well communicated CT side for G2, all knowing where they have to be and when. No one overdoing rotations and panicking. And just boxing Spirit in. It was only an eco, they dropped an AK over, now it's a full buy for Spirit. Need this round desperately to stay in this half. A4 would be fantastic for G2. And we have a bit more aggression outside for once. Nico v Donk yet again. Nades out, Donk dead. Nico can't escape, but it's a huge trade. You know the Chopper is often the guy faking behind these smokes. He'll do it again. He'll walk back, check his flank. Meanwhile, up a bust.
Snacks got the spot though, got the info ahead of time, and even repositions out from the back of the site. Gonna try get up on top of Hut, and he arrives here just in time. Spirit as they group for the hit. They're gonna have to clear this roof. Zontix. Oh, wait. What? Did he not see? He saw him. That's mad. Snacks gets away with a freebie, now hopping down. They don't know where to look, and Snacks rent free. Just Shiro left standing. Missed shot from Monacy. Can he collect? No. Monacy swings out for the punish.
That's more like it. Snacks has played such a great series, man. I gotta say the impact he's had across Ancient as well, right? He was getting, he got a lot of head-to-head kills against Donk. He was, you know, he got that eco win on the B-bomb site. He's played, you know, again, not the star of the show, not the top of the board, but very important kills. Even there, displays great micro with his repositions. When he's coming off that box on Hot Roof, he's doing uncrouches mid-air. He's not making any noise. He's repausing. They have no idea where he's gotten to. Sneaky Snacks, he's done it again.
He's hit another fast play into the top side for Spirit. One more of these pace changes before this game comes to a close. It's looking like a double pump into top. Snacks, nothing done in the hold, softens it up for Hunter, but he falls as Donk is ripping heads off. Nico on the spam, Malbs from the heavens. Whoa, another from Malbs, Donk caught, homed in on Nico. Malbs flies right under the radar, and it's just left a Chopper. This was Spirit's round, they found the kills to get them in. They'd finally succeeded in breaking apart this top side, but those extremities players move in silence and look to rob it all from Team Spirit. G2 shooting for 8 on the half, and they've just got Chopper left to beat. A lot of these clutches have come so late that they were never even attempted, but Chopper finally thrust into one that he has to play for. Bomb planted for him. Bomb planted for a late Hut swing, and that feels like what G2 are planning for. One man drops into the site. Malbs tries to cover from the rafters, and Chopper calls the bluff of G2, but pros don't fake. Nico holds that bomb. And so G2 with a commanding lead after this first half.
Just a beautiful CT side for Nuke, is what Yanko said on the desk. This has been a really good half for them as of late. T-sides where they've had a little bit more trouble, but they've got a bit of breathing room now. G2 not stressing, not worrying. 5 rounds from major qualification, top 16. Straight locked in for the winner of this series. And Spirit, they came in explosive to that final round, but it peters out as G2 keep the pressure on like they have all game. And it's not Mirage There's no Shiro show. Donk, middle of the pack with the rest of his team. 8 frags at the end of the half. No one outstanding at the moment for Team Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit swap onto the favored half here. They need a pistol round to bring themselves back into the fold.
We know G2's T pistols, not bad. What have they cooked up for this?
Well, Hunter started this game with an ace in the pistol round.
True. Looking to Zontix as well. Going to be very important in his position on this CT side. As he starts ramp. G2 flood outside.
Yeah, Donk here, the object of their desire. They're going to try and overrun him, and Nico will succeed in that. A huge piece removed. Donk out of the picture. Spirit have to win this pistol without him. And right now, they've split the defense. Shiro's already dropped down lower. Zontix left alone over at ramp is trying to make moves to piece this one together to solve it. Chopper dinked up, finished off. Monacy secures that opening kill from the heavens. One more man in the top site, about to be a second if Zontix can get through the lobby in time, but something's called him back. He's worried about that late explode, this slowdown from G2. He gets concerned about ramp room again, and so you won't assemble more than just Magics to defend this top site.
Such a hard position. If they come out heaven, he is a dead man walking. He needs the main pick, so he starts to move, but that's when they flood out. 4 players chasing him down. Magic's nowhere to hide on CT Vent, and he has 0 support, 0 chance for recovery in this round for Team Spirit. G2 at the plant. And Spirit's best move is a save. Slow and steady, G2.
Talked about snacks earlier on. Malbs has started to enter the conversation more and more here over these last 2 rounds. These two, the freshest faces in the G2 jersey.
Whoa.
Oh, Nico, not a bad way to start. I mean, it is just the Kovacs in these pistols. Hunter in the first half, Nico in the second. I mean, you look at this G2 roster. Since Snacks and Malbs move in, 3 grand finals, winning 2 of them. Playoffs at all but 1 event since their inclusion. And a rise up the rankings for G2. So this is why they have to deliver here.
Seeing Spirit struggle when the pressure really hits. And pulling this matchup in a 2-1 game for major qualification. Not shocking if they go down a bit quiet, but Donk doesn't want to leave anything unsaid. 2 Deegs in main. Quick kills as G2 tries to split this A site, and Donk's not done. Gets his revenge. Spirit looking to pick up a force buy at the dawn of their CT side. Monacy and Malbs. Not gonna happen. Donk's got 4 bullets, he only needs 1. And Monacy is walking into a trap. Team Spirit, flawless force buy.
That's now both pistols for G2 here on Nuke. Both times the upset has come through for the Spirit squad. Managing to do it in both halves now of Spirit, but this has got to be the turning point. This has got to be the one that brings them back into the conversation. That is a huge round from Donk.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. About time. If Donk is what it takes, then Donk is what we need here. CS2 movement moment for Nico.
Still struggling.
I do. It's not even him. It's just the game, isn't it? Does feel punishing trying to hit multiple jumps up. He gets on silo either way. They see it's Deagle, they say nah. Even Donk respects that. But you don't need to unnecessarily give G2 a pick in a round they have no business winning themselves. Hunter optimistic on his escape. Bomb spotted in the lobby. Nowhere to go, really, for G2.
There's a big worry that the failure to convert on that pistol will make a world of difference for G2 moving forward.
Absolutely.
That could have done all the heavy lifting for them. Instead, they're going to have to scrap. They're going to have to brawl versus a Spirit that are on the more comfortable half. A Spirit that have Donk switched online, that have Zontix over towards the ramp room, locking it down.
And this is where Shiro could even start to get activated as well, right? Doesn't really get the T-side AWP going. It's not a great place to be if G2 aren't giving you picks, and G2 play very safe angles for the majority of their CT side, doing crossfires on top site, not really fighting yard that much. Letting Spirit run smokes, go secret, meet Nico there. And so Shiro CT AWPing, not only can he be mobile, supportive, he can also be an absolute game changer when in the right place. So far from qualified RG2, and as Nico had to eat a little snack, he might get taken down by Shiro in the spawn. He was eating. It's live, Nico. Oh.
Malbs has been able to get crazy real estate here.
But he has to double dink Donk, and watch Donk like 180 after the first dink. Oh, he goes up.
What if he doesn't?
Wow.
What if he kills Magix and opens up the route into this top site? There's still players in main. There's still players at CT. Magix will fall. They're all surprised as to how Malbs got there, but these Glocks will struggle to break through. A cool timing hit for Malbs MD, but nothing comes of it, as it was just the Vanilla Pistols team spirit. It's a 2-round game now. Yeah. The pressure is really on Snax to try and cook up some solutions here. Try and give them a winning T-side. And this has been a harsher climate for the G2 squad.
That's iconic, honestly. Not even mad, just, yeah, he's pushed outside.
Spirit are coming back and you're eating.
It's fine.
They're turning it around and you're eating. Here we are.
Let's go. Big buy round here. Shiro's AWP present. Holding deep ramp, allowing Zontix to play back garage. G2 not exactly crossing with these smokes. They want to go for the second wall. Part of that is perhaps the HE grenades, trying to avoid a break that will end your round. Right now, Spirit have no HEs left, so G2 will get a safe path for the recommit on the cross. What this does tell Spirit is G2 are definitely behind these smokes. Oh, Zontix tempted by the prospect as he holds for the push of the garage. G2 creep down. Oh, they're literally ducking Doc's headshots. Oh, he's tracking them. But they are crouching below as they enter lower. No one B. Don't have forever on this play, though. The map is too quiet for 30 seconds. G2 start clearing. At what point will Spirit rotate, if ever? It might just have to be the ramp retake. They've got kits, they've got a smoke. The vent is the most dangerous point of rotation at this point in the round, so Spirit might have to join Shiro here as he sets up to try stop the plant.
Catches one crossing. Malbs in the meantime trying to activate out on the top side, but Donk is quick to trade him, so that lurk falls. Just one kill accomplished. Nico nearly 20 kills deep. They line up for Nico.
He's eating them alive now.
Oh, man! There's kill 20. That's how he manages it. Quick turnaround, and the day saved. Nico wants this major. There is no doubting it. The last hurrah in this G2 jersey. And Nico commands respect from Team Spirit.
Just a perfectly put together round of CS from G2. The double wall of smokes, the duck under donk, creeping 4 players lower. Malbs kicks up a stink on that top site. Everything goes to perfection, even though Shiro finds that 5-on-4 with a pick on B. They overwhelm the lower site, and G2 make no mistakes in that round. That certainly helps.
The fact he carries it through as well. 8 points of health as he's fighting ramp, as he's really trying to drive the knife into Team Spirit, make sure they're good and dead down the stretch. The last buy round for Spirit. If they don't win this, it is the beginning of the end here on Nuke. Nico has teed up G2 for the victory in that last round.
Four majors with Mouse, 5 majors with FaZe. This would be his 5th and potentially last in the G2 jersey. Doing all he can to get them there. G2 are bought in, here to win. Playing a team game right now. Smoke's come down outside again. Nico on his classic solo lurk. He's gonna go right past him. Garage is an option as well. The smokes are very good for him. They bloom in his favor. There's no Zontics back Garage this time. Shiro starts lower. Ramp is free. Chopper's coming back up from lower as G2 emerge into it.
They try to give Nico a little bit of time out in the yard. Donk, nasty surprise there. In a far better game, in a far better third map from Donk, where he's had the impact, he's had those moments.
Going upper.
Knocked out here in the all-important rifle round as Nico bests him. These 2 Titan riflers clashing, and Nico carving the path into this top site play. Monacy's orb now hits its mark. Magic's dead. And Shiro debating, do I fly up this vent when they lose Chopper back in the lobby? The deal is done. The round is over. There is nothing more for Spirit to play for here. They write this one off. Save called. These guns have to survive. As Nico and Monacy leave G2 just 2 rounds away from the elimination stage at the Major, and they've broken Team Spirit to get to that point.
Just such methodical CS being played in the T side of Nuke right now in these back-to-back rounds. G2, it's not explosive, it's not dramatic, it's just what they need. Nico and Monacy find all 3 kills, and G2 waltz back from that ramp play into an upper split with Nico's offense. Even a timeout, just to put a bow on it. G2, not content yet. They want this done. And Spirit, if they continue to play in active CS, I don't see a way back in this game because G2 are pulling this apart piece by piece. Spirit are in an awful predicament where it almost feels like they have to get aggressive, they have to play counteractive. I mean, this would be the buy to do it. Double MP9, Shiro's orb, 2 rifles. Spirit trying to cling on in this RMR.
No need to break these open. So Donk's just got to spam and hope that something connects, but nothing will. G2 managed to cross a lot of bodies over towards Secret. Donk even dead to the Malbs pick. Now Shiro will reply. They learn about that AWP. Shiro's got to start moving, got to stay active here. Chopper already drops down lower. Zontic's here to join him.
Uncertain because G2 again go cold. They sneak together. They look to trade these kills out. They don't want to give any warning to Team Spirit about where they're ending, so Spirit have to play 2-2. Molly keeps Chopper back. Him and Zontic's grouped up. Still strong positions. Getting a bomb plant while Spirit have double door control is going to be near impossible for G2, so they might have to clear this out later. Monacy late with the bomb. They're starting to move in. He turns back. Free kill for Chopper, and he sees the bomb drop there as well. He knows there must be more in store. They have no idea about Zontic's. The more noise Chopper makes, the better.
Nico is still late lurking lobby. He's been here for a long while, having to clear all these angles, and he might just fall to Magic's on a timing push. Trying to be real methodical with it, but the one moment he looks away, that's his fate sealed. And so Malbs sure is trying to walk this bomb in through main into the A play while Snacks keeps their attention down at lower, but they're worlds apart here. And Malbs decides to go no further. G2 write this round off. For now, Team Spirit is still alive.
That's exactly what we wanted, right? 2 aggressive moves from Team Spirit with the SMGs. When they have a bit of information, they just go for it. Chopper, you have to sometimes just play your random timings and hope they pay off. Pushes up secret, kills the bomb. At that point, Magix knows the objective is B, so lobby's going to be weakened. He tries to clear that. He gets a kill as well, and that forces G2 out of the round. They do it without Donk. And he's back in with an AK now. But Spirit have got to be feeling stressed. On a knife's edge, this game rests.
They're mollying out this positioning at the back of red. Donk. Oh, wait a minute. That falls a little short, so Donk's allowed to keep playing there. Oh, no. Shiro up close is blinded, fed to the wolves. Nico secures the opener, runs Donk down outside. And so even though that Molotov came up short, even though Donk's allowed to hang around and get out with a kill, it's immediately punished. And now you've lost 2 very heavy hitters here for Spirit out in the yard, while Nico remains unbound. Gonna link up with Monacy. Malbs left to lurk, back in lobby. G2 in the driver's seat. Yard taken and nothing Spirit can do about this. Chopper is spotting from the spawn, but it's just to catch across into main. Won't have the info if they make it down secret. And that's exactly what G2 have done here. In a game that's so much about this clash of titans, right? You have 2 players vying for #1 in the world. You have historically Counter-Strike's greatest rifler facing off against Donk, the kind of man of the hour, the man of the year in that department. But it hasn't come down to these huge individual moments. It's been these slow, methodical rounds where it's all about the respect, all about the cooling, out-moving, out-positioning your opponent. And G2 have done that here. There is no route back in for Spirit. They are too far away. They stacked this one wrong. They kept 3 players over towards the top site. They took that gamble based on the info they had.
Yeah, it's easy to look at this game and go, oh, Nico's just a heavy carry and he's hitting hard and the riflers are doing so well for G2. But I think this is a matchup where Snacks earns his flowers in this G2 jersey, where he proves great T-sides. And look at the HUD. Malbs, beautiful transfer for 2. In a round, Spirit never attempt. They lose 2 of 3 saves.
That's a real moment of heartbreak. As you say, you never even attempted the 3-on-4. You never even went for the round. Your goal was to play for the next, get out with those saved guns. And if you did, you would have had a full buy here. You would have had everything to fight for in this last round. Instead, you're piecing it together. You're cobbling a buy together. AWP for Shiro. Rifle for Donk and Zontix. But Magix and Chopper have got nothing to work with here in the final round of this game.
Yeah. It feels inevitable. Can Spirit find a final push? Can they break in? Shiro attempting aggression, but just a jiggle and denied. Now they know where the AWP is. They can play fast. G2 feeling a bit of levity, feeling a bit of freedom, and Hunter sending it into CT. Denied by the double swing. Meanwhile, G2 get down. They are not quiet about it. Mouse hits his lurk timing and even survives it. 3 players in B for G2. Again, Shiro's AWP bears down. And Mouse double dipping. One was not enough. Is he really going to go through this door smoke? Instead, it's Donk sneaking down the vent. Nico is caught off guard. Shiro lost the AWP head-to-head in the meantime, but G2 get a plant, and they are right there ahead of that major stage. Donk doing everything he can to stop him.
It's the first time in 4 rounds Donk got the better of Nico.
Oh!
And look at the effect of it. Look at what happens when Donk does. Monacy, no idea. Side-swiped. It's all Donk.
When he hits, there's just nothing like it. Nothing at all.
Donk digs deep to keep this alive for Spirit. As mentioned, over the last few rounds, it has been Nico every damn time getting the better of him, but finally here. Donk wins out that head-to-head and goes on to 4K the round past that fact and keep Nuke alive for Team Spirit. That was the best chance G2 had to close this. There were a lot of limitations for Spirit. G2 had all the positioning, the plant down lower. They buy up now, they themselves throwing everything into this. And while this has been a slow burner of a game, one where you are trying to outposition and outwit your opponent, things might really heat up down the stretch as money starts to dry up.
Malbs just hit such a powerful position this round. Now G2 can entirely play around this. They don't need a lobby lurker. As long as they can hit their smokes in and cross down Secret, Malbs has the best rotate cut off. Spirit know about this. But what can they do about it? Right now, G2 look uncertain. They even want to meet Malbs in position. No way. The timing of that, he just turns around. Chopper, he didn't hear the drop. Malbs came down here loud. Chopper's acting like there's no way there could be a player in B, and Malbs opens the door. Malbs goes for more, looking for this ramp kill where Zontix has no idea.
Still no reaction from Chopper. He didn't hear the door swing. It was never commed across.
He saw the barrel.
Malbs has got this kill for free, and there's no better feeling. He is fully outmaneuvered Team Spirit. Now he won't be ready for Chopper. It goes both ways. It swings the roundabouts there. For G2, it gives them the opener, but now Donk arrives. A lot of damage done. Chopper in position as well. 2 players down here at lower, keeping the pressure on G2. It all hits a standstill. Tap on the bomb. Donk continues to lay waste to this G2 squad. Snacks out in the open, but there's the Nico revenge arc. Feeling sour after the last round as Nico best Donk.
No time.
Is this the driving force? Gonna try and crunch wrap that turn. No! Nico! Seconds the difference! Spirit is still in this! That moment of hesitancy, that moment where he turns away, doesn't get there in time. And so G2, once more victory slips right through their fingers.
Magic's killed Shiro here. He could have lost it in that 1v1. It came down to a final second, just both turning, both spinning, but still winning. Spirit live to fight another round. Nico dead after the clock. Nothing but a Glock. My, oh my. It is a G2 game after all. It was never going to be clean. It was never going to be comfortable. It was always going to be close. And Spirit have hung on here by the skin of their teeth, dangling in this matchup. This qualification game. Shiro sprays 2 outside. They're going to flex a little bit here. They know there's not much in the G2 camp. Chopper getting run down right now. Can just retreat. They can't chase him through this smoke. Donk somehow dies to Snacks. But Chopper's blocked the path to the site. So Spirit can breathe easy for now. They can rest. While G2 on a 4 spy are staring overtime in the face.
They had to all in this with the deaths after time in the last round. Their hands were tied.
It's just been rounds traded.
This is a game of very narrow margins where milliseconds have decided outcomes, have potentially rewrote history, as G2 have certainly had opportunities to close this one out. Shiro getting pressured, goes through the motions, falls back, just continuing to be a nuisance over in hell. G2 takes space away in main. They're also trying to climb up into heaven.
Oh,
that's a big kill for Malbs MD.
One more though.
Flash in through the heavens. Hunter catches Magic's blind.
TikTok.
5 seconds left and that bomb out in no man's land. It's another round that Spirit take to the clock.
Dude, it's too much now. It's absolutely too far gone. G2, I was loving the sneaking at the start of the half. Some of these well put together rounds, they weren't coming this close. But right now, G2, that clock is their worst nightmare. That slow crawl is costing them the major.
With how brawly these rounds have been, this is the most broken final round of regulation buy you might see. Both teams scraping together what they can. And so while it's been a slow game thus far, G2 are feeling that pressure of the clock. They feel like the time is now to pick up the pace. Running to Shiro. Malbs gets the opener. Out towards ramp. Donk forced off. Doesn't want to fight for this.
Just trade out.
Can't be that first domino to fall and put a stop to this Spirit comeback. Zontix makes it down to lower. Will go unchecked. No one's looking at this right now. First kill is free. Levels the playing field. Spirit have time to group. They have time to go for this retake. Doesn't finish the planter. And so now it's Spirit on the clock.
No kid. Oh, one on Donk. He's got a stick. Donk's got a stick. That's the last thing you want. The biggest firepower piece tasked with the worst job. G2 are so low. Spirit need those kills quick. They come in all together.
All game long, G2 have been prepared to live and die by the power of this time, by the power of the clock. Running on through now. Wow. It was Spirit under the pressure, but they keep composed. Into overtime we go. Don grabs that defuse, and Spirit successfully come back here. G2, many chances, many opportunities, but always falling down in the final few seconds. This one heads to overtime.
4 rounds in a row, 5 out of the last 6 for Spirit. Right when G2 could taste victory and that top 16 that comes with it. Straight to another major. But we've got to wait a little bit longer. And no one wants to sit in that 2-2 battle, that final spot. Leave it down to Buchholz. Fight for a 7th place, you never know. These are all things that are flying through your head. And Donk somehow has stayed in this game. Zontix keeps up his Nuke performances as well. Nuke Merchant right now. And considering how many different positions he's being put in as well, still being capable in these post plants, often one of these last alive guys. Shiro goes where he wants. He's got the AWP again. Zontix forced to ramp. Shiro goes outside.
Honestly decides not to fight, but it looks like they want to play through this smoke, and that's exactly what Shiro wants. Nico out of the round to open up. Donk falls too. Both the big rifle powerhouses knocked out to open up the first in OT.
Ugh, smokes are ugly, but no one's punishing them.
Suddenly this becomes a round for the supporting cast.
The extras, not the movie stars. Oh, massive kill. That's the bomb. Snacks just gets out of there. Shiro catches that lower lurk. It's traded out with Chopper, who went back up ramp, meaning A is all up to Zontix, and he had to hold the line. One might be enough. It's enough to stop the roll. G2 regroup in a 2-on-2.
45 seconds left. Draw your attention up to the clock because we've seen G2 struggle with their time management time and time again. They have an empty top site. Malbs and Monacy move in undetected.
Chopper needs to get in heaven right now. Position. Deny. No, it's not. Ollie missed, but they trust it.
Chopper didn't take the space, didn't try and peek to deny that plant. Instead, he's waiting for Shiro. Malbs MD helped open up this round with a key trade onto Zontix. Will be a defining piece in how it plays out as he tucks himself in at the CT vent. They're playing for Monacy to clutch, and Malbs MD! That's the round. That's what you've been waiting for. He enters the upper echelon alongside Nico, 20 kills deep, a huge 3K. That's what he was brought to this roster to do. Turn heads and then take them off.
Let's go! Ice cold. But take nothing for granted. Spirit call a timeout there. Only one in overtime. And Hallie with a lot to say. But Spirit have made it this far.
I mean, in OT, on the CT half, you can't afford to lose 2 rounds in a row. It's a really good timing for the pause. Like, this is the round that matters. This is the round that decides whether or not you get swept to open up OT. Door blown open, Monacy says bye-bye to Donk as he's going to watch on from the sidelines.
He's not had a lot of kills in this game, but I feel like he's picked Donk 4, 5, maybe 6 times. That's what it feels like. Did it last round as well with the AW.
But much like last round, it was the AWPs that found the big presences early on. Nico runs the risk of going right into that Shiro AWP down at lower. G2, thanks to Monacy, have been gifted this 5v4 start. Getting rid of the danger man to open up.
Shiro's died almost every round of this game. That is so unlike him. He's often such a passive piece at the back of the pack. Rarely getting picked. Another example. Nico catches him. Knife out. A second's difference is all it takes. G2 5v3 cannot afford to mess this up.
They still don't go. They still don't bite down. 5-on-3. And they decide to go ramp. That is where the stack is for Spirit. Too strong here. Chopper lights them up. Whoa! Chopper! High flying, high fragging, destroys G2 on the ramp play. 20 seconds left for Nico. Time keeps being a problem. Chopper's put distance between himself and that bomb. Chopper has up and left. Nico, 10 seconds left as he sprints towards the upper site. And Chopper won't be in the heavens in time, but all the pressure is on Nico to plant this bomb. Chopper calls his bluff. Nico gets the plant. Chopper, it's the ace or it's nothing. Nico backing up, looking to the heavens. Didn't see him. Someone's called it. Nico, you've seen the heaven on Nuke betray him before. Molly in. Low on health. Hearts racing. Chopper with the tap, but Nico dodges death. Will he move in? Did he hear this? Nico calls the bluff, but no, Chopper does it! 4 kills, and the defuse held. Nico decides not to fight. A decision he might live to regret.
Look at that, look how close. Half a second, not even. A wallbang would have done it, a single bullet.
This is a game where milliseconds have decided everything.
And what was that from Magic? He's had a horrible game. I've not said much. 6 and 20. Nico, knife out, running through lobby. Magix misses. Chopper has to do it all. Essentially the ace. Rushing lobby now, Pep in the steps, Zontic sends it in, and Spirit go for the kills.
This is the freedom that winning that last round has given them. They suddenly bring the heat. Spirit have played so reserved, so passive, but they want to destroy G2, and whatever little morale might be left after these rounds, going in this fashion, have gone against them for this game to slip away.
Yeah, that was a 5v3, or a 3v5 rather, just won by Spirit. Now G2 need to do the other way. Shiro picked outside by Snacks. Still in the single digits. Hunter's made it down lower, but they line up, and Donk shoots Snacks in the face. Hunter's not getting out on that site, and Monacy has to pull out a BS clutch that Donk will disallow. Team Spirit take the lead back. You're ready to ride them off. You're ready to ride them out. They have the advantage in the second half of overtime.
Chopper, you devious bastard. He robs them of that round in through ramp. And then the guy who very much set the tone for how Nuke was to be played completely changes tune. This terrifying orchestra suddenly roared to life in the last of that first half of OT. A complete pace change that G2 were not ready for.
And that's what we were saying, right? We need more aggression from Spirit. When G2 were picking up steam at the start of this second half, it felt like Spirit were just sitting in their spots, letting G2 wrap them, letting them trade them. Finally, Spirit play with some balls. And this is what it does. They get G2 on the rocks, ready to shipwreck. Hole in the hull. G2 need all three. There is no room for error in a game that has been rife with mistakes. Spirit won that top 16 just as bad.
Spirit go right back to how this game all started. These slow rounds on the T side. Donk and Nico destined to meet down here in secret. And that was so often the clash that was deciding the outcome of these rounds. Nico even felt like he was winning it more often than not. But Donk does not overplay his hand, not yet anyhow. Nico here needs to keep it up, and he will. The counter to Donk, swing and a miss for the Spirit star down in secret, but the rest of the squad, Donk was always on his lonesome. They're ready to go into the top site. G2, 3 strong here. Malb's having to watch the outside and swing out from the heavens. Really has to keep his wits about him. Hunter and Snacks in a crossfire. Oh, the timing on that util pull is brutal. Snacks full blind and wrapped on as he gets silenced. Nico and Monacy, the 2 left in it. 2 versus 3 from names alone. You feel like they could still do something here.
G2 felt like the main character, but they might be cut from the cast list. Team Spirit, 3-on-2. Nico and Monacy, the deadly duo. Double the kills on Nico. And a player right below, they've got to clear him hard. Zontic fires off, Nico swings out, still gets a clean shot and enough health to finish the job. It's Shiro committed here, and Chopper for the clutch. He peeks out first, Shiro turns, and Nico still gets it full blind. Chopper dinks, 1v2, bomb on his side, clock in his favor, and Monacy finds the kill. G2 bounce back from a man down and keep this game even. How does Nico do it on just 20 health? in a matchup that Spirit have never won. It all comes down to this.
You alleviate a good deal of pressure taking that first if you're G2. Shiro now wants to pick up the pace, but m0NESY says not today.
Through the railing.
Was ready for something a bit wilder out of the Spirit squad. It's that smoke in again. It's the same play. G2 have seen that one before, and this time they're ready for it.
That's on purpose, that missed smoke. It's exactly what they did in regulation all that time ago. But m0NESY, just a powerful position that you can't pre-aim on that play. He goes hunting for more. m0NESY trying to be the difference maker in a dry outside round. He's missed the timing entirely. They could cross down secret, and G2 won't have a clue unless m0NESY moves. Trying to cover that main spot. The flash, they run it down. I think Nico might have heard it. So rotate, start scrambling.
He's here. He's here quick. Nico in the right place. In the vent, Donk first challenge.
There
does best Nico in that head-to-head. It's really started heating up as this game's carried on.
They can't come up the vent in this round, can they? Snacks goes down instead, and Mouths is in B. They never knew. They find out the hard way. Headshot dished out. Back up the vent, a requirement here for Team Spirit. Another post-plant for G2.
m0NESY's in the right place, though. Hunter's even wrapped the lobby. This Orb's given a chance to fire off. Final 20 seconds in the round. Malbs MD given time to get up. Join up with m0NESY in the heavens. This is the time for Malbs to prove he is the real deal. Graduated onto this international squad, meant to be the turning point in this guy's career. Nico and m0NESY were able to do this in the last round. Can Malbs deliver it now? All alone. One man left to find. Malbs is the real deal as G2 lock in match point.
One from the Major. It is right on the tip of their tongue, right within touching distance. And Spirit have fought from behind every step of the way. They still dragged us to OT. They've got to do it again. Devastating for Donk, who is alive in the 2v2, who is in the closing clutch, but it's Malbs who finds the clinical shot. And G2 are right there again. Magic's irrelevancy in this game will matter if Spirit lose this round. They will go 2-2. Is it all on Donk again? Oh, vent drop is loud. Hunter's holding it. Magic's picked early by m0NESY's Orb through the smoke. It gets worse. m0NESY tries to pluck him out the sky. Chopper runs it down. 3 on 5.
Nico lies in wait. He has often been this first point of contact. This has been where the duel between Nico and Donk has played out. They've lost Chopper. Nico waits with bated breath. Spirit creep under the crosshair for now. Nico knows no better. They managed to walk it by him, push him off the angle. Hold on to the vent, rotate this Donk. Deals with Snacks, in with the backstab, but you've still got to get past this terrifying twosome, the duo of Malbs MD and Nico. This was the breakout for Malbs. That last round might be his defining moment as Shiro is left in this clutch. 30 seconds left to play with. Goes hunting, looks for m0NESY. Time is of the essence, and m0NESY plays it to perfection. Backs up, puts distance between him and Shiro, even as he delivers that kill. Now it's the route right back in. Looks for Hunter. 8 seconds. Time is the enemy. Time is what defines this matchup. It's time to see G2 back in the Major for Malbs MD. First time at the Major in this G2 jersey, and his clutch, his round is the defining moment for G2 here.
Such an easy game, huh?
It was not, sir. You are being sarcastic. Yes, G2 have done it. They are in the major. They made a meal of it. Jesus. And also the cameraman believed. The cameraman believed at the end as well. He was like, "Oh, they've got this. It's fine." He just cuts away. Yes, G2 have done it. What a hard-fought game, though, in the end. And Janko has appreciably aged once again.
Welcome to the G2 major experience, Malbs and Snacks.
Yeah, exactly.
It's never easy. It's always a roller coaster of a ride, man. What a game! What a final map for this series. So many highs and lows, so many clutch moments. In the end, G2 manages to come out on top.
It just kept ramping up. It's like watching Return of the King. You're like, it's surely over now. It's not. It keeps going. It gets better and better. But man, like honestly, what a game, and incredible moments from each and every one of the individuals on both sides. In all honesty,
yeah, it's like Return of the King. So Nico's off to the Greylands at the end. He's like going out on the boat, like, bye. Gonna miss you, Sam. Oh man, what a game! What a game! And you can see how much it meant to them. I mean, m0NESY, he had his moments there on Nuke finally.
He woke up.
He did whiff a lot of shots still. That's something he's going to have to work on. But ultimately, all of the mistakes aside, what a performance from Nico. I mean, if he is leaving, this is the leaving gift. Like, he absolutely dialed in today, was immense, got them to the major, and now that they're there, who knows how far they can go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also looking at that clutch in overtime against Chopper, you could just
the 1v1.
Yeah, you could just see him take a deep breath after that one, right? Like not go for the desk slam, but
yeah, I think the admin whispered in his ear, "Don't do it." Don't do it.
I mean,
these are thick desks.
He needed a snack in the middle of the game as well, right? The guy was seemingly running on fumes, but no, 100%. I think Nico absolutely the pillar, so to speak. He broke Dong. He broke the number of 1v1 duels Nico won over Dong was ridiculous.
Richard, do you know what Nemesis means?
No. No, I do.
A righteous infliction of retribution manifested by an appropriate agent. In this case, an horrible Bosnian. Nico is definitely Dong's Nemesis, man.
Yeah, no, it's true, mate. I mean, you said right in the first map, you know, that Nico has typically had Donk's number when they come head to head, but really unfortunate that Donk wasn't able to do a bit more in this game and kind of play to the standard he has for the rest of the tournament. Would have made all the difference for Spirit, but also you can't keep putting it on his doorstep, you know?
No, it's the craziest thing. Like, even the Donk was getting, you know, he'll get a kill, get traded and whatnot. Despite that, you'll always have a Donk round. You had like that 4K, almost getting an ace, and well, I'm happy that Nico didn't break the desk again, and at least he won.
But Richard, I think it was the first game of this group for Spirit with Passion that we did, and we were talking about Spirit. That was their second best one.
Just gonna pause that thought. We got Parla with Nico in Shanghai.
Now.
Man, I feel like I'm 60 years old and I'm the oldest coach on the scene. Like, I feel like this was hell of a game. Like, you had plays from them, from us. Like, I think it was one of the best games at RMR.
I think it's one of the best games I've seen. At the very least, that Nuke is one of the best maps I've seen. What was it like to play through it? It was extremely tough and hard fought, at least looking from the outside.
I'm happy that we had good plan on T side, so it relieved some pressure. You know, we used to like go really fast. We used to like go for some bam bam bam, and this time we slowed down, and it paid off, because when you play under so much pressure, someone will crumble, right? So it's better not to, you know, push the tempo early. So I'm just happy and proud of the guys that they managed to hold this, as like, you know, Mario is like finally get his sticker, you know. Sick.
He truly earned it as well, you know, when him and m0NESY were in that 2v2. Just generally speaking, with regards to overtime, what was the mood in the room like? Because, of course, I'm feeling a lot of relief right now, but I'm still feeling like the end moments of tension. I can imagine being in that overtime was extremely stressful.
I think that overall, the way we had the composure today, we had really good talk before the game. And also, I think this is thanks to 3D Max yesterday. they pushed us to the brink, not from the game point, but from the mentality point. You know, they were pushing, they were constantly on our nerves. And before today's game, we had clear plan, guys. After round finish, we go next, we go fresh, and you could see how many times we could crumble, how many times like you can actually say GG, fuck this. Yeah, sorry.
Taz, final thoughts on the matchup you just played against Spirit. So looking back at Anubis and Mirage, Anubis was 13-10. Mirage, even though it was 13-5, I feel like you had... Ancient, sorry. I think you had to fight so hard for all the rounds you were getting. Would you say that this was one of the most competitive 3 maps you've been a part of?
I think definitely one of the most competitive, and I think that there is a lot of respect towards Spirit. You could see they tried to change their game, like even this 4-kill from Chopper, this clutch he made to save them. Like I think this was first time Chopper went to ramp and push with Zontix. So I think they really tried some new stuff and big respect. I don't like it because it's getting too close.
Taz, there is, of course, a lot of pressure relieved now, a lot of weight off you and the guys' shoulders. How important was it to go through today and not be continuing to compete in the RMR tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah.
It would have been extremely tight, right? Going into tomorrow where things get extremely competitive.
I mean, it would be rough, especially after this game. Imagine you need to prep, you need to like rebound, but that's why we play. That's what we love. That's what people who watch love. So I have some VP vibes here, you know. I didn't know that it would be like that. Like G2, you know, kind of feels like same spot. We are getting older and older. Hopefully you guys are not getting that old as we. And hope you enjoy.
I think, if anything, it would have reinvigorated all of our audience. Taz, final thoughts. How far do you think you and the boys can go?
Game by game.
All right. Anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
Hey, hopefully everyone is good, everyone is okay. No heart attacks. You know, we love this, and thank you for support, guys. Love you guys.
All right, everybody, you heard it here first. Taz and G2 getting it done.
Yeah, Nico appreciably aged in that series. No, of course it was Taz. Apparently Nico was on the Chinese broadcast, and so we got Taz
probably
instead.
Grabbing something to eat.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, listen, he was very hungry during that game, hungry for kills. I mean, he was absolutely astounding, and how they needed him because, you know, look, I don't think we've seen the best version of G2 here. I think there's been a few little misfires, uncharacteristic errors. But the one thing you will always say about G2, if all their firepower clicks, if all their fraggers frag out, they will always have a chance of winning the game. It's the classic puncher's chance analogy.
And no better example of that than the overtime, right?
Yeah,
and their CT side on overtime. I mean, back-to-back rounds, Monacy and Nico 2v3, Malbs and Monacy 2v2. Basically Malbs 1v2 in that round, and that's where the star power shines through, right? Like, you're not gonna win a game just by outsmarting your opponent every single round, put your players in better situations, right? It's gonna come down to those clutches, it's gonna come down to those post plans, and that's where G2 were able to outmatch Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, stand-up player Nico, I mean, you can't really mess with those numbers, right? Over 180 yard across overtime, because it's a very long map right there. But I want to just touch upon Malbs as well. You know, apart from that, the 2v2 clutch, pivotal clutch he pulled off, you got to remember again how young of a player he is.
Oh, sure.
And despite some of the, some really massive wins he's had in this G2 jersey, making it to your first major, whole different breed of pressure altogether, right? And despite the fact you have Nico next to you, despite the fact you have someone like Taz and you have Monacy and all these guys, there will still be those nerves, there will still be the pressure mounting up, and the fact that he was able to be so composed and had so many huge highlight moments which just swung the rounds in the favor, lost rounds in the favor of G2. Kudos to him as well, the young Guatemalan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll look at some of the clutches in a moment, but we're just watching the masterclass there put on by Nico, and you can see this is the student and the master.
10-4.
Yeah, and today the master was very much on top. But you could see Donk's frustration spilling over at times. Obviously, I think this is going to be something that's going to typify Spirit, is that, you know, when Shiro and Donk are in the flow state, it's very, very hard to beat them. But what we've seen at the RMR is we've even seen games where Shiro and Donk have like 50 kills combined and they still lose a map.
That's what we talked about before. The Passion game is like, okay, or after, playing really well, but what about the supporting cast? Bro, Magus had 6 kills.
Yeah.
6 kills for over 30 rounds of play.
I mean, look, the word on the street, obviously, you know, because we hear whispers and rumors. I mean, a lot of people are saying they're going to be involved in the great shakeup that's coming after Shanghai. Apparently, it's going to be this insane rostermania. The entire scene is getting rebuilt, if you believe everything you hear and you read online. I'm kind of inclined to say I think maybe it's time. You know, they're starting to regress a little bit when I see them, and they do need one of the piece. They need one of the players. It's as simple as that.
Even for Chopper, apart from that 4K round, he was barely finding any impact. At least you can be forgiven for being the IGL, so to speak. But if you look at the G2 side, sure, Nico was in imperious form, but if you look at mobs, you're looking at even Monacy waking up, right? Hunter, you can't forget the amount of impact he's had in the series as well. Everyone had their moments, including Snacks, and then you barely just remember barely any kills from the supporting cast, as I like to dub them. I'd want to say that was necessarily the main, you know, the difference maker, but absolutely you have to, end of the day, it's an FPS game, you got to shoot some heads, and that was lacking in a couple of players there.
Yeah, we just saw there that clutch from Chopper, if you want to call it that. Bit of a mistime from Nico. It was good he was able to keep his head. I think you picked out some of the moments from the overtime.
Yeah, just the 2 ones on the CT side, really, because, you know, that clutch from Chopper really put G2 in a bad spot. I mean, that was their round to lose. You win the first rounds of OT on your T side. Then the economy for the CTs is going to be rough because it's 10K start money. You might even sweep the T side overtime, which, you know, was the more difficult side for G2, absolutely. But instead, it goes the other way around. After the clutch, great call from Spirit to crunch lobby, sort of use the momentum of the clutch to steal another round. And you're thinking, wow, this is looking perhaps a little bit dicey for G2 on the CT side, but they came through in the retakes.
Yeah. Anything to add, and then we're going to wrap up the day, I guess?
No, nothing. Like, congratulations G2, I guess, right? Like, it was a very hard-fought affair, and honestly, I wouldn't lie, we had some few magical moments from Spirit, like the Chopper round, for example, comes to mind, but the fact that they were able to still hold on to it, again, incredible work from Nico, Mobs, the entire supporting cast for G2, they starred right there, and hopefully, you know, Nico gets some snacks right now, because I think he deserves it.
Yeah. Take him out for some treats.
Some hot.
Let's take a look at the results from the secondary stream. This is what's been going on. Astralis are clinging on for dear life. They've just beat Eternal Fire 2-1. Eternal Fire will not be going to the major, which is...
That's a surprise. Yeah, that's honestly a big surprise.
That is really brutal, and I'm sure that team especially is bitterly disappointed with that. They've obviously had some very good results of late. They were looking like a form team. Yeah, a lots to think about for those guys. Meanwhile, NIP, who are obviously challenging Astralis in the great battle of the mismanaged brands, they have managed to beat TSM. So I'm waiting for the announcement from TSM to say they're dropping the team in about 3 days. So let's just see how that one goes. And 9Panda is able to overcome Aurora 2-0 right at the start of the day. Do you have anything to add about those results, guys?
I mean, for TSM, the results were... Honestly, that game was such a... kind of like flip of the coin, but on the other end of the spectrum, you're like, who's going to be worse in that game? I think the win for 9Pandas, that's pretty cool, though. You know, Resalt getting his revenge, so to speak, from his over his old team. And 9Pandas are a team, again, they want to kind of slay the demons of what happened in Copenhagen, so it's great to see they're still in the running here.
Yeah, I think Zyphon off to greener pastures, hopefully after this, from TSM. I think he can definitely play for a Tier 1, Tier 2 team. 9Pandas, good chance they almost made that comeback against G2 in the best of ones, and Eternal Fire, man, just shocking that a team that made it to the quarterfinal of the last major won't even be at the major this time around. That's just an incredibly disappointing result from their side.
Yeah, this is the results from the mainstream coming up now. And you can see, obviously, you just watched the roller coaster of G2 Esports versus Team Spirit. Prior to that, Heroic, they don't care about your Cinderella story. They're going to the major. Passion are going to the last day. And Virtus.pro beat Sashi in a game that wasn't easy on the eyes, but Virtus.pro are going to be at the major. Any thoughts about those results, gentlemen, before we move on?
I guess for VP, just the fact that this, they made it. I wouldn't say it's a big surprise. I kind of expected it, considering some of the teams, but it's kind of good to see that they haven't completely, combusted internally. So that's a good sign, I guess. And for Passion UA, listen, I like the storyline, right? I like that fairy tale run. One more shot available, but at the same time, it's good to know that for Heroic, the recent results haven't just, been a flash in the pan. The fact that they are a team who, when they finally wake up, they look good, and they look good today.
Yeah, VP managing to bounce back after the opening game loss against Passion UA. That's a good sign for them because they're a team that you would expect to crumble potentially. It's never really seemed that the cohesion is just there, but they get the job done.
They do, and that means that what we've got coming for you tomorrow is this. 4 best of 3s. I messed it up this morning, guys. I was still a bit sleepy. There is going to be a 7th place decider. It's the 4th place decider. That doesn't happen now. So sorry for people tuning in early and getting a heavy dose of misinformation from everyone's favorite host. But anyway, Team Spirit will be taking on Sashi. Astralis will be taking on Passion. And NIP will be taking on 9 Pandas. Reaction to that, guys?
Feel bad for Sashi.
I'll never feel bad.
I won't ever feel bad for Sashi whatsoever, but a tough game for Passion UA, right? The surprise package of the RMR. They played some great CS, so it's
I still believe.
Yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they could make it, but Astralis, despite Cadian's best efforts, are still in the tournament.
In fact, I could be having a great day tomorrow.
Or the worst day.
Or the worst day ever.
The worst day, exactly, because I want Passion to go through. I think they've deserved it. And, look, come on. You all know. I hate maxing on Astralis for years now. So.
NIP Astralis, Sashi, Rich, how are you going to feel about that tomorrow?
Listen, if I get the sweep, you know what I mean? I'm in there. I'm locked in. Let's take a look at the standings as well. We can start, confirming this. You've got, obviously, Big with the 3-0. 3D Max, the 3-0. G2 are through now. Heroic, 3-1. And Virtus.pro are 3-1. And then, obviously, down at the bottom, you can see confirmation. No TSM, no Eternal Fire. No Aurora, no PWE, and no Bait. So, yes, tomorrow will be Judgment Day. Any final thoughts before we close out the show?
I think great day of Counter-Strike, and RMRB delivers, Richard. It's been some big upsets, some crazy games compared to what we had on Group A. And for me personally, I'm a little sad that Eternal Fire aren't going to make it, but it is the way it is.
That's a tough one, but yeah.
Things were pretty standard so far in the RMR, so it was about time we get some upsets, some crazy games, crazy results. So yeah, final day tomorrow awaits, and gonna be Heartbreak City for some.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, let's hope so. All right. Anyway, guys, that's it. We're going to close out the show. Thanks a lot for watching us over the course of the day. And do remember, because of the extra best of 3, we'll be starting a little bit earlier tomorrow. That's 10 a.m. Shanghai time. Make sure you tune in. We're going to find out which of the last European teams are going to the major and which ones are going home. It's going to be epic. We'll see you tomorrow.